Our first Yuumi at Worlds 2021. Showmaker was snowballing. Massive pop-up. We thought this was going to be like the super close group deciding game, but it was Damwon Kia dominance kind of from start to finish.
Oh yeah, there's two takeaways from that game that they last played. First one is Yuumi, right? Maybe FPX wasn't scrimming against it because we saw a lot of teams first rotating Jarvan, right? They picked red side, 1-2, they went Jarvan on the 1-2, and it looked like a lot of teams were doing that. But the thing is, when teams started going on blue side, 2-3ing things like LeBlanc and Graves, they're like, well, guys, we're playing Jarvan Galio against LeBlanc Graves, so who are we locking down? Is it the Fed MF with the Yuumi, and that's the only target that they could select. So Damwon's comp was a little bit better, I'd have to say, in being more mobile around the FPXs. And then FPX, obviously, when they picked Jarvan again, they almost lost the game against Cloud9. They came back, and then they dropped it completely and went for Tian's Viego, which he's had so much success on domestically.
Yeah, and if you look at Damwon right now, it's pretty easy to feel incredibly confident in this team. I don't need to give you any good news because it's been all good news for Damwon throughout the entire group. They've been obliterating people, but now, when we look back, this draft in this game is rough for XCX, because as you already highlighted, the drafts have been getting consistently better. It feels like FPX's grasp on the meta and what works for them has improved.
Yeah, you can see it right there, right? The jungle matchup as well. Trundle kind of wins the 1v1s. On top of that, you're playing a melee support against Trundle, Yuumi, so if he can't really find a good engage, all you have to do is run away. And then, you know, when you're playing Jarvan and you can't engage with your Galio follow-up because you know that they have flash on MF or they have a dash, then they're going to get out of the combat. But we're straight into draft for the second time that these Titans face up against each other.
FPX versus Damwon Kia, presented by Mercedes-Benz. This is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup, no doubt in my mind, especially when we're seeing Draven banned away already. I want to see him more on stage, but I understand why people are banned.
Yeah, we'll see what else gets taken away, because Graves already banned away, Aphelios, Irelia, Lee Sin, these were the kind of priorities last time around. I wonder if FPX are going to first pick Yuumi themselves, perhaps, or banning away on blue side. And in Damwon, do you want to target Tian's Viego as well? These are kind of two off-meta-ish picks in a way. Viego, we haven't seen too much in jungle more recently, on more recent patches, but it's Tian's most successful champ by far.
Absolutely. And I think what we saw coming out of a lot of playoffs regions, you had a lot of players who very much liked to go towards that Viego. We expected significant changes coming into this patch, but as the tournament has gone on, it's been very clear that what Viego brings is still powerful enough, even with some small nerfs to that passive, to that reset potential as he picks up souls left and right. I like to call that the inspired nerf after the domestic pentakill he got, but he's been nerfed enough on the stage.
He even shouted out Riot when he got the pentakill. He's like, thank you, Riot.
Thank you, Riot. We're going to see if anyone else gets that opportunity. Of course, LeBlanc.
Showmakers.
Again, taken away, and I think it makes a ton of sense here. Now, Doomby versus Showmaker, this is a matchup that we're always going to gravitate towards, always a matchup that we're going to look at, but limiting these high individual agency carry potential picks is big.
Yeah, Jace is a huge point of priority now, I think, for both teams. Irelia as well, huge contested pick. There's Lee Sin open as well. There's a lot of playmaking individual solo laner champions which can dominate. Lee Sin, the strongest jungler for FPX. Interestingly, Damwon took away Yuumi from FPX. They're the ones who first picked it. Maybe they thought FPX had been practicing themselves, and they're going to take that away. Are they going to match you with maybe something like TF Sinzal, TF Trundle that we've seen from Canyon before? And maybe they thought FPX had been practicing.
Lee Sin and easy first lock-in, and love seeing it in the hands of Tian. Now, debating if it is going to be the Twisted Fate. While this pick was incredible in playoffs, it has not been flawless at Worlds so far, but they are going to opt to lock it in. Frees up a lot of global playmaking ability. Obviously, easy point and click CC is very good in a meta where there are so many prevalent assassins.
Yeah.
You can't outplay a gold card.
No, and that needs setup. Is Sinzal going to be the pick here for Canyon? Are they going to leave jungle till 4-5 and go for an AD carry here like Aphelios or MF? Because TF is good at setting up your jungler, but it doesn't have that much individual damage, right? LeBlanc, Lee Sin both naturally have good damage and good setup, but together, when it comes to TF, he needs some kind of burst in jungle. Things like the Lee Sin and the Zinza. But that's going to be MF picked up for Damwon. We'll see if FPX want to respond with bot lane. We've seen LWX play things like Kai'Sa, MF, and Jhin. Jhin almost being picked up quite surprisingly here at Worlds, I think.
I think Jhin rising in priority very rapidly did definitely catch me off guard. Now, last time they were into the MF Yuumi, they did opt to go for the Nautilus Kai'Sa. It was a hectic matchup. Now, it wasn't just the matchup selection that made it difficult. It was also the choice to leash at level 1.
Are we going to get Doinby's Irelia into Showmaker's TF?
Yeah, finally, dude! Okay, here's the thing. If you're wondering why I'm so excited, it's because when you VOD review,
you're really excited.
When you VOD review LPL, all you see are Aurelius that are out of this world, where you're like, that champion can do this? And all you see when you step foot on the world stage are bans. So, unless Morgan's on stage, then people don't ban it as much. But this Aurelia is, I've been waiting.
There's the Jhin. Yeah,
I've been waiting.
There's the Jhin. You know, okay, Dracos, let me tell you something. Doinby has 2 Irelia games in the LPL playoffs this summer. He won both. against WE and against LNG. He had a KDA of 40 on Irelia. So I'm so excited to see this champion in his hands. Of course, could still go up and towards the top lane, right? Their blue side. I think Damwon are aware of this flex and they're not going to pick their top laner until 5. There's Leona coming in from Damwon. Just kind of getting a good bot lane rounded out. FPX, maybe there's going to be support bands targeted at them, or things like the Jace. We'll see what Damwon wants to opt into.
Absolutely. Already we have 3 incredibly powerful champions locked in on both sides. Of course, support still waiting to come through from FPX is going to be a big game changer depending on what they do opt to go for. And we have to remember that the Irelia is always naturally going to be the flex pick. That said, certainly feel like Damwon Kia have clear ways to make plays. You've got Leona, you've got a gold card, you've got an MF ult to throw over the top of it. So if we are in a situation where this Irelia does fall behind, where DK can again pull ahead in the laning phase as we saw in their previous matchup, Champion's impact is going to feel very heavily mitigated.
Yeah, there's just Sylas ban coming out against, you expect Doinby, picking the Sylas into TF lane. I wonder if they're going to touch onto a Ryze ban or something like that as well, or a Galio ban to deny any more kind of global match into the TF. And Talon taken off the board from FPX. I expect him to ban away Zinzao as well, 2 kind of setup junglers that are AD that work well with TF. And then, oh, that's going to be a Gwen ban actually. Interesting. Targeting Nuggery. Maybe they are just trying to cover both bases, right? Covering a mid ban, covering a top ban, just to make sure.
And certainly, with an Irelia already locked in and a Lee Sin already locked in, you have 2 AD damage sources on your top side. And yes, there is some magic damage in Aurelia's kit, but not a lot. So if you ban away Prevalent AP top laners and you force them into a triple AD top side, you can start getting really weird with the picks that become viable. This is when people can pick Malphite like unironically at international.
Yeah, you're right actually. I think that's a very smart approach there. Banning away Gwen, banning away Sylas. If they do play Irelia mid here, Kennon's also banned away on the first rotation, so there's not that many AP champs left unless Nuggery wants to opt in something like a Kali, which I don't expect. So I think with that Poppy coming out, Poppy jungle could come out here from Canyon. We saw this already once in the tournament from Owner. Phase rush Poppy to deny these champions like Lee Sin and Irelia. It's very, very powerful in teamfights.
Absolutely. I mean, the ult for the disengage if you're ever in an unfavorable, and of course, just in general, the W, the Inspired Presence, that ability is so powerful overall. Mitigating potential engages will deny Irelia the reset on her Q stacks. Very, very strong. That said, Jhin a champion that can be left on his lonesome in the bottom lane. We might see another very engage-heavy roaming kind of support if they do opt to go for the Alistar here. Personally,
Alistar.
I love Alistar just because level 6, you get so many resistance.
That's better.
For free. But Braum is a better champion.
Yeah, the problem is you can't really hard engage onto a comp with Poppy with an Alistar because you're just going to get denied most of the time. So having more dash in your comp with Irelia Lee Sin is kind of dangerous, but Jhin Braum is already really good. Braum's good into Leona, and when Poppy dashes in and gets the flash E, gets the stun or goes forward, you have the Braum to deny that. And that's going to be Gragas. So I expect that to be a Gragas top, right? I don't want to go too deep in the rabbit hole of like Gragas jungle, Lee Sin top, Irelia mid, Lee Sin mid, all those kind of things, but I expect that to be perhaps a Gragas top.
Okay, compositionally, let's talk about it. We're going to see a counterpick top laner here. Jace is certainly a solid option.
But if that's a Jace top, Irelia does really well into Jace. So I wonder if Doinby just said, you can give me Gragas, I can play this into TF, and you can go Irelia top here. So there's lots of weight here for FPX's comp as to who goes where, I think.
Damage reduction on the Gragas W2, you can eat the gold card with that up. You've got decent wave clear. It's not a champion that'll say I'm 100% confident in what he can do in the mid lane, but I've watched enough Season 1 Scarra montage just to know that it can be pretty ridiculous.
Looks like it is going to be Gragas top for now, but we'll wait and see anyway. But Gragas top, you can kind of negate Jace's push. You have good wave clear and good sustain. The champ obviously kind of fell off. I think the Q mana cost went up or something along these lines, so it kind of killed Gragas solo lane. And then we only saw kind of glimpses of Gragas in jungle. Of course, Icon played it mid against Tryndamere as a kind of counter pick to deny the engage. But for now, if you're looking at both these comps, Damwon, a lot of side lane pressure. Good 1-3-1. Jace, TF, they're playing top side 100%. FPX has kind of negating lanes, right? You've got the Jhin Braum good into Leona to kind of negate that lane. You've got Gragas top, which can negate Jace and just kind of free farm and has good gank setup, good kill pressure. So I think when you're looking at FPX's comp, the main carry is Doinby on Irelia. If he's ahead, he can deal with Jace on side lane.
Absolutely. Big pressure on him to show up and perform today. Of course, right now you win, you're tied up, the head-to-head's even. You feel like it's all but guaranteed tiebreaker at the end of the day. Of course, Rogue and C9 can always upset the apple cart there, but both these teams looking like the heavy favorites to make it out. Pretty much the best you can hope for, really, if you have the 2-0 head-to-head record or the 0-2 head-to-head record versus Damwon Kia is second seed, which is a difficult place to be. You're going to be fighting a first seed coming out of another group. On the opposite side for Damwon Kia, they win, they're out. The rest of their day is basically stress-free. Yes, they still have to fight for first seed, but much, much easier, much more relaxed for what is a very intense schedule.
Yeah, but this is the second round robin now, and FPX did better in the second round robin last time they were at Worlds in 2019. They finished 4-2 in their group, in a group with J-Team, Gigabyte Marines, Splice, right? Not the strongest of groups, but they were struggling some of those games. J-Team, they threw a game against them, Splice, they should have lost. Of the 3 games, Splice was ahead in both of them, and only won 1.
It's a super important call, because FPX's groups was not the part that looked like World Championship material. No, it was the bracket stage where FPX really came alive and looked incredible. But have to see some of that World Champion stuff starting here in the bottom lane, fighting for early priority. I love it.
Yeah, just contesting the second brush to make sure they have control just in case there's any level 1 shenanigans. But now FPX moving into the bot side. Interesting to see if they go for a late invade. Of course, Braum is really good at late invading, but then you're splitting the map top and the enemy team has a Jace. So can you really trade off the punish in getting bot plates versus top plates? Probably not. Jace would get ahead and you get some good dives top. Poppy is very good at diving in the early stages, especially on top side.
Absolutely. Phase rush as well, so she can combo in and then immediately run out. A little bit less tanky, a little bit less mobility than maybe something like the Predator, but still I think overall pretty solid option. That said, I think it's important that we talk about Damwon's early game, because really they have been peerless in the tournament so far. We expected FPX to contest them, and when they didn't, you saw that Damwon Kia got away with numbers like this. Ludicrous early game stats.
Yeah, 3 games, 100% first tower, almost a 5k gold lead at 15. They were relentless. They have had their ups and downs though, right? Against Rogue, they almost threw that entire game away. That game was locked and loaded in the bag. One team fight. Ghost kept getting called out a lot in mid, and that's kind of what put Damwon on the back foot. But for now, this is a whole new game, and both junglers doing different pathings, right? Canyon's pathing towards the top side, Tian's pathing towards the bot side. Canyon, of course, wants to make sure Khan can push in this lane. Doesn't want to get ganked because Gragas Lee Sin have good kill pressure onto Jace, and Canyon needs to make sure he's there to match it.
Difficult when you're dealing with potential flash body slam as setup CC to really get a lot done, but Khan playing with fire here.
He has the range advantage, but he keeps going into melee range to hit Nuggery there, so he's actually losing out on the trade kind of with the Gragas W. Nuggery will take that.
Yeah, I think really counting on the phase rush to give him enough additional movement speed that he could really juke and outmaneuver around the Gragas abilities, but because it doesn't work out, he ends up looking a little bit foolish, taking a bad side of a trade there.
And Nuggery versus Khan, that's got to be a little bit personal. Right, Nuggery of course was on Damwon, Khan was on FPX last year, now they swapped sides, and FPX is the only team at Worlds with 5 world champions in their team, 1 on each role of course. Damwon, Khan never really has won anything just yet, but he's always been on these strong teams.
Well, and the Khan tragedy is that every time he leaves the team, he joins world champion teams, they just don't win Worlds the next year. Yeah, so I feel for him because I don't think it's his fault. And I think in the past you could look at Khan as maybe not. It was hard to compare Khan initially to Nuggery when he first joined the team, but he has been getting better and better. And when he got the better of Nuggery the last time they played, it really feels like this man is coming back into that peak performance level of the potential to be a world champion.
Yeah, look at mid though. You can see Canyon did a full clear to top, skipped his Krug, skipping Crab. He's hovering around mid now. I wonder if he thinks there's some kind of gank setup for the enemy team because Showmaker looks like he's trying to crash a wave. Canyon's making sure he's safe because early fighting towards the top side is very, very important for both these teams. Canyon wants to make sure Showmaker can crash that wave so he can go to Crab, just in case Tian was around. They could match the 2v2.
Well, Nuggery's important for the cancel, has level advantage. Ooh. Not quite able to connect in the body slam. That would have been a nightmare for Khan if he was forced to stick around in this lane.
Yeah, maybe he could have procced the phase rush and got out. But still, he might have had the flash. But for now, just both junglers trading off. You see FPX has the bot push, of course, because of the level 1. They got a ward in the bush, and they got full push control. That means they get bot push, and top lane is going now. As TP back, Nuggery could try to crash his wave, but if he freezes the wave, Khan, Nuggery will have the TP back, and TP should be expended on both sides.
Trying to find that match, see what the decision ends up being in the end. Barrel and Ghost. There's gonna be a lot of fighting for pressure here. We've seen mostly just junglers shadowing their lanes, trying to make sure that they can push. Hasn't really been about a lot of early active ganks. Of course, when level 6s start to come through, that might change very rapidly. Given the power of Leona as an engage option, Showmaker with his ultimate. But for now, just a battle for lane prio, seeing what you can free up for the rest of your team, seeing what vision you can lay down as you see Damwon Kia very much vision control along the top side of the map.
Yeah, both junglers, of course, resetting, getting their first items after having full cleared, and now they're going back to their second respawn. So now Tian will move up towards the top side, Canyon will go down towards the bot side. The side lanes both have wards in river, so there's not much gank set up for either side just yet. And the game is quite slow paced for now. I think the game will start to pick up the pace when TF hits level 6, the Herald starts to spawn, FPX bot lane bases and moves towards the top side. These are the things we're kind of looking for.
No, and it certainly is a very high pressure setting. because, again, FPX winning here doesn't guarantee you a tiebreak at the end of the day. There's a lot more games to play, but it opens up the opportunity for a tiebreaker. A loss here really means the most you can hope for is second seed at best, because as long as you're competing with Damwon Kia, you will immediately lose that tiebreaker. On the opposite side, Damwon would love to lock a way out of groups already, just to kick things off. What a fantastic day one of a 6-game day. You have to play 3 opponents and you're already locked out of groups. That sounds like heaven.
It definitely does, and Tian now demands to make the first move. He's going to take away Canyon's Raptors. We'll be here first. Canyon's clearing out his Wolves, and we'll spot this out when he arrives. Tian, good ward, good pressure, will help all lanes here. Spotting jungle is so important because now your bot lane can play more aggressive, and Noguri doesn't actually have to worry about being ganked. So Tian can get the +1 on the camps, and he can back off towards the bot side if he so chooses. But it looks like he's just going to stick around for now.
No energy, but yeah, very confident to play on the edge here. Obviously, with Doinby having mid lane priority, Canyon has to be very careful about how far he steps forward. Having a TF in the area as well as having the W means that most of those dashes are just not going to be too threatening. That said, a lot of damage between the mid-jungle duo of FPX.
Yeah, Showmaker hasn't based yet, and Doinby has, so Canyon kind of fancies that fight when Showmaker levels up, but then he realizes he hasn't based just yet, and they're basically spotting Canyon to help the side lanes as much as possible. Noguri actually had Khan on the tower there for a couple waves, and FPX's bot lane can play a little bit more aggressive, so looks like Tian's moving back towards the bot side. The crab is spawned, and Canyon doesn't really want to give that one up, because then he's 2 camps down. He has to be quite close to level 6, and maybe they can look for an early Drake, so looks like he's just going to back off at the end. Early game kind of going in FPX's favor for now.
Are we going to see a crossfire? It looks like we might top side. They know there's so many on the bot side. They're going to try to go for Noguri. Noguri now running for his life, but he is going to get collapsed by this Poppy. There's no way he makes out of this one. Instead, trying to go over the wall. Oh, over the wall. Into the wall. And take it out. First blood for Damwon.
Yeah, things went good towards the bot side map for FPX. They got the crab, and you can see Tian's on the Drake. Bot push is great, but TF had hit level 6 as we expected. Ult came towards the top side, and Noguri doesn't actually have an ice rush, so he can't get out of that, he can't escape, saves his flash, and does end up dying. Small blunder there, I have to say, if your whole team's playing towards the bot side and you've spotted enemy jungle top, but it's a Drake for first blood trade.
That, however, well, that Drake is going to feel good if we go late enough for now, because they weren't able to also grab a kill off of it or get anything else. It's going to feel so incredibly good for Khan, who was already pulling it. Now essentially gets to go back, completes a little bit more lethality, not going for the full AP build. Means that he's going to be very vulnerable to the poke and harass that he was already losing out to in so many circumstances. Yeah, Damwon's whole win condition is the top lane, so Canyon smartly gives the first blood over to Khan, and now he is ahead. TPs are down for everyone for now, and so is the global ultimate of TF, so I think the game again will start to slow down. But 30 seconds from now, Herald will spawn. FPX's bot lane are basing. Will they choose to move out towards the top side, or will LWX go down there on his own and Crisp runs up? We'll have to wait and see. First TF ult being impactful though always is going to feel good, especially when you have Summoner Spellbook as well. There's so much potential mobility here. I think the sad thing about Poppy Jungle for me, Cadril, is that Lee Sin I feel like is always out here trying to make plays and kill people, and I feel like in this game Canyon's there for a little bit of backup and there to make sure that nobody dives onto the back line.
Yep, he's just there to defend people. You know, as someone goes in, nope.
And that's great. Like, that's a great feeling to be the guy who just ruins your champion experience. Like, absolutely love playing Poppy in that context, but I'm just saying I want to see some flash body slams into the wall. You know, I'm a fan of bloody League of Legends, and I feel like because there's a Poppy in this game, it's going to slow things down to a certain degree.
Yeah, we might see that if the fight does kick off in topside river. Barrel's already moving his way there, and FPX, they based first, they ran bot, pushed out bot, and now they're moving towards the top side, whereas Barrel just kind of beeline towards the top side of the map, so eyes on that. And the big thing about both these comps is there's very little AP damage. Not sure he's going to be the only AP damage dealer for FPX, and Showmaker is going to be the only AP damage dealer for Damwon. He's building plated steel caps, he's going to build Everfrost rapid fire, so the damage size sources on both sides for AP is very, very little.
Cool. Really good call. Yeah. I'm going to watch Tian going for the Mission Impossible steal here, but has been spotted.
He's spotted on a ward, Barrel's around.
Crisp in the area.
You see LWX is moving first, so the longer this goes on, the better it is for FPX, because Damwon knows this is a 5v4.
And while the Poppy is highly disruptive, when you've got a Lee Sin and a Reliant and a Braum, if you make one single misstep in that skirmish, coming in second, you are instantly going to get popped.
Oh, good guy, Doinby. Leaves the crab for Tian as well. What a homie. Dude, this is what I like to see from my solo laner.
This is bad.
This is fantastic.
You can't show this to solo queue junglers. They'll think they deserve to be treated like this.
And Canyon sees the Herald die on a ward, so he's like, I'll take the enemy red buff. He tries to run through mid to the bot side of the map, but FPX smartly respond in time, so Damwon just lose a Herald for nothing. Can they get anything else? Canyon's still hovering around the bot side. There's no Drake. Ghost has the bot push, so Damwon kind of losing out in the neutral objectives trades for now. It was a Dragon for first blood, now it's a Herald for nothing. Canyon kind of wants to force something here.
Trap over the wall will give him a little bit of vision. Now they know
Showmaker's
in the area, they're going to go slow him straight into the wall, but it's a Braum with Guardian and Unbreakable up and available, so there's just really not a play there to be made. And Kato, I think it's such a good highlight because while Damwon Kia are almost 1,000 gold in the lead, you've got a Herald, you've got a Dragon on the opposite side, and while you certainly don't need to snowball this game completely out of control, FPX are doing very well to kind of keep it as close as it has been despite some of these early winning lanes.
Trading with Khan a bit. Showmaker has ult up again as well, so FPX should know the only real telegraphed play Damwon has is TF ulting over sides because Showmaker's been sitting on a tower all game. And Nogri's been sitting on a tower all game, so the lane states are in a place where he can read the map very well, right? Doinby just has to make sure he keeps vision on Showmaker. And when he's in fog, then Nogri just needs to not push top. Looks like FPX bot lane gonna base again. People starting to build towards a mythic. Khan might have Eclipse for now as well. And Damwon just want to keep focusing on the top side of the map.
Certainly working so far. Of course, the big thing about shutting down Gragas is that the CC, the barrel, the body slam are always going to be there, so there will be kind of a minimum guarantee of what he can contribute to a team fight, but being too low means you can just get absolutely one shot as you try to walk into the fight. It can be very difficult. You can see Khan here just essentially walking under tower, taking a tower shot just to poke a little bit more. This man is an absolute bully.
Oh yeah, he has lifesteal as well, so it doesn't matter if he takes tower shots. Nogri's going full AP Gragas, it looks like. And it looks like he will have the TP back top as well. So if Khan can push this wave in quickly and back off, he can keep TP advantage to keep his bot lane safe.
I think
He looks like he will be able, yeah, he will be able to do so 100%. And look at Nogri's build, he's going quite glass cannonish here, probably building towards the Everfrost. And there's the Herald from Tian. It's going to go mid for Doinby, of course. Who did we say is the only champ that can match this Jace on side lane? It's the Irelia. Doinby is already up in CS, 10 CS up, and will get this Herald plates as well. Won't get the tower, I think. Showmaker's there. Crisp is around, though. Could be wrong.
But they have Core Drinker too. The Herald is still here. It is with Braum in the area as well. If they overcommit to stepping forward here, they may just die.
I feel like Damwon missed an opportunity there. You can see the ward behind FPX's mid jungle in the lane. They could have looked for a TP play behind them and looked for a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 4 with that ward right there. But it looks like Khan just TP back top and he's just going to push in the wave.
For now.
Nothing like she happened.
Yeah, and then the mid jungle just continues to get stronger again. Herald used gold shared, both Tian and Doinby again feeling very good at this point. Doinby already with the Core Drinker finish. That much more of a threat. We start to look for more skirmishes across the map. But I think it's good that we highlight this mid lane matchup because last time they played, it was a very one-sided affair. And at Worlds so far, Doinby, as good as he is generally in this match presented by Mercedes-Benz, hasn't been the king of lane. But this time around, on this rally, in this match, it is going to be a force.
Oh yeah, he will. He's playing a carry now. We've seen him on things like the Galio and the Malzahar. He looked like Doinby evolved because the Galio Jarvan didn't have plays to make and he looked a little bit off on the Malzahar. He can do, but now it looks like that one's going to get the second dragon, and that will be that dragon trade-off. Herald's already used, neutrals are dying, and plates will be falling soon, so no one's really willing to pull the trigger on a dive just yet. Damwon obviously have the TF ult to do so, but
Sandrick,
running TP. Yes, it's great for lane. The first TP will be used for himself, but the second TP, now 12-13 minutes in the game, needs to be saved in case Showmaker looks for some kind of side lane dive.
I think one of the things that we talked about earlier too in the draft that I want to bring up now is kind of how when you have this TF.
Oh, no,
that's the body slam right back. Khan now is going to move forward. He's going to be able to proc the phase rush. He's trying to run in. He's trying to look for the 1v1, but in the meantime, Doinby now coming in. He's going to make it a 1-for-1 though. Good from Khan, but still, Doinby now pushing in on the top side.
So FPX pull the trigger with the teleport straight away. That means Showmaker will get mid plates, and it's only a 1-for-1, so great play there by Khan. Just kind of flashing after Nuguri, knowing he's dead no matter what, because Doinby can gap close. But a lot used there by FPX. 2 flashes and the teleport just to take down Khan. Doinby trading off on plays. They have to be a lost play there for FPX just because of the amount of spells they use for it.
Certainly, and I mean, it's a plate. It's a single plate. You know, it's definitely not what you want to do when you're investing that TP, because you said TP is going to be used to help the team, and in this case it may help the team stay even in the top side play. So maybe a bit too eager. Well played by Khan, as you said, to get more aggressive, to not try to run away, but to stick around and go for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. If there was a ward behind Khan in the lane, this would have been a lot cleaner, because the gap close here from Doinby, he has to commit a full flash. Nuguri's trying to kite as long as he can, but he used his E and his ult to get the engage in the first place. So what does he have to defend himself? So great play there by Khan. And this is the thing. The kill went to Doinby, which is great, but the thing is he's always going to be against 2 members when it comes to the side lane, the Jace and the TF ult. So Nuguri's going to have to play kind of bodyguard for a lot of this game. When Doinby's pushing out bot or top, he needs to be behind him.
From Showmaker, the body slam through is going to connect him right as he comes in, buys himself a bit of time, but he's just too squishy. Easy kill pickup. Tian has landed the kick, but he cannot go in as long as the steadfast presence is up and available, which is for Canyon. So he's just going to do his best to clear the wave and back away.
Yeah, look at the lane assignment from Damwon as well. 3 members committed to the top side while their bot lane is mid. LWX at base, I think, earlier on, so there's no real cross-map trade available for FPX. And Damwon are going to get themselves a kill and the tower. Really good identification
Yeah,
there by
daog na.
Showmaker of the actual map state and how much he can gain and loss from that play.
Pana.
And Cage, you called this in the draft.
TP both
Daog
sides,
na.
so they're
Na
not going to get anything.
pag-teamfight.
Playing incredibly well towards their strong top side. Showmaker using the ulti to come to the play, going bottom to block the incoming play now, using the MF ult to try and delete the wave, but the Braum is here to deny it.
Okay, so that mid tower was
Natura.
very low from the Herald earlier on. Looks like FPX will pick up that.
Tanaw
Herald
YouTube
is
or sa
spawning in a
Twitch?
sec. Damwon, no, they have a lot of gold to spend. Maybe FPX can sneak that away.
Mas
while
dili ang
Damwon's
Twitch, no?
resetting.
Could be an opportunity.
Hello?
Last time, FPX
Hello?
had to set up first, even with Damwon having the vision, they did not
Nice.
feel comfortable to walk
Hoy!
into the river. If that is still the case. Now, earlier in the game, we talked about wanting a high damage
Sumani.
jungler to pair with the Twisted Fate. We haven't seen
Ni-update
that
ang
this game,
rin.
but because
Ni-update
they've gone
ang
so
Steam mo.
far ahead,
Nag-update
like
mo.
we got past that early game
Wala.
stage
Team
of
mismo?
concern about maybe not
Oh.
having the kill pressure in the mid
Basi
lane that we needed.
magbinuang
Now,
na po ni
I
Ron.
think even more than it was
Up to date
when we
na
first
ako.
talked about it, I'm just
Ano,
looking
di,
for wondering
unsa nga
when
binuang?
we're seeing this pop-up moment.
Wait
Needs
lang.
to find that skirmish. 'Cause if we
Unsa
keep
day,
playing
nagubad
the
ang
first
Steam?
Jace around the map,
Dili,
even
katong
on
last
side of the
time,
game,
nag-update
I
sila,
feel like
din
Damwon
gadulo ni
just
Sam.
got-
Yeah, especially when Doinby's going top and Khan's going towards the bot side, right? There's no TPs to match either, so the only real thing we can see here from
Bibili ka,
FPX
Sam?
is cross-mapping. Showmaker wants to hover around mid because his TF ult can't cover from top to bot.
Yun na, isa-
So now
isa
we're going to
pa
have this
turn.
awkward trade-off where Damwon's going to get bot tier 1.
Bibili ta din.
FPX can get top tier
Yan
1,
ang
but maybe
tanaw pa ko.
FPX can get a Herald as well. I think Nogri just has to play safe because look at the map. There's just battle lines drawn. It's an absolute split
Ni-update ang
map.
Windows, oh.
Certainly is. Downside, as you highlighted, though, is that the Herald's on top
Yung
side is up
pinatok
and
ko
available,
ni.
which means that FPX are going to get 2 for the price of 1 here. We'll see if Khan and Canyon want to continue to push forward, maybe take
Ha,
down
nagka-payout na ako
tier 2
sa
tower as well,
Twitch.
or Damwon Kia can make a play in the mid-range.
Pang
Showmaker
budol.
running forward with the gold card. Will not
Pang
find the
budol sa
connection.
DVD.
Yeah, this is the only point to contest really for either team. Just make sure mid is pushed out, because otherwise
Pila
the enemy
po.
team can play on 2 lanes, right? If I commit LWX top, hang on,
4K
Nuggery.
karon.
Damage now going in.
For
Nuggery
something.
so
For
incredibly
5.
squishy. He's had a difficult lane phase. Now he's
45
locked
pesos.
up again and taken down. They're just
5
bullying
pesos.
their former
Siguro mga
teammate.
pila
He
na
had
ito na
one
ako.
job and one job
Siguro
only,
mga
just don't die on side lane. He gets caught out in the end.
11
Showmaker makes the play
kills siguro
happen.
total.
Luckily for FPX, they have the Herald. So yes, Damwon will get this bot tier 2, but FPX can Herald the top tier 2. So they're not
Pila
too far
dirang
behind.
type
Khan might fancy himself a
Apil na,
tier 3 here.
apil ang donation
And that's
mag-bit.
it. It's just going to be a
donation.
thing for Damwon, a kill for a Herald trade, 2 towers for 2, and that's all she wrote.
Pedro, I feel
Ah,
like
may pulo
we're
sa
not
R8
seeing
nila,
anybody
Sam.
opt into lane assignments that put strong member versus strong member.
Nope.
You've got Aurelia as far away as humanly possible.
If
from
I need
Jake.
Ogun sa
Why?
FPX,
Why is nobody fighting? Why is this the
I think
situation we're in?
the big reason is let's just
Pwede ba?
picture
Wow.
Doinby going bot there and matching into Khan. Showmaker can ult down and Nogri didn't have TP.
Pero
right?
di na
what's
pwede,
Nogri's role?
kiniboto
Unless he's
man ta.
laning bot, what you're doing is sharing resources. So it's in FPX's best interest to cross map because they can't commit the same amount of numbers down
Kuha sila DR.
because they have more globals. Now Nogri has TP and FPX are just going to trade off again. They're going to play for bot tier 1, play for this Drake.
Nawa,
But Damwon
oy.
really want to cross map this. There's nothing
Dugong
top apart from a
balahibo.
top tier 2.
Nag-cross,
So I
Bapis.
really
Nagulag
wonder
yan
if
diri.
Damwon wants to give up all of these bot side resources
Nagulan dira.
for what? Can they force something
Ganina.
Yeah.
Sugkay.
It's really
Nagulan
important
ko
to
sugkay.
highlight that the gold is not
Ulan,
that
ulan,
far
ulan,
off.
ulan,
FPX
nararamdaman
is
niyo.
ahead in objectives that use their heralds, though, so
Linog
that
yun ba?
theoretical
Gabi.
gold value is very much now visible in the gold screen.
Linog
And
sa
it
inyo,
is
ha?
just a
Dili,
700
sa
difference.
ilo,
This
sa
is the same situation. Showmaker has no ult.
Naga,
Right? Now Nogri has
Camarines
TP,
Sur,
so
Camarines
Khan could go bot,
Norte,
but Showmaker can't match
Bicol.
with numbers, so they can't play on the same lane. Looks like they're just going to trade off again. Tier 2s for tier 2s. A lot of macro going on here, and not much blood.
Visayas.
Certainly
The-
not.
Luzo-
But I have to say,
region-
Pedro, we keep seeing, to me,
Region
and
4
correct me if
man
I'm wrong
at
here,
Region
but FPX
5.
keep trading up because they keep getting, yes, the towers.
Kuyaw kay
and then
Manula,
also
mga
the
amo ba,
Herald,
murag
yes, the
nagdulag,
towers,
Earth.
and then also the Drake. And
Base
while
race.
FPX are firing back, trying to hold that thought.
Fuck.
LWX in the mid lane is going to try to
Nastan.
kill force out. Poppy now going forward. A
Wala
clean
na
flash
kon.
over the wall out to safety.
Kung na-stun,
Damwon
patay.
do invest their globals
Ay,
in the
ganun.
end. LWX has to blow both summoners. So that means when it comes to mid pushes, LWX is very vulnerable. He can't push mid alone. He will get collapsed on. because
Apex
Showmaker's
ka
ult
ba
will be
niya?
back
May
in
mga
time
skin kay
before his cleanse is
T1.
up. So yeah, you're completely right. It's just a trade-off going on both sides.
T1.
It's 5 towers to 4.
T1 Jin, di ba to?
Damwon need to get now is the mid tier 1.
Ah,
Obviously,
T1
FPX
Jin.
had a herald for that. 2 heralds are gone, 2
Try
dragons are
Duran.
gone, neutral objective
Try
trading.
Duran.
The only
Try
job
Duran.
FPX have is don't get caught. They have got caught a little bit. That's why Damwon have a small gold lead. But that's about it. I think this is a very even game.
Ganahan dyan ko sa
Doinby is
skinny
already
Lee Sin ba?
identified
Ganun
how much
ko, no?
AP damage Damwon have, and it's only really the TF. So he's building
Yes,
towards
kayo.
even more armor.
Randuin's is going to be so so ludicrously powerful too. The active slow on top of the damage reduction, and yes, MF is going towards lethality, but even then, the damage reduction is going to be huge in the fights to come.
Yeah, the main thing that we're waiting for is when is Doinby gonna match Khan? When those two are on a side lane, it's gonna be
11,500
they keep mismatching each other. Doinby's top, Khan is bottom, where Showmaker's standing. He's making sure he can cover behind his solo laner. And it's just a matter of time before
Sana all may trabaho.
Sana all may kita.
And it's so fascinating too now because obviously on the side of FPX,
Kita mo kita.
you want Tian to be there to shadow to help make these plays. And if you're
Kita man
Canyon,
kita.
you're like the biggest babysitter on the face of the planet. You have to be ready to flash in with your steadfast presence at a moment's notice. Because if you stop Aurelia from resetting her Q,
May Thomas
with
tanan.
no skirmishes, it's over. But
Isa naman
if
ni.
Doinby gets to proc that, if Doinby gets a sick ult, it's
May Thomas po na.
it's montage material.
It is indeed montage material, and Damwon, the only real difference that they have going to them right now is they have mid push. Why do they have mid push? Well, in most cases, they have mid push 2v2 because LWX doesn't have sums. When Doinby can push out top and move mid, FPX can push that in, and then they can move forward and push that in. So FPX kind of have a little bit of map control, but when Showmaker pushes out top and Doinby has to match it, this map control will fall apart. Damwon just needs to be careful not to get picked off.
And I will say,
Yeah, pila na yung nagastuhan na.
when we saw FPX and
Yan ang
Damwon,
nagastan.
this is the match. Close, hard. Now, admittedly, I expected
Pila na ka-karakter.
but this kind of intense back and forth trades
Kapag ni skin, dili na character skin po dyan.
Ay, skin ko dahil.
front runners for favorites in this tournament.
Good for you.
Yeah, they get a lot of people who are kind of fighting. Who's going to win the group? FPX Damwon. FPX Damwon.
Napaka 100
Damwon
already
ahead right now.
sales,
This game will
1,000
tell us the tale of who is actually going to finish in the group, but there's a lot of tournament favorites right now. You know, RNG raising up as a favorite. EDG, Damwon, FPX still in contention.
Hindi ko nga siya gastuhan.
A little bit in the best of ones.
Pati
as they
Krampus
did in
ilang pa, no?
2019,
Sunod
so
na ka ng
knockout
killer.
stage is going to be extremely
Pas
exciting.
ko si
But the
Krampus.
first step of that is
Kani,
getting there in
si
the first
Krampus.
place.
Pwede kay go.
Here would help them out a lot.
Similarly, hurt the rest of the group.
Bro, nag-glass ng mga buang.
Instantly, Nagari just gets taken
Ano?
out. TP's now coming into Damwon. Do you want to keep this fight going? That's going to be
Krampus
locked
pa,
onto the
the
Lee Sin.
Grinch.
Not going to
Pero
connect the flop,
ba't ano
but it's
si
going to be
Grinch?
big. Barrel
Di mo
off
siya
to the side,
napaka-available.
taking up to the stand. Canyon now going into
Lahir,
this. Everybody
si Krampus
holding onto his cooldowns for so
Lagi.
long. That's the ulti.
Krampus
That's the
mongod
setup.
kay
They don't have the
murag
MF
ano.
They do not have the necessary damage
Murag
support for
kanding.
anything else.
Yeah, they just lost Doinby's TP as well.
Doon
I think
sila ni
FPX thought
Baal.
they could try to
Oh,
fight that,
doon
but
sila
maybe
ni
they didn't
Baal.
realize how fast Nagari was dying. Crispy
Patyan na yung Jin, kanang Irelia, patyan na ninyo.
So direly trying to take. It looks like they're going to be able to get it in the end.
Okay,
Not much wave
nagdamon
clear
pa
left for
karon.
FPX, unless they want to make a last stand under the tower, which I think
Damwon.
we killed them.
Hard.
Don't
He's playing
mess
so
with
aggressive,
Meg
he's so tanky.
Thomas.
It looks like he is actually going to be able to clear the wave. Look at the QE from Khan. It doesn't do
Ah,
any damage.
patyan na
United.
ninyo.
Yes, Nogari is extremely squishy, but it looks like Doinby is incredibly tanky, so he's able to hold and yeah, look at
Dagan.
Nogari's build. He's going full glass cannon.
The problem is, you're right, Nagari is full glass cannon.
Oh,
But
ni?
again, the glass is breaking
Dili.
more than it's firing right now. Like,
At
it's not
ito ba,
really a
invisible?
glass cannon, it's kind of just a glass house. It's
Ano,
not, it's
padulong
not
na
been
din.
weaponized well whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is a big problem because you need that initial impact. And the biggest thing
Nah.
is, if Doinby ever gets to 1v1, he can murder anyone on this team, no questions, because he's just so tanky. His resistance purchases are so effective, and of course, Gore Drinker Sterix is like the most ludicrously
Lalagis
broken
ko yan, no?
combo in the game. He is OP. The
Totoo.
problem is, Poppy W in this
Kasal na to,
exact
Sam, kay
circumstance
hingo
also
maka-extreme
very
lang.
OP. Point-click CC is OP.
What is Nogari
Kasal na to,
doing?
kaya
He's
hingo
walking up to
maka-extreme
Leona
lang.
like he owns the lane, and then
Secret
everyone's
Labs.
kind of like,
Ay.
guys, this guy's walking
Ay,
up, they
Secret
go down,
Labs
they
day.
one-shot him. FPX fancy the kind of fight
Ako
here, but
po.
they realized they were running out
Kasal na
of
ka pa
engagement,
ng
so
Secret
when the
Labs.
Lee Sin Q didn't connect.
Si Batman ah.
Kaya man mo na paliton eh.
Control the map.
Buang.
Showmaker constantly grouping with his team.
Yeah, now locked
Balik ka
up.
to si Kwan.
All damage there is managed to win.
Likan na to.
Now Henry coming in from Nogari. It's gonna be a
Pag man
fight.
among kasal kay worth 5k ra ba?
Ocean Salt Point.
Kaya nagmadawat mo Secret Labs pa kay bulag dayon, divorce.
Gan-
Again,
divorce
on a
dayon.
full armor stacking Aurelia.
Okay, oh.
Probably a win condition at this stage of the game.
Oh, Showmaker.
Uh,
To the side, goes
Dragon
back to the
Regi awayan ba?
Very squishy, but if he can isolate with the combo, he is going to do an immense amount of damage.
FPX could just look to push
Dragon
mid here and try
Regi
to
awayan.
threaten the tier 2 and trade off the dragon for a tier 2 mid. LDFX is going to push it in. He has a lot of range with the Jin ultimate as well. Eyes on Doinby. He is FPX right
Bakit mo
now.
kani
with
kabanding ni
some
si
artillery
One-
in the background.
One
Flying
Lord
from
Man.
LWX, Nogari,
Abangan
Nogari
sa
on
world.
fire. Eyes on Chris
Sinong mananalo? Sa agawan ng dragon.
Isip mo kata niya. Anong isa? Si Sual on.
Why mo paigo ga?
Won't even need it. Khan getting picked off. LPX. Are they going to be able to turn this fight around? Doinby still standing strong with his 4 members. The Dragon 4 of Damwon Ki. The Dragon getting lower and lower, but Canyon's going to finish it. Doinby.
Uy, labot, patyan na ninyo! Ay, shit!
Boss will drop. The game over flash. Massive shutdown for Damwon Kia.
Oh, that knockback from
Combi.
Canyon saved the fight. I think Damwon
Bum.
were even losing 5v4 for a little bit there. Doinby eventually arrives, but by the time he does, the
Kabawi
rest
sila
of
sa
FPX
gamay.
have fallen.
Gamay.
He's the steel caps. He doesn't
Spine kill
have
ka wala?
that much tenacity,
Spine
and he
kill.
gets stunned up,
Spine kill.
locked up, and dies. Damwon gets 5 kills, 4-1, and they're going to get the Nash as well.
Incredible fight. Patience from both sides. But
Sige,
that
sige.
Poppy, again, just disrupting
Sige,
for
dumadali
so
kami.
much of it. Such a close exchange. Damwon Kia, though, coming out on top means they solidly now hold on to absolute control in this game. Dragons 2-2, but they've got a Baron. They're about to have a 5k gold lead, and they're going to start breaking down towers across the map.
Oh, so much was happening
Ano,
in that
kuha
fight.
sila
Noguri
VR.
was off to the side. Let's watch it again because it initially starts with Doinby going in first onto
Nakasam.
Canyon, as we'll see in a sec. And look at Noguri's position. He's actually towards the top side blue buff. So Doinby goes in, Canyon knocks him out of the fight completely, and now it's a 3 versus 5.
Kasabos.
That one thing they can turn, but EMF ult is blocked so long by Crisp. Noguri comes in from the
Awat
side
ng
and watch
taas
Damwon.
na yung
They make a
ginamit.
small mistake here. They split up.
Itong
Showmake
bakul niya
goes
na
off
humana
with Ghost.
generator.
Khan and Beryl and Canyon on the other side. So FPX can actually re-engage. But where's Doinby? He finally arrives.
Bakul ka
Noguri
niya.
dies after buying so much time, but now it's a 2 versus 4.
And I think you can see, though, the potential threat of Doinby in a team fight
Exhaust.
is not when you can 4v1 him.
Stun.
Save di mo siya.
No matter how strong your character is, no matter you get that damage
Abalo lang
reduction
siya,
to
usok
80%, you feel good. If you're chain CC'd, like you said, there's no tenacity there. You cannot play the game. You do not get to click your buttons. And Doinby, he was supposed to be the mega carry. Slightly more damage than the Jin because he just could not auto attack. He could not get any abilities down. He was knocked out of the fight.
And Showmaker most damage in that fight, doing so much work actually. He could hold off Noguri on his own. Damwon did split up a little bit, but he did a good job to shut Noguri out of the fight in case he was trying to look for a re-engage with E-Flash. But for now, 5k gold deficit for FPX.
No,
Baron
nag-lock
creeps, and Damwon are playing on 2 lanes.
The important thing to remember as well, still very, very strong. Damwon Kia in absolute control. Yes, they will probably break down this tower. Yes, they are the favorites right now in the game. They have control of the map. But if they make a mistake, this Aurelia is in perfect position to punish. One sloppy fight and Doinby will take over.
FPX don't have that much wave clear. It's basically a Jin unless Doinby can start to dash forwards, and with some Gragas
Wala
barrels.
si
These
Ian.
cannons stacking up are really going to hurt. The only real way they can hold this is fighting.
Going in, big ulti. They've knocked the Braum to the side. That's the cast. It's going to hit multiple, but they don't have any follow-up damage.
Wala
Still
si
holding on.
Ian.
He has to wait for the
Brown
first
out,
opportunity. It's
brown
too
out.
hard to get onto the Damwon Kia backline. They can rain
Huh?
poke from afar
Brown
without
out.
giving up anything.
Nah, it's too risky. It's too risky. They do have the numbers advantage and they can poke them out, so they're not going to end.
Brown
Looks
out,
like they're just going to
brown
back
out.
off and take the bot inhib. That's the thing. FPX's comp against the Baron Duff team, they don't actually have any wave clear. They have a couple, like 3 or 4 melee champions. They have a Jin and Gragas barrels. So
Pag Brown out
to
daw,
defend these tier 3s, the only way you can do it is by engaging.
Isa yun.
In the end, they can't. They're
Mama.
Yo, yo.
That's an
Gago,
inbound
nawala
already, and
ako.
Damwon going to base, keep this Baron
Namatay na
Duff for 3
tatanan.
seconds and maybe start to pressure the top
Minus
side of the map.
1.
Yeah. As much as I want to build hope for FPX, because I do think this Aurelia will be a big problem if she gets to pop off, it's so
Minus 1 ka?
hard to find those opportunities.
But
That's a
lang.
21 stack
Ano
Medjay.
to, nawala like ka?
But nawalang net.
We talked early game, TF, doesn't have all the damage to set up and needs a strong jungler. He's now a strong, independent TF. He does not need anybody to kill backline.
Yeah, and Showmaker did his job phenomenally. His job wasn't to pop off and carry, it was just to cover Khan as much as possible and look for plays windows where they wouldn't lose too much on the opposite side of the map. Crisp.
Lock up. They kill Chris before a fight breaks out. That means MF ult is going to be a game ender.
Yeah, Noguri 0-6 right now on the Gragas. Just keeps getting called out non-stop by Showmaker, who is 10 out of 11 killed this
Ala, di mo kasulod do.
6 towers, 7 towers to 5
Sinking
now.
friends to
And
Gapon
FPX,
go.
just like you
To
said, this
Gig
whole
tayo.
draft of Damwon really shuts down Doinby and what he wants to do. You're playing full melee champions that want to dive onto you with a Jin ult in the backline. The enemy team has Leona, Poppy, TF.
Lalala ko lang.
Automatic na
Tumatawa
din
ng
ni
Graga
madugdog
sa
mo
la
siya.
la la.
Unknown error ko.
Credit to Damwon Kia. They played it slow, they played it controlled, and while they were trading back and forth, and it looked a
Automatic
little
mo?
bit like FPX were starting to trade up,
Automatic mo
they've been
din
playing so
Twitch.
well to their strong point.
Automatic mo sulod sa
And,
mong bank
just
account.
happens that their strong point mitigates entirely FPX's strong
PayPal.
point.
Doinby going full tank now. Has bought a Spirit Visage. The only real healing reduction on Damwon is
Gago.
Canyon Stormmail.
Matchmaking luck.
So he kind
Ano
of
man
avoids him in the fight. Maybe he can start to heal through all the damage. Their FPX's frontline, Doinby.
2
FPX's
minutes
damage,
ako 2
Doinby.
minutes. Pa-penalty goal
So,
naman.
eyes on Doinby, I think, for the next fight. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. FPX could choose to drop this and cross-map top, but if they do that, that's a tier 3, and Damwon can just base and clear the way from max range. So I think contesting mid-wave and looking for some kind of 5v5 is their way back
Nawala
into
na
this
akong
game. Lee
stream,
Sin Jin,
balik.
not the greatest of scalers.
Yeah. And Canyon, of
minutes
course,
pa
I
man,
think this
two
game has
minutes.
been
Ay,
phenomenally, even if his job isn't that flashy. Hold that thought. It's a little bit of a gate. Ulti now going in, but he is in that connection. Instantly going to be in the back line. You have a curtain call across the top. This has to be the best possible fight they can take, but instantly, MFL there now to punish. Doinby just refusing to drop, though. He's getting tankier. Oh, he just cannot be stopped. They're burning. They take him down. They finally get him. Absolute chaos in the fight as I lose my mind. Canyon. Now
Patay.
playing against Showmaker on the backside. He's playing it slow. He knows that they can continue forward. As long as they don't overcommit. Doinby down, TP down in the bot lane. Now they just have to herald him. If he stops the backs for Canyon, there's no way they get back to this.
Bug. Wakatipi.
They're not even going to need to take a fight. They're not even going to need to go for the 5v5. They go Doinby, and now
Wakatipi.
he's racing down on the bottom side. And
Breaking
that is going
havoc.
to be it. A second TP now used. FPX scattered to the wind. They won't even get another look at their base before this game ends.
Sayo.
Damwon Kia, steady, controlled, confident game as they guarantee their way out of groups.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute game, and FPX Doinby tries to find
Umansam.
something. He was 1 versus 5 for about 6 seconds.
Hey,
He was
what's
holding his
up,
breath, he kept
kitty?
healing and healing and healing, but eventually he fell, and the second he fell, we talked about it. What is FPX? It's Doinby.
Welcome
In
to
that
the
game, second he
stream.
died, Damwon, just end the game.
Duto ni nga ano ni ano eh.
I'm, you know,
Mas
you
dayon.
saw the paths to victory for both sides coming out of the
Palit
draft.
na.
And when Aurelia was looking good,
Wow.
I was sweating for Damwon Kia, but the way they played as a team,
Ay, natagilarado.
so
Waza.
Canyon, such a
Oy, hello!
90% of the job, but just by
Say hello.
existing,
Yep.
you can see how hard it was for
Look,
Doinby
look
to
at
do
thing.
anything. And the final opportunity when he
Hello.
finally
Hello.
he's finally
Hello.
landed multiple people. He jumps in by
Duto
himself,
ni ano.
and there's nothing there for him.
Ayoko,
He just needs to be
dili
at the
mo si
right place
Fengmin
at the right
akong
time
main.
and press W at the
Yeah.
right time as well. He actually
Yeah,
split
Ramon.
off a bit in that last fight. That's why I think
So,
Doinby
look,
kind of
ganun,
drove on to the rest of the floor. But a lot of that game was just macro.
Ganun naman kasi ang
Very
skill.
easy to look at.
Absolutely. Well,
Karon,
good
di kabalo
news
naman
for
kang
Damwon
makakuha
Kia.
ng
They
skill.
guaranteed their way out of the group.
Bagunang
They
tanan.
tiebreaker first later in the day, but they are.
Ay, nako, okay lang.
We'll see what happens with the rest of the team. But we are also very happy to
Ah?
inform you that the additional COVID
Ay, Sam.
returned negative, which means you
Ugma,
can be
masaya
very
oras.
positive about our Berlin team
Puro pa man
working
to,
all
ilubong.
together. Our casting crew is going to get out of
Mobile ka, lubong?
back to the Berlin studio. We're going to be adjusting our show over the next few hours.
Mo apil kag lubong?
Everybody back up to full
Hindi po,
strength.
mo ko rin itong lubong.
We're going to learn more about Damwon.
Kaya ako mismo ang ilubong, kasi gusto siya
First, let's get
pulin.
closer to the 2019 and 2020
Hey.
World Finals MVPs.
Ano man,
Thanks
wala
to our
ko
friends
din.
at Oppo.
Feel ako, di ko ka-enter sa lubong. Makaanto ko pud dili sa lubong. Kay murag hapon mo kayo.
Unsa man mo ang decision sa life?
Basig
Giligad
Ud-
sa kuya.
to siguro ni.
Ha?
Basig buntag or udto.
Sa nabuntag.
11:59. Bot sa mga 10 siguro. 11:59. Kailang una sa mo, kailang.
Pwede.
Mga 1 game or 2 games mo. Kailang. Nagkuan ra ko.
Tingnan ko kung mato ka kay mato ko.
Sumuka sa buntag. 11:59. Okay, oras mo. Kailang.
Ano, idala na akong arcade charm.
我不是全部做不到的时候，我希望有人可以做到，都是这样子。
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Hey, from State Farm.
Tumas.
After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty,
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
and a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. Vibe on the way, look.
If you got the body, then the body's in the place. Got the boom
Bro, pinsa kong gibuto yun sila.
Hey, it's your birthday, G-Cash birthday party. Play, banana.
Yo, what's up? Ali. Welcome back. How are you? Are you at work? Habatai, tala. Mororan na ito ite. Mizashita no. Sora. Kanashimi wa Cool doon David King. All black.
Ano?
Man black. Man in black din.
Gatawa ko sa Gragas ba? TP siya sa... Gatawa ko sa Gragas ba? TP siya pa uli.
How you breakfast?
Nagilubag sa ko sa...
Good.
Sa...
I don't eat breakfast. I only eat dinner and lunch. Because I'm still sleeping during breakfast time.
Themselves as a top team in Group A, they are guaranteed to continue on to the quarterfinals.
I only eat
However, it's not guaranteed yet that they lock that number one spot. But we'll
evening.
of course update you. It would come down to Rogue winning all their games. So we're gonna say it's a soft lock. Let's just put it
prefer
that way.
sleeping than
let's talk about
eating.
the draft once again. Though. We see Chronicler, your team, Damwon Kia, setting aside FPX. I would say again rather handily.
Wow,
I'm happy that you call it handily. For me, I was a little bit nervous in the early game. There was a lot of cross-map trading going on, and while I felt like Damwon had the edge in terms of draft,
how about you, Ali?
Found a stable early game. FPX is still a terrifying team to face against.
Gusto ko ikaw breakfast ko, ana ng tubagan na ron GG ka.
Identify the weaknesses of FPX and actually go in extremely hard on them.
Good deal. Good.
Yeah, I think utilized the draft very well.
Hello, break
Good deal.
Good
enough.
Inabot na siya og generator. Hello, bahala ka niha.
But even for FPX, despite the loss, I like that they're going back more towards like the FPX flavor, bringing out the Irelia. We see like Crisp on something where he was doing well on lane. We saw Tien on a comfortable champion, and yeah, it just wasn't their game. Damwon played too clean.
They did, but on the other hand, they were able to control the early game in FPX to a certain level, right? This was completely different in the first time they met. In our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, we had Showmaker versus Doomby, and we got to talk about how instrumental Showmaker also was in the way he roamed across the map, especially early towards that top lane to make sure that Damwon could get the advantage.
Yeah, I feel like especially in the early game, we saw Showmaker doing such a good job because FPX were kind of setting up Nuggery to be able to have a safe landing phase. They were in Canyon's face, making sure he couldn't go up towards top side.
Something
Nuggery
like
being a
that.
bit over-aggressive. His former teammate Showmaker realizes that, goes up, abuses him, and yeah, Showmaker was not going to have Nuggery have an easy game.
Chronicler?
I agree. Nuggery, he was really good on Damwon.
Run bits!
Where we joked a lot about the O2 power spike. And Damwon obviously know the player very, very well. So I thought that the way that they were able to consistently make plays around him, like look at how deep Damwon is, but it's a well set up play. There's a lot of vision available. They lock him down. There was barely any possibility for Nuggery to get out of that play. And if you just keep doing that, you're going to generate more and more gold for yourself. And even though I think FPX was trading the cross map way better than they did in, for example, last game, I think in the end, Damwon always got the favor.
It's me.
Yeah, it was pretty lopsided when it all started racking up, I think, right? And I feel like you also felt out of FPX's play that they knew that they had to make something happen. It comes to the break fight. Dio. Break this down for me, and why does it not go the way they may have hoped?
I feel like a big thing at this point in time was FPX were just too far behind. We saw Nuguri especially as a whole item behind Khan. Because they have been getting pushed in the whole time and losing on the map, they aren't able to get vision. And when you look at FPX's comp, I actually think you can take fights in mid and late game, but it's all about how they're able to approach it. If both Doinby and Nuguri are able to flank at the same time, maybe get a nice explosive cask in there, you know, they'd be able to take the fight. But we saw here, I think Canyon especially, amazing ultimate, taking Doinby out of the fight right away. And sure, FPX returns some damage, but once Nuguri gets zoned away, I mean, FPX just don't really have a way of getting back into the fight.
Aoi, aoi,
it felt to me like a pressure cooker, right? Like it was just, there was constant cross-tapping, but there was no really big moment until this point right there, where the game was broken open. And I feel there's a lot of other teams, FPX would probably have been able to find that play that you're looking for. But Damwon have looked better thus far, I think, than they've looked all year, and the way that they play out this team
okay, diretso na. Wait lang. Ato sa bago na human dyan.
Their opponent, the vital piece in Nuguri getting knocked away, and then all in on the subsequent fight.
Final question, as you set it up so beautifully, right, in the terms of Damwon looking better, and then FPX luckily now don't have to go up against Damwon anymore unless they make it to the final. But Lyric, where do you land with what we've seen from FPX against the caliber of opponents maybe that they're going to be facing if they continue on at Worlds?
I think we've seen FPX slowly progress, so I don't feel like they're down now just yet. Right before was the draft, was the meta read. Today it was just a bit of a misplay coming from Damwon on, and Damwon are world-class teams like kept abusing it. So even though FPX definitely not at the level of Damwon right now, I still think they are a contender, just not as much as we thought they were.
Right, I see. Well, we'll track that throughout the day. And coming up next, Rogue and Cloud9 face off in a must-win match for both teams. As they look to make a comeback in the second round.
Ito sa magpulutan iyan.
To tiny love.
Sulitas ang Christmas shopping!
Sulitas!
Where with your virtual GrabPay MasterCard.
Sa kutubangan sa nurse. Save na ninyo.
Unta kaya?
Ha?
Unta ka?
Ahmad.
Secret.
Me.
Kaya.
Lun, nagagamay kung ano.
Mana.
Yan ako kung hapit na mo kay Pike Rush.
Adulong siya sa ako.
Squid Game. Hindi, salamat. Uy, downloading. Uy, nanagwi. Nana ang bagong kwan. Agent.
Wala pa.
Si Diday. Si Diday. Diday.
Diday pangalan?
Oh, Diday. Pangit pa, Diday.
Sure, yun sa spelling.
Diday lagi. Nasi Marsam. Diday, kasam no?
Gago. Diday. So, picture yan.
Ada mo to ah. Hindi pag-search nyo. Diday lagi.
Gago silingan naman mo si Diday.
Gigukod si ano? Gigukod si Jake Park.
Ipan, Edward Culin.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst
No,
Desk,
no, no,
bringing you
no.
the final day for Group A. Cloud9 and
Gigukod si
take
Jack
to the
Park.
ring in only a
Patay
few
tumba na
moments in a
sana.
must-win match for both teams. In fact,
Nakita
for
totem.
C9, it is simply do or die. Rogue, however, can still lose and make it work. But since we know who both of these teams are up against after this, that is going to be incredibly hard. But I do have Raz here, who is the LCS expert, who's going to talk to us about C9. And Raz, as I understand it, you want to look at the FPX game that they played in the first round robin to show us both the good, the bad, and the ugly?
Yes, that's my palms are sweaty here, Shox, because it comes down to this game for Cloud9. And so we'll talk about the goods, the bads. I think a lot of people have looked at the negatives here for Cloud9. But the positives that I've seen with this team is that they are a playmaking squad. When they went up against FPX, you saw this play that they were able to make through mid, how they were able to convert it into a positive win there for Blabber. This happens quite consistently domestically for Cloud9, and it's something you want to see from them, because one good thing that I saw specifically from Perks was the fact that he was able to not only get that lead, carry it towards the top lane that happened in this very same game that we saw versus FPX. It also happened versus Damwon when he was able to work with Blabber to then go into the jungle, go into the Raptor camp, fight Canyon. This is what we want to see from Cloud9.
It's what we said the whole year, right? When it goes like up and down, say like, oh, we want that mid jungle to be stable, to be able to be proactive. I think there's also something to be said for not leaving your top lane on an island when the matchup isn't going that well, or it's designed as such. But that FPX game is a great example of how proactive Cloud9 can be. But now it comes to that end game of FPX. What do you want to tell us?
Yeah, the problem is the communication, or just not being aligned as a team. Because in the play that you're saying here, you're going to be seeing Camille in the bot lane, right? He doesn't have TP, but Cloud9 has a lead. Maybe they can start pressuring slowly. But you also see in the top side of the map that Vulcan is trying to make a play separately with Perks. So how are we contesting for vision in the river when you don't have TP in the bot lane, and he's slow to move here, that's fine. And you're also making a separate play topside. You just need to work as a team. And this has just been a constant thing that when we look at North America from Cloud9 that sees them losing games,
Uy! Siguro kung naghipos tayo, humana na mo.
plays that happen consistently. So for me, be on the same page.
Also, they were up against FPX, right? Who is the best team at turning things around when it's not going their way. This time they're up against Rogue, and Rogue also hasn't had the best start in this tournament. One game picked up over C9. Hopeful performances from Hansama in the bot lane, but also a lot of question marks, right? That top lane being one of them.
A lot of question marks, but I still like what I see here. For me, it's Larson. When Larson went up against
Bangman.
he was a real difference maker.
Oh,
Honestly, shutting down what Perks wanted to do. And then also the same could be said for looking on the top side for Abdomne. They have great players. I mean, you've seen this team throughout the full year, and it gives them such success, and you also just want to see them play around. The greatness of Hansama.
Diba si Mig Thomas kay taga kuan man na? Taga Katalunan Grande. Katalunan Grande.
Barely edging it out with 58.6%. Votes. I feel like this reflects what many of us feel because it's such an important game. I couldn't call it.
Yes, it's tough.
Gipangita ka. Asa ka gipangita ni RD sa kuan? Sa lamay. Sa lamay ka gipangita.
Region to do the same. I think that is fair from the side of Ram.
Yeah.
It's time to join our casters in the arena to see if Cloud9 will come out victorious.
Kanang Jonathan, gipangita ko ka ni RD.
We're here in the arena,
Yeah,
in the midst of
nadumduman ko daw ko. Asa na ko, uy. Asa na, bitaw, wala dyan ko nag-joke. Tumana ko na si Gong. Tinood dyan na. Sana ko ibaan ko. Bitaw ko ni RD dito. Yan siya nga. Kumat na, ikaw pa dyan si ice cream nga lang na. Ano siya nga.
think I'm gonna get a little shaky with this one.
Bitaw, Sir Marsam,
Let's
bitaw,
get into the
bitaw
picks
ka
and
ni
bans though, baby. Yumi right off the table. Love to see that.
Moto, kanina, nadto ko. Anak ko, pagkaon mo di ako.
So C9 are gonna
Tulog
personally
siya.
pick Leona for it.
And I think it's great
Hawa
that
na
both of
ko.
them are
Ito ang
focusing on
Marian,
the
mga
bottom
alas,
lane.
ay,
Because
alas
that is
3
going to
po
be
niya
one of the
niya.
biggest
Yeah, ito sila mga Marian,
these
4:30.
two teams. You mentioned Hans. This man has been
Nasa
playing
mga
out of his mind. I
Anak
think
ko sa
best
mga
player
Marian.
on this
Marian,
team
mo,
so
tunod
far
si Gong,
performing in
tinood
group
ba
stage.
yun?
Going to be very big for bottom side control of the
Sige,
map.
pag abot
Here we
tamo,
go, early
pag
rise.
kami nalando ka, ano siya?
If they do decide to lock in to deny from Perks, who's got
Abutan na nila dito.
he was split pushing a lot against
Ang
FPX, so
tawagan
they
eh.
won the game
Naman si
perhaps.
Ardo dito. Niya pa kung gipangita na kung kuyo.
Is what we'll call it. The thing is, Bryce is a short range mid lane mage, of course, and it's very strong over side lanes. The problem is he can struggle against champs like
Kanang
Syndra.
makami si Ani, wala niya to. Pero ako yun.
Pura na nagtag nasa video kihan ba?
Lag shot.
Ay, ako suloy. Oh, kailang, na-warning ko ka, sulod. Pwede.
Murag ka tong nang yaw-yaw, gusto pakyaw kaya na nag-video ki.
Di ako na si Brilon na natulog.
This is going to be big for C9. They have to weather this.
And I wonder if they're going to third pick Braum with just a message from Kobe.
Yeah,
Ang guni, ano ba ni?
the ultimate, obviously
Basta
Unbreakable
ni-update
is
imo
so
Steam ya.
strong at countering.
Di ka siya kaso sa Steam?
When you go in on the Leona, you know, you have stand aside on
Yo,
Draven,
eh.
Braum jumps in, puts up the wall. It's just
Kailangan.
very good at setting up
So, Steam
for these
good
early
breaker.
executions to get the cash in for Draven already.
Sa level?
I'm scared.
Yeah, especially when, that's a Graves as well, so it gives a lot of value to the Braum pick, especially when Leona
Ata?
dives in, the Braum can block the MF damage while
Bayars.
the
Ano rin?
7 akong may Kuma. Sumun ako ni level.
They don't want to manage with some kind of jungler here, or
Level
maybe
16 akong peng mid.
maybe inspired. Nope.
And
Kailangan.
on the
Ang
side
sunyaw.
for Cloud9, that means that it's easy
Wheeler na
for
yata
Rogue now to
ko.
throw multiple bans at
Ano
first
ko man,
to try
di
and
ko
protect the
Jill.
early rise pick.
Stay.
They know that Perks is going to go for some sort of big
Restart sa ko kung saan eh.
buang
Buang.
carry here for Cloud9 since it's already, you know, Graves lock in here very heavy in AD. And there's not as many great APs for Blabber to play, especially with his
Piti ko
champion.
niyang aktang ni... Ay, di,
Think of him
Itachi
much
eh.
more on these AD junglers early priority.
Yeah, definitely.
Piti ko niyang
agree.
aktang
Looking
ni,
at
ano,
champs like,
Isas
LeBlanc,
kisa
I was also thinking champs like
opening
Zoe,
song.
right? You're playing Draven, Rise,
Mood
Braum,
fixated.
not that much engaged, more side lane,
Ni
short range
Nancy.
champions. Things like Zoe could do a lot of damage against those
20%
champs Syndra as well.
pag max
So we'll have
na.
to see what Perks does opt into.
I wonder too, yeah, if he eats another ban here for mid lane, do they actually deep go for something as deep as the Cassiopeia out into Rise? Fairly old, but also has you know, decent play into Draven.
And I think when you
Yeah,
have a
boy.
Cassio and a Graves on the same composition, what initially looked like a very scary first trio from Rogue can't be heavily mitigated. Smokescreen is super, super oppressive. The miasma is super oppressive. You would be matching close range firepower with close range firepower. But do they go for opting to outrange? The Syndra, one of those longer range champions. Zoe, what Caedrel highlighted earlier, I think still something worth considering because maybe you just never need to get in touching distance of this Rogue composition.
Wait, a
Meanwhile,
score.
Rogue, they're probably looking to go one of two directions. Either invest more into some split pushing power or find some hard engage for themselves. Because Braum is great
Ano favorite
defensively
song na ako Naruto?
and very strong for team fights, but not great
Kana?
for the initial engagement, you know, trying to
Okay,
actually
diver.
get initiative when you want to start one of those fights out.
Og,
Really wonder what they're going for because now
great
Rumble's
ang
taken
title
away.
mo. Diver.
The best jungle pick now for Rogue is probably someone
Dari
like
ka! Gusto! Chukang iyot!
And best skirmishing jungler available right now, you have to argue at least now and Jarvan just kind of covering the misfortune.
Plus, he's
Generation
so good
shit.
at
Gusto mo sa
creating
mga
space. One of the reasons
dili
why
pa
Jhin
shit ko
has
din.
not fallen
Naruto
out of
lang.
that, even with the slight nerfs to the early game, is the
Doon mo
ultimate
makanta
that
ng
he
Naruto
makes
lang.
space for.
Okay.
This is a much more offensive look.
Oh yeah, definitely. I thought Xin Zhao Braum would be a good pairing together with the Draven
Fighting
Rise.
Dreamers.
It's all short range,
Bro,
buys a lot of
nagidok-dok
time,
ba?
but no, let's throw some kind of wild card in with the Kiana, which has so much burst damage that can catch
Fighting
anyone else.
Dreamers.
Plus,
Ano
it's
mo
really
meaning
good
ang
for
quad
Blabber.
diver?
Cloud9 have clearly invested a lot of time, at least in scrims, in the Kiana jungle, you know, combinations for Blabber. So stealing that one away from him.
Uh-oh, there was an Olaf hover. Maybe we get an Olaf, but if this Irelia does get locked in, we need AP junglers, and there's a Lilia picked up for Blabber.
Fighting
So that they're running
Dreamers.
double 80 solo laners. Blabber is the only AP damage left on the team, and now it's up to Odoamne what he wants to counterpick these solo lanes with.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here for Lilia.
Right here, right now, yo!
Katong kwan Sam, kadondom katong kwan. Baskoy, baskoy, bang, bang.
More sustained now through the jungle, a bit more clear as well. Let's see what the final lock-in on the top side though.
So,
With the Gwen,
pero kung Steam na ko, kaya di siya ka nag-injure.
You know how
popular Misfortune has gotten. It just feels so nice of any frontliner to be
Naka-offline akong
avoid
Steam.
the big ultimates. It makes you move so much more freely through some of the team fights.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at
Offline
it,
yung
Gwen and the Braum, it's going to be so
Mm.
hard for Sven to find that really clean setup. The good news is,
Kasi magawas
we
pa
gotta
siya,
mention this
Sven,
combo every time there's a sleep in the game, sleep, MF ult.
Connection
There is a
error.
where Cloud9 can set up this combo
Later.
and remove a lot of that interactivity, but generally, outside of surviving the bot lane, outside of weathering the storm,
Reconnecting. Cannot connect online service. Please try again later. Why this? May update. Una lang sa daw mo.
Your eyes just get real big when you see volatile lanes like this with a melee matchup in mid lane where Aurelia does rely on kill pressure, but the Rise can set them up as well early on, so oftentimes it is going to be about who controls their vision around mid lane better, keeps the supports out of the equation, and can get those early ganks off.
Yeah, definitely looking at both comps. Mid lane is definitely a point of contention for both these teams. Junglers are going to focus mid, and if you look at
Do you want to go online?
Here, right now. Bang, Bupa, nasa likadangan, Reiner, right here, right now. Burn.
Provide some assistance in these setups.
Absolutely. And remember, this is not a call
Connecting to Steam. Oh, either check your connection to the line. Could not connect Steam network.
Remember, Rogue, if they lose here, they might still have a
Right
chance.
here, right now. Burn.
Dula sa mo eh. Try sana ako. Kaitawan sana ako ni ano ni.
Chizuo, hero.
It's that simple.
Deep breath all around here, everybody. Breathe it in. Nice, calm opening to the
Nabuang
game.
naku. We are fighting
Lilia's
dreamers.
rolling with Conquer. Blabber went with Conquer. I've seen Lilia's go Predator and Phase Rush, but he's actually going for the Conquer. Maybe
Namtay
it's
ka
because
uban,
Rogue has
bon lagi ta.
3
Uy, nawala
minutes
lagi ka,
so he
Sam.
can proc it the short range. Oh no, Blabber, we've seen him die
Ayaw,
level
join
1
game failure.
earlier in this tournament.
Pit.
It was
We have seen that. That's true.
It wasn't against. I think it was against Damwon when he died level 1 and then his top lane was really struggling.
Yeah, but the problem is you make it sound like it's a regular occurrence when you say things like that. Like, oh, it's the iconic level 1 Blabber death.
It's just he doesn't even know. You know, because he doesn't even know there's 5 people just standing there right there.
This is a player that really values entertainment value. Okay, you know, there's a lot of high points you build to these crescendos in the game very early on.
Yeah.
You know, is he going to die level 1? Is he going to die at the second crab,
Ganun-
first crab?
ganun ko sa opening sa
Just keep
full
checking the
meta.
boxes.
All I'll say is we had a nice long discussion about Olaf Brain,
Tong
and I
again.
just want to see how Lilia Brain stacks up to Olaf Brain. That's my big question, because I see the high highs, the dreams of multi-target sleeps. You know, you've got these kind of tank burning damage and sustain package, and maybe a cheeky little.
But look at Rogue as well. They have a level 1. Draven Braum level 1 is incredibly strong. Blabber gets spotted out on Raptors, so now they can move to red. The problem is Blabber will be on Raptors in their eyes, but they're going to see him now. 2v3, level 1.
Braum passive, ludicrously impressive in the first few levels, and Draven level 1 Caleb Blade's also very, very strong. C9 is smartly just going to walk away here.
A lot of times when you get invaded like this, you should, especially if you're a big AoE champ like Lilia, just immediately go for Raptors, try and get the level 2 advantage so you can punish them afterwards.
Uh-oh.
Come down to a smite battle. First and Larson, who's going to win this fight? Rally lost stacks, who got out there? Just to get it, Draven's getting burned down! It's disastrous for Rogue, now the 5-4 for Perkins got the reset, the 2 stack, Ponce on the flip side, down, Blabber's not done, baby, proc that Conqueror, spin it in, coming in, knock it down, goodbye to the Draven, hello C9!
Okay, yeah, we have seen Blabber die at level 1 K-Drill. We have also seen them run away with it. This counter on the red buff here, it comes down to 61 health inside the brush. The early smite from Inspired. And these level 1 invades, they all depend on which junglers getting the smite and getting the level 2.
Yeah, the thing is, it was a 50-50 because Rogue saw Blabber go to Raptors.
galing nga mag-lo-fi
Blabber
eh.
Raptors on purpose to force Rogue through the red. He got his passive stacked up, he ran down, won the 50-50. Now, Kiana level 1 is terrible. The clear without a leash is awful. If we can put the camera on Inspired right now, he's almost dead, has no potions, and just has smite up, and he's level 2. Blabber ran through mid after doing red Raptors, and he's taking his top side. Inspired is going to be so far behind.
Yeah, I love how the observers overruled you, and they're like, well, guess what? The Kiana's also
Acoustic
losing the
yan.
red quadrant of the jungle.
Sag.
Yeah, the Draven's also losing.
Look at his HP, he has no
Oh,
potions.
no.
Can he even do Grump? I'm not sure.
So this is a good time to talk
Wala lagi
about
si ano,
our first
soul
talking
music.
point supported by graphical aid. Blabber versus Inspired. Never mind. 5G update, we'll get there, Verizon, don't worry. But Blabber versus Inspired, these guys
Ang load
across
siya lang.
the group stage so far. But you can see that Blabber a little bit more active, Inspired a little bit more farm heavy. And sadly for Inspired, it seems like he's just going to have to be the one who's
So
more farm heavy.
sometimes it can be very frustrating as a jungler who's on the winning end of this because you are taking away all options from Inspired, but he can be forced into
Halloween
ganks off
Wait,
the other
Blabber's dead. He's dead.
side. Oh my
Ano?
called it! He's here for the drama. He's here for the entertainment.
Namatay.
Take it away. Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Dilig mo,
At least he's changed up his
soul
arms.
music.
MSI, right? MSI was the crap. Now we've seen level 1, red buff, and now top 5.
This is a very serious high-stakes game.
I'm glad I'm here with you boys for this, but honestly, what are we watching?
He's gonna lose top crap as well.
Okay, so it kind of feels okay to laugh at because nobody got the kill gold, but in light of Inspired now catching up in the purple, it doesn't feel as funny for
Ano
Cloud9.
yung RG Sam?
It definitely feels good for Inspired because I was about to bring up the point where you've already been denied 3 quarters of the map. He's so far behind, and yet he has no health to do any camps except scuttle crabs. And he gets both.
Look at Odo. He got a lot of XP from that. Yes, he didn't get a kill, but he got the XP for the kill, I believe. So he's just naturally been given more XP in the top lane.
Perhaps remember a big part of the win conditions here for Rogue are the scaling options. Ryze and Gwen scale like monsters. These AP threats for the side lanes. Gwen can also be a very effective fighter later on too. So any help in scaling towards these champions definitely changes the way that we're looking at the early game.
And got this coming in from the Verizon 5G all chat. Mr. Sillyhead, fantastic name. Long have we waited. C903 looking faded. Group A overstated. Miracle Run activated.
I like it.
Oh, Blabber Tower Death also activated, but Perks little outplays here is going to try to find something. Firing back though, passive fully stacked. Blabber in the area. Rally with a deceptively large amount of sustain. You get a few more Qs in here, but it's just going to be a trade back and forth for Pope. Blabber hovering around to make sure that they can't only lose out here on the scope. Perks playing with fire. What is happening? He's not trading. 1 for 1. Outplayed. Larson now running away from the Lilia, but the Lilia's Conqueror, and they're going to absolutely murder him. No, they're backing away from each other. What?
I, for one, am so surprised that the West didn't win any games yesterday with
pangalan sa akin, the Cloud9. C9, murag bomba ni Didara.
I mean, the only real thing I can say behind that is maybe Perks was trying to bait them into some kind of dive with his W, because he held it for so long, and then when they commit, they're TP behind both.
Behind. If Hansama gets a kill here, it's going to be big. He's got a few stacks under his belt. That's going to be looking for 3 and 4 on the concussive blow stacks. That should be Sven going down. Vulcan, there's nothing he can do on the Leona. Sven is going to now finish it, not make it out. Just barely. Vulcan now getting burned down, taking so much damage going down. And Hansama wants to trade 1 kill back. Hansama cashing in.
This is huge for Rogue, as we mentioned in the setup, as we refocus on some of the champion select.
Guy, naguban ako ang Olve, generator.
Craziness. Yeah. Remember the whole game plan for the Red Invade. This was all based off of Rogue trying to set up 4 bottom side focus. And with all this craziness, it's actually good that they have retained that focus. Okay, back to the crazy. Get some shutdowns here for Hans.
So let's go back to the mid play, because Perks didn't have stun because he used it to peel onto Inspired. He Qs away, so now Blabber's running away. I think Larson's waiting for his W and they want to crash the wave. But then Perks goes back in here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have his stun up just yet, I believe, but he has his W. So when Inspired goes in, he saves it for now. I wonder if he's trying to bait some kind of dive because Inspired has no flash. In the end, it's just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it is interesting, you know, the extra kill gold actually goes over to Blabber, so didn't go into the worst thing there.
Also, C9 still up in gold, 1k gold lead, and Blabber is still ahead in XP despite dying, and he's level 6.
Wrong. Caught out. They can try to mitigate this stun, but there's just too many people there. Tremby, you're in enemy territory, buddy. I know it looks like you're jungle, but Cloud9 showing up and taking him out. Now Hansama's going to be in trouble because they can go for an easy dive here on the Draven. He has flash, he has cleanse, he's got to stay in the side.
It's 4 versus 1. He needs to make sure this wave doesn't crash. He has to play aggressive in the 1v1 and hold the wave. If this goes under tower, Hans is dead. He has summoners for the outplay. Vulcan's tanking.
Vulcan can now go for it. Cleanse trying to flash his way out, but he's accepted his death. Sven going to grab that kill as well, moving for some tower plates too. This is disastrous for Rogue.
The other side of the map that Rogue now have the extra numbers on is topside, so Fudge has to know that he's the one under attack here. Larson missing from mid. They have to assume that it's going to be a big dive.
Fudge now running. Yes, flash. Ulti now coming out, flashing out. Smoke screen doing so much work there, mitigating a lot of the damage, but it's still an easy dive for Rogue.
Yeah, good cross map by Rogue, but it feels like C9 are the ones in the driver's seat. You can see Perks running back out on the map. They should have the aggression down towards the bot side soon, because you can see the vision they already have is established, and Hans is behind on the Draven. A kill top is great for Rogue, but C9's main win condition is to shut down Hans on the Draven.
And I'm kind of revisiting the gold allocation where a lot of these early kills have gone. Since Blabber is the single AP threat for Cloud9, you know, a lot of the money being fed into him, it actually will do a decent amount for their team fight phase as well.
Yeah, look at this. C9 still have the vision towards the bot side. Perks can just fast push mid waves and they can keep hovering down. So Hans, luckily he did save his summoners, but he might have to use them here.
Onsama gonna have to run for the hills here. Sidestep and immediately get locked out. Trimby is gonna have to run. He's gonna hide in the bush. Tail between his legs. Nothing he can do to save his AD carry. Cloud9 are merciless on the bottom side. You called it out, Kobe. They see it. You want to play through bottom? We're gonna throw all our minions there to make sure it cannot.
And there's always a seesaw effect in League of Legends. When you commit 4 people down
Cloud9
bottom,
kasama.
top side of the map has to be victories for Rogue. They have to trade the other objectives up there. So immediate start on the
Mali,
barrel
tasam.
from Inspired. They will put that one out. It's still a super beneficial focus from Cloud9. Another successful play on bottom side means more turret plates for Sven, more jungle invades from Blabber.
Pildi tasam.
Deja vu there as Trimby walks past Blabber on the walls. Blabber's taken Inspire's
Ito rin,
bot
nakuha
side
ng
respawn 2 times now, so he's
nice
getting
one.
really far ahead. We'll almost be 2 levels up, I think. Sven has gotten almost 4 plates in bot lane. Look at the cross-map trade. Rogue haven't even got at a single plate top. They've only killed Fudge once.
And the thing is, you have to be so scared already of the very Fed Aurelia and the very
Hello.
Fed Aurelia. Not a word I expect you to say
Hello.
or phrase. But on top of that, Sven is also
Anak ko.
really far ahead of Hans, and if you ever
Na
face
anak
play with
ka.
Braum in a team fight, that ultimate is just
Patching
gonna spread
schedule. Loading. Thinking transless.
Brought up the synergies between the Lilia and Misfortune.
He has no flash.
They've got eyes on him.
Go for the auto. Can leap over the wall, but Burn in the area. Has already burned the W2. He's going to go to sleep. Good night. Odoamne just going to get burned down. Rover falling apart. Cloud9 are just finding picks left and right.
Yeah, and I have to give massive credit to Perks this game. He's practically
Sama
everywhere.
naman tingog
He's
niya.
up yes, but he was diving bot twice, and now he's
Hello,
on the
come on.
top side of the map. Him and Brandon is moving up and down the river so
Ah,
well.
okay na.
Him and Brandon are 100% kills.
Exactly.
Tara na, dire, quit na diha. Kapoy naman kaya. Charla.
Ano paborito mo ito? Ano yun? Mura mo siya si RD. Ati kalagay!
Agay.
Sinutrap na
King.
bigyaw.
Very aggressive.
King sig agay. Agay man di ay. Uy, nakoy 100 bonus blood points oh.
Kuya, ito ba sa redeem points, kuya?
Redeem
Then,
point.
i-redeem code. I-redeem ang insert, ang not a trick.
Ay, naging ko.
Not a track.
Not a trick.
Not a track.
As long as you win this game, people will look back at this and know that Blabber and Perks together are the reason that Cloud9 came out on top.
Agi butang.
Ito sa mga carnival.
Oo, ako gikan.
But now C9 are back on the map. Perks is coming back on the map. I think C9 are going to go back towards the bot side and keep playing down here.
One of the metrics as
Bambi
well
din.
that's incredibly
C9.
important to try and judge teams by
Kinsa pa dirong dira?
and they make big comeback attempts here in the mid stages is vision, and Perks walks right through it.
Wala naman siya sa murad daw.
Initially,
Wala na
he is
nagkampa
in the area, but all Cloud9 now collapsing, give him an advantage. Trimby has the flash for his life, but it looks like he's still going to go down. Can't even proc pass him onto Perks. Now pushing forward, Blabber in the area. Blabber no ulti up
Balik,
available,
ano
but
siya sa
can't
taas
go
sa
for the big
balay.
play. Inspired now trying
Balik
to
siya
find
dali.
disengage, but he's already used ultimate, and that just
Ayaw,
means they keep the fight
dagan!
going.
Kinsa mo na?
Cloud9, they're making
Dagan,
some
dali.
exchange for so little. The stun, they want to keep it going.
Siya dali
It's
sa
party on the
tubangan,
top side.
kung left side.
We're not a fan of this.
Dagan siya
Some
pa dun sa
unwanted
bato na
guests.
dako.
Yeah, we thought they'd go down
Tapos,
towards the bot side, but this
nawala na
mid-jungle
yan.
support
Tapos,
duo of
pinaka-far.
C9 is absolutely
Far
everywhere.
left
Trimby and Larson were only 2-man.
Unsa tong kwan? Redeem code not a.
Not a trick.
Unsa man na siya space wala.
Wala.
Space not.
On
Not
road.
a trick.
Uy,
Uy, blood points 100. 200 akong blood points. Ma-level 30 na nako si Megan Yang.
Domination from the side of Cloud9. This is patented map surfing, we like to call it.
Actress diba ng Megan Yang?
Plays in mid lane successful,
Huh?
chasing all the way up through
Megan
top
Yang.
side as well. They
Sa
have been
kwan?
running
WWE.
the entire map, constantly forcing these plays. Proactive engages here, following up once again. Blabber moving down to Sven to allow him to pick up the extra wave. In addition to all these kills, they've also been handling their side waves quite well. One thing's worth mentioning there is Sven catching a lot of them.
Save mo siya?
Misfortune Ultimate.
Save na ko siya, pero gitarget sa natargetan mo
But
ko.
also for getting these 30-second windows where you can also wave bottom, move up to mid, catch that as well.
Absolutely. And Hansama, who we expected to be this big focus point for Rogue, the kind of the one player who has shown through for Rogue in every single game, has not existed in this one. Now, this is mid support looking for a pick together.
Inspired was clearing a camp up towards the top side or getting some deep vision for the team, and they're two-manning a play where Blabber and Vulcan are matching, so it's a 3v2 initially. Fudge just dropped top wave
wala na siya nilihok.
just to make sure he's here, he eat over the blue buff wall, and now they're full units. Rogue are so split, and C9 just played this perfectly.
And look at the mini-map, because all the kills on screen are one thing, but when we refocus on their objective focus, that mini-map has Sven rotating up from bottom side. He pushes that wave up into mid, he even got a turret plate while they're getting all of these kills, plus then the top side getting those bonus ones as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad you highlighted that, Kobe, because what C9 are doing is they're transitioning pressure so well. They have bot push, they invade bot, they get a pick. They translate that to mid push, then they translate both to top. Here goes Rogue.
Fudge should be just stunned up here and taken down. Should be an easy kill pickup. Ulti coming across the backside. Can they give it to Draven? Waiting, but will not be able to give it over. Shutdown important there. Cloud9 on the opposite side will match the tower and a dragon of their own.
Hindi na ka?
Good play there. Fudge was about to walk a little bit forward and hit over the execute, but he critically does not.
Wala man nilihok ng isa na
What
buwang
we want to
ni.
do though, trade different sides of the map. They're
Tanaw siya
completely out-itemized right now because there's such a heavy gold lead. So that was basically best case scenario for them, getting the trade on towers plus the kill.
Yeah, exactly. When you're behind,
Ayun na na-save, wala man ay pulos.
trading evenly is always
Wala, dili na malihok, promise.
They trade a kill for a dragon. So in the end, when it's a first dragon,
O di no, abin ako ikaw na. Mangka.
Patay naman ko.
Patay naman, ka.
Ginaingon na i-save him.
top tier 1
You're dead.
and mid tier 1 is the next point of contention. So there's next Herald coming up, and that's where they're going to be focusing.
Goodbye.
Along the game goes though.
An incredible credit to C9 for having such a dominant early game from the level 1, punishing Rogue, transitioning that across the map. Some incredible plays. And that's right, this is where we now evaluate them, because remember,
Enduro si Dance Day?
this is an elimination game. If C9 want to make it out, they have to we need to not just see a good early game.
Kami
We need to see a
patad-patad.
flawless big game. We need to see a big win. If they want to make it out of this game, they want to contest FPX as the second seed.
Yeah, because usually when you see the team has such
Pero
a
nakascore man
heavy
siya,
lead
no?
in
Basta
map
hindi.
control, they
Ni, pero-
basically set up taxes
ni-
for any sort of trades that go on. They're like, okay, fine. If you want to push on top tower, then we're going to get bottom side as well as your whole jungle, as well as possibly a dragon or objective or something like that. So when you can get those even ones, it's a very big one. You see C9 overloading on top side. Meanwhile, they all
Survive
on
with
bottom
bots.
side as well. So you
Sam.
get that even
Sam.
throwback
Dili.
from Rogue. Here's the second round.
You're completely right though. It's pushed in.
Marsam.
And he's moving mid now. C9
Anong classmate ba? Daog ang Cloud9. Sige lang. Lami man nila chocolate. Gago.
Ironworks of Methari.
Look yung plus Japon.
They had the tower, all they had to do was push the wave in and go to Herald, take Herald, and Herald mid.
Like,
That's
bring yun
tower
ako
straight
pula.
away. In the end, they do lose a member. It's not going to be the end of the world. Vulcan does die.
Wala mo ko
Vulcan gets
benevolent
again, the cross-map
mo
trade.
kasi wala dyan.
They're playing on top
Wala
and
ko
mid.
altruism.
That's
Yati
tier
kayo.
one,
Kasi
maybe
kung
Larson
save.
can trade this bot tier 1.
Ay, wala ko altruism. Wala po. Kanang una, di ba? Altruism.
Oh, zero no.
Oh, naka-ano kuya ko isa.
Ako gani,
when you are
upat.
in this position,
You're
you
doing
can't help but start to
nagbag.
count these little pieces that you're throwing over. Kill here, kill there does
Nag-expect ko
add up
mag-plus
as far as
1 ko ba kayo
comeback. So,
nakag-save?
if we refocus on the composition from Rogue, they do have some very high
Ay,
damage
Mana mo?
split outs
Manamig.
later in the game. If they can enact a split push, you've got your
Okay, mag-out na ko.
Gwen, scaling Rise, and Kiana has plenty of burst
Ay, may
damage
naman
to
lagi
try
ka.
and set up picks.
And we saw that
Nagbutan
against
akong
FPX,
blood
right?
points.
Burks was the one who was really far ahead on the rise. He can match absolutely anyone. The problem is he was over pushing sides, getting collapsed on while his team wasn't on the map to actually do anything. This time around, instead of forcing a bot tier 2 or trying to dive Larson, pushed out bot bases, moves mid. He's covering plays that C9 could lose out on while they make players on the side of the map.
Invite.
Playing as an
Certainly what you want to see in development coming into V2.
Kung makasayo siya, di sabay sa to ah.
Have an actual week to prepare. They've had 24,
Ma-out.
48 hours to really to find their footing and to immediately play an elimination game
Invite.
as your first game of the day is incredibly difficult.
As a North American fan for every year of competitive play, I'm happy to hear that this is not the week 2 of old, because that is
Kasi iyon, nasa laro.
C9 is playing beautifully, right? No one's top, they're dropping top side, they pushed in mid, moved bot,
Yan na yan.
tier 2. Now they
Invite
can
akong
move back to
song.
mid and
Naging
take
ko naman
tier
ko.
1 mid. Like,
Ah.
they're playing on 2 lanes so well, whereas look at
Wala.
the top side
Oh,
for
wala
Rogue,
lang,
it's
hulag
pushed
ka
in
ng
wave.
kwan.
That's all C9 have lost.
Yeah, they've done
Uy,
such a
naroon lagi si Quandary.
of snowballing off
Si...
the back of the
Wala na.
lead. And again, as we've set up so many times,
Edward
with
Collins.
really back
Dili.
out onto the
Sana,
map,
si
moving on their
Enrique.
side to then set up your next
Kihil.
objective. And then they're able to chain these, pushing out the wave, rotating.
Ano,
Ricky Hilso.
Basta makuan gani ka, scam gani ka sa sa mabudol gani ka sa
Cloud9
Dead
don't
by
play
Daylight.
flawlessly. They're so far ahead that they're going to
Wala ka, level 50 lagi na.
And I expect them to play well, don't get me wrong.
Si Quad man ni.
Perks is
Anong
already 2 out
legendary
of
skill.
18 minutes. You know what I mean? He can make a mistake.
Nadugay na ka na inana? In the kill?
Could be gaming.
Ready day.
Murag haros mura man imong ginadula.
Lagi.
Especially when you're
Mas mag-fangmin ko.
3 melee champs and 2 short range champs into Lilia, Leona, MF.
Pero wala lagi ko ang technician.
The thing is with Cloud9 too, today they have to remain so focused not to reach the end of this game.
Hindi man ubot ang generator.
As well, and will need to continue to win games, continue to play cleanly.
Maura mo itong perk out to eh. Murag naman mas better ato.
Yeah, definitely. This is the
If masanay man ka mag-skill check, okay raman.
Like you said, and Fudge was pushing in top there. You can see Trimby moving up, Inspire moving up. He obviously started to back off.
Wow, mag-fangmin ko. Is this a right choice?
Trying to take away his own Brom. But look at bot
Bangmin. Sunny, you do not make much noise as others quickly bolting. Kaisa ra ni mag-quick volt ko. Wala tingog, kaisa. Every 25 seconds.
Quick and quiet. Oh, dut na. Ang gamit na rin.
Pati pod magkuan ka nang mag-rush ka mosulod sa
mga locker.
Unsa di kalayo ang madunggan sa locker kung magkuan ka?
Nagbuto man na. Murag ka.
Magad.
Well, yeah, and the problem for Rogue here is that
Motocard yun ang pagka-introvert pag ano ba?
they get to decide which side of the map they want to control, and the objective timers are desynced. Dragon is up. There's nothing on the top side for Rogue to get, so there's nothing for you to try and force a trade on. You can see at
Squid game.
on trades, one of the reasons is very versatile. Wave clear is there.
Squido.
Overcommit any resources to pick up Dragon number 2. I mean, because it would be so crazy for Rogue to try and walk through all of those.
Definitely.
Modoro na ito
said that before against FPX and Rogue.
Hindi ka sugapo ng ano. Rise.
Doing what FPX did. You know, Rise on the side lane, went first, pushing up into the 1v there, look for the 1v2. C9 just needs to control.
Yo, what's up, Ali? Welcome to our karaoke
And one of the
stream.
critical things for Cloud9 to keep in mind as they're trying to push in these waves and then set up their control around the Baron side of the map. Now that Dragon is down and Baron is up, you have
Welcome to our
vision there from because if Rogue are able to push out on the side,
let's go.
Uy, back.
Cloud9 ko ulit. Hilabot ani matay. Blue, lagi taguan ng dugo.
As you can see, good toggle there by the observers. Cloud9 have done just that. They're moving all of their vision over to the red quadrant behind the Baron.
Vaccine rin.
Batay tala.
Kulit.
Tora na ito. Kinsa? Sino?
Tura, mas Giant. Okay, sa mas Giant. Thanos, nas Thanos. Ay, dagan rin, ongo.
Ongo, kang dako.
But that said, hyperscaling was one of the things we brought up initially. Feels
Dakuha, oy, Thanos, oh. Boom! Boom kag niya. Gigil na mo dito.
Kinsa na, gago.
Thanos.
monsters that can take over these skirmishes.
Yeah, definitely. C9 just trying to push Rogue out of the top side for now. The problem they have
Yeah, we Thanos.
Baron is not that quick and there's not that many people to take it, right? So if they just commit to a full Baron,
Isa mo dagan, Frank.
Dala, naku, makay na alangan. Google kang attorney J.
Uy, ako chika.
Naman.
Story time!
Naman, chika time. Chika minute!
Oo, nasa gigo ba makita ko siya. Doon sila sa tapat lang nito. So,
Hildi naman eh sila eh. Screen share daw Sam.
So towards late game, you just kind of go fishing.
Uy, may zombie.
Full screen mo ko din, di ko kan.
Ay, full screen eh kada.
Exactly. You go fishing with your seeds. If you tag somebody,
oh, we got a bite.
You put them to sleep, and Misfortune ults over while everybody else collapses. All of that damage and the long range of.
Nabunalan ko ongo kang dako.
As long as it's not a 10-man sleep.
Vaccine dahil nasa itong vaccine mo gidala.
Gigukod pa ko.
Aba ng relya. La. Oh, yapon. Tayong Kirillya.
Uy, nga lang na ako diri. Naku sa underground.
Kayo lang dra. Aman eh, palit. Ay, ibundak ng palit din.
You know, you can see it in Rogue's eyes. They're just waiting for some opportunity to jump on for a comeback. And so they take the risky plays to find this pick, but Cloud9, huge victory here. Very good punish. You see the flashes over to disengage there, and they're able to turn around. Reward is a Baron, which pushes ahead, you know, the way that they can end this game so quickly.
Yeah, and as we see in the new Axe Effect replay, Inspire just pulls the trigger instantly. Stopwatch comes out from Blabber though, and then Sven on the back line. Yes, Trimby has to stop the barrier up, but it just eventually runs out of time. Stopwatch's hands is against Perks. He has to flash out.
Lang, hapit na rabo ko moment, sir.
Much he can do here to save the fight. He's won before, and he ends up 2-2.
There's a reason why you kept on bringing up every kill that went on in the early game. It's so tanky later on that you can see these entire team fights. Gets the split, basically.
Ngayon mo na siyang burger.
Break up that time. You said the flash there. Since they burst down and after his ultimate, no more damage left.
Gusto na ko yung anang Euroball. Yung anang po yung tingnan pag
Bark. That was maybe your one window of opportunity to find a pick before this game was well and truly out of your hands. And now,
nawala lagi itong kalabot.
if it wasn't already in control,
oh my god, he's so dako kayo.
Sana siya Guard.
Opium are skyrocketing, Dracos. You better buy some quick because that's right.
Invest in C9. This is the time.
C9, C9.
C9 we're low
Kayan?
into the day and
C9 chocolate.
Yes, sir. Dukay siya, sir.
They're definitely high. Rogue fans feeling low, but now maybe a pick. Fudge caught off guard. Unbreakable already used them. He's been again. Can just set up his ultimate and murder everybody. Perks on the backside.
Matog yung mani kuya? Kanong gamay kayo?
They don't want to slow siege.
Hello, igo ko na po ko niya. Omo ka na ko.
Kay Rilyaw.
No room to maneuver. Perks gonna let him go, but it's out into enemy territory. Has to walk away from his own base just to get in on this one. And Cloud9. Complete dominance on the level 1, snowballing it cleanly through, and now the Baron feels like the final nail.
Siguro
with one of the necessary wins here.
Yeah, Rogue has no wave clear, so they tried to get the fight. C9 just dived them. They take the win. 25 minutes win for C9 over Rogue.
Sige ko niya, nagigo ko lang.
That's a massive win. C9 backs against the wall. You lose your out. They win the game, but now they still got a long road ahead of them.
And I think we have to take a second now to appreciate everything that C9 did well
Hindi
in that
mo
game.
ako mag-go
5 minutes, the only thing they're going to get to think about is if
Napuchidiri, asa na po gani?
opponent just stands in front of them. So for now, what we can say is
Nandito sa akong Alpha AstraZeneca eh.
Cloud9 absolutely outplayed. Punish moved across the map. Yes, Flapper did die to a tower, but let me tell you, Rogue died a lot more in that one.
Exactly, and that was one of the few, if only real big kind of egregious errors that they made. One of the main things I was looking at with the critical eye coming into the day, to have hope for that miracle run.
Oh my goodness!
Was specifically coordination on their mid and late game plays, and that control as far as the vision game and not overreaching too far.
Nako sa taas na nag-gen ko half na.
Ito sa balay.
Ah.
It's a good sign when the Oopsie is not diving over the red wall and getting double killed immediately. The Oopsie is dying to tower for no money, and then
It
was a
okay.
Kita ko mga 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gabre na mo?
Yapon ko. Pagay.
Ano dagma?
Ako. Dito sa balay.
Napatay sa baba. Nasa baba na?
Hindi, nanday ang baba lapit ito.
Wala.
Dagat.
Dito yan sa hall. Sa highway. Main road. Oh.
Magtay sa ako kabrihat, pwede na ako i-open tanan dyan.
Can we get some KDA in the chatters?
Yung sa...
Ay, ampre mo ni.
Nagpula-pula na magud na iya.
Tara, save ta kabi hasta makarapit.
Na-save naman siya.
Tara. Mas Thanos din yun, gandagan. Asan mo? Asan mo? Diri.
Ikaw ni?
Oh.
Ano yung katagbo?
Oh.
Ikaw ni nagdalag flashlight?
Oh. Tara, pasigan ako suga man ikaw kuan.
Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the...
Tago sa tago.
You don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you. Red Bull gives you...
Wala, nandito na siya. Nasa siya iyan? Info.
Nargyapon din sa ako
Kung sa man eh. Napawala na.
Napagapon. Nag-camp na sa ako
Sige. Sige.
Agay!
Tara, daga na.
Agan! Uy, asa ka iyan?
Diri, oy.
Gusto ko sa inyo.
Dali.
Kinsa ka naman.
Oh, nan ako.
Diri, heal.
Shopee payday sale na. Get 100
Asa isang tukuban?
pesos off at
Bato na po na to.
50 deals.
Erotic naman yung mamatay
Meron
ng
pang
tambo.
cashback at free shipping.
Huwag agi.
Kaya add to cart na para sa
Yubak man ka.
payday sale. Sada
Saan to isa? Tara. Tara, go.
Bye.
Sauda natin. Oh, yawa jud aning ko ano. Enrique Hill.
Good play according to Ali. Yeah.
Out ko na. Ina siya
GG.
sa sarap.
You know what?
Narig-
What GG
narig-
means, Ali?
Greatest good.
I-command na
Ganahan ko nakakanta ka tong bago ni Adele.
Hindi yung sabi ng kapatid ko. Kung ano daw. Sabi niya, yeah. Sabi ng kapatid ko.
Ano naman?
Kung ano lang, kung narinig ko na ba daw yung bagong kanta ni Adele. Like, if...
Opo.
Good game, yeah. Hey Ali, have you heard the latest song of Adele?
Wala.
Kulato.
Sama si Adele, silingan mo na. Amo man kauban sa accounting.
Anti mo na nako.
Kauban ni Diday.
Andi naman si Adele yati.
Have you heard the Adele's latest song, Ali? Have you heard of it?
Kung ako nakita niya, oy.
Di ba si Adele kay sa accounting man na?
Si Adele. Pero na juga chika dyan.
Oh. Na si Kata sa mga kauban ako si Enrique Hill, si Blood Cooler.
Oh, wala man ka nag-thank me.
May nakulang pa yung aking ano.
Ano nagkuhan man na siya? Basketball? Asa ka basketball?
Welcome back everyone to this
May,
State Farm Atlas.
may liga si Mayor.
Stay alive.
Asang liga pre?
2021.
May
Let's
liga.
focus again, do or die in this next game. They're up against Fun Phoenix. But let's focus on the positive for
Modora na
now.
ito
And also in
ito.
terms of the group, no teams are eliminated. However, Rogue's loss does mean that that one here are locked in as the first seed from Group A. And for the rest, not both teams are really up against it. But let's highlight, what went well here for C9 in this incredible early game. Starting from the draft, though, we didn't know the level 1 was going to happen, or maybe we did. Brad, what did you make of the plan they crafted versus Rogue this time around?
This time around, this kind of is a different take, but the same idea that Cloud9 had in the first few days, which is just a 1-3-1 composition, playing towards Aurelia and the Graves in this case on side lanes. That was the intent. They had the Soul AP from Lilia, so getting gold onto Lilia.
Yo, what's up, Ali? Thank you for the 5
Hard. It would be, you have to
subs. I give subs. Thank you again. Thank you.
Baka naman.
Thank you, Ali, again.
La! Ah!
Ayo, KD, welcome to the stream. Thank
Uy,
you,
may trapper ni.
I'm shy.
May trap din eh.
I'm very shy again.
They recognize that Hansama was a very strong point
Thank
for
you,
them.
Ali.
They lost, so they say, okay, let's give them the priority with the Draven. But that's
Batman.
May trapper.
much of what we're going to see in this early game priorities.
Ali, thank you.
Break down this number one from both sides.
Oh, baby! Because when
Ali,
I
have
see
you heard
this
this
level 1 coming in, I
latest
can
song of
understand it
Adele?
from Rogue's perspective. They have the Braum. They also have
pero
the Draven, so from their perspective, they should be able to deal with anybody.
Marasam na tigwan siya.
Uy, nagigulog siya na.
When they actually want to pull red,
Nabul ka niya?
my
Thank
biggest
you,
concern is
Ali.
simply how much damage Trimby's taking here. The goal for Blabber is that he wants to be able to reach level 2 as quickly as possible, but they're starting to burn red down as quickly to pull Blabber in soon. Just take a look.
So, bahala na mo diha.
Ignited, the Braum gets bursted, Trimby takes
Pero,
a
nasa balay.
lot of DPS, so then once you just instantly lose Trimby here, Perks
Uy, hawa na mo diha.
push here too, so it's actually a numbers advantage instantly for C9.
And the question then is, do you as Rogue, are you supposed to just pull the trigger, you invade,
At
you
may
see
hinabo, the shimmy, the shimmy, shimmy.
choose someone to start instead of dragging it out and then losing the place on mid?
I would have liked them, because they knew
Oh,
they were
ang
going to be
garing niya
a bit
gidan
of a
da.
Ay, buloken.
have Larson come in a little bit soon, but pull the red buff into the bush, start burning.
Thank you,
force
Ali.
one of them to at least like contest contest the bush so they can at least see vision on red, and then you get Braum to tag Leona. So that would be what I would have wanted. It didn't happen that way.
You know, it's a high pressure situation, right? And I do love
Na,
that.
dagma
we
na
saw
ko.
action
Hawa na
from
niya.
minute one. And then the question is, Lyric, how good can you translate that into the rest of the game if you are C9? The upper player
Nakaka-LSS yung dango. Di ba?
as well. They were able to relay that in a two-way
Yeah, I really love the way that Blabber played this because after they do
Asa saya? Info ya.
Nasa tubangan ako.
the enemy's red side jungle, he's
Nasa
stealing
akin!
all of Rogue's camps. And there was a bit of a blunder up on top side, but it didn't matter.
Dagan boards. Basketball pa biya ka.
Behind, and we got to a point in
Palayo
the
sa kay
game
kuya.
Pak.
Papalayin ko siya.
Larson go for this TP on bot side. Perks elects to stay mid. Pretty much
Ay,
gets
hindi
this
siya
level
mama.
advantage and always is
Naka-LSS yung dango.
Balik sa quiet. Ay, sige, sige,
Sobra.
sige.
Ngayon, sobrang... Anong episode ka na sa Clanad, KD?
Yeah, it's safe to
Sobrang solid yung Clanad.
red like the book they were already behind, and you know that they want to put
Dango,
resources into
dango.
Draven, right?
Ganyan na yung lyrics ng dango-dango lang, pero
Exactly. This is another
years
mistake
in,
that Trimby
before nawala yung LS sa akin. Wala ibang lyrics yung dango-dango lang.
get caught in this. And I think C9 what
Kuya,
they're really
nakita,
good
pangit
at,
ka
Thank
ba?
you, Ali.
what they're great at is being
Oh,
able to pull resources.
man.
Thank you very
You have
much.
the lead. He knows what to do with his advantage. They constantly push for
Sa ka ba
dives. In
naghihil,
this case, the
Tama ko.
Lilia
Ay.
got rolling.
Yeah, she did. Adorable. Let's now talk about what is here at
Whoa.
stake for Cloud9. Of course, they want to make it to those quarterfinals. That means they now have to go directly into
Thank you,
the
Ali, for the 500
which is a
bits.
direct elimination game. I want to pull up the draft of
Ali,
FPX versus
thank
C9.
you.
We saw it in the first round.
Thank
drop.
you.
Because the
Budol,
draft wasn't really the
budol.
issue, right? I think we all agreed, Raz, that it was
Budol,
the late
budol.
game decision making. What do you want to see from them for C9 to replicate that early game
Budol,
strength?
This
budol.
one, there were multiple times in the late game with C9 is if they were getting pushed on side lane with Perks, they weren't on top of Baron. They weren't forcing FPX in a difficult position. And also, this was a pop-off game for Nuggery. Nuggery had a humongous advantage whenever he was
Run.
alone on side.
Ah,
with
when I go-
With Perks actually getting solo kills. So if they ever have a situation like that, be willing to pull an extra round and get a kill there and then deploy Baron. Or once again, if Perks
Episode
is
4 pa lang ako,
hitting
nice.
Twitter turret like he did at a certain point before Mets
Ako din. Hey.
start Baron and force FPX.
Napul ka, wait lang dito sa atin. Nandiyan sa'yo.
In a complete different FPX since
Yeah.
this draft happened, right? Because I know whenever we've talked about FPX, it's been a lot about draft, a lot about meta. Pedro's been hitting on it a ton of like the blind pick Jarvan coming through. It hasn't really been working. We haven't seen jungle later in the draft, and I think for
Alam
FPX
niya.
that will be so crucial because when you look at the game that just happened and all of FPX's games so far,
Ah, binalikan
it
ka.
really feels like this game is going to be all about jungle 2. We see
Aray
how
ko.
Cloud9 just completely took over the last game. That's always been FPX's strength.
Saan
That's why
nagkamang?
we've been seeing them deliver I don't want to see another
Nice time mo, ha?
like last game. It was fine in the draft, but I don't think
Nag-recover ko
he's
si...
all too comfortable on it.
Nag-recover ko, naduro ko sa...
Oh my
Bring out someone
god.
that has more agency on the map.
Ito yung mahirap sa trapper talaga yung vault.
Nag-kuhan ka?
Lost this game without what he was doing as superhero performance.
Huwag ka nag-recover?
It's gonna be a night and day.
Wala nag?
Here, I just see like a light jumper.
Recover. Pangita sa Marsa mo.
I think it's just gonna be a night and day look.
Ipangita ka niya.
Ali.
FPX as a team.
Thank you, Ali, for the another 500 bits.
Sarapit. Ay, karga na.
Exactly.
I like to see them so very relaxed, but there is so much at stake. I think
Team
for
one.
FPX as
One
well.
napuntahan.
You never want to lose a game to a Dom 1 in the first of the day,
Sarapit.
and then continue to lose another game
Kinuha
as
ko
an
ni,
LPL
ano,
representative, as an ex-world champion. And on the same vein for Cloud9, this is starting to come to the zenith of their gear for everything that we've seen from them.
Kinuha ko ni
So many
Leon.
times when I've talked to all of you
Bukod
from
siya
the
ni Kon.
LCS RAS, it's all about
Bukod niya si
C9 can
Kaning
beat
Kang.
the best of the world.
Lag, save
But they
niya.
can also beat themselves.
Pantay dia,
right?
isave ka.
So what
Patay
is
na ka?
the core C9 here to focus on to make sure that they can
Oo nga, mong duha. Anong diri mo nangagi?
But we just saw the last game was what kind of hit on at the top of the day, right? When we were talking about the goods and the bads of C9.
Hindi alam mo kung-
Thank you,
when C9's
Ali.
at their worst, they're kind of on different pages. But what we saw
Punta ka
was
sa pinaka...
them trying to play around Blabber when he had
Paano ko ba kami
advantage.
heal?
If this next
Ayan.
game, if
Makitaan
not
ko nimo.
Sven
Atara.
or
Hindi.
Perks or
I
hell,
saw you.
Fudge that has an advantage, play towards them
Saw you there.
as a team. I just want to beat
You
the
there,
team.
there.
I got the big thing on the opposite side for FPX.
There, I'm there. I'm her.
What?
Smash Hungry was the one
Other.
who had a pop-off game. 40+% of his team's damage, I believe. But last week, he was the one who got focused. He made one mistake, and then Dom one just kept going on and on about it. So I'd love to see FPX put more resources up towards the top side.
Kasi
But at the same
kuya.
time, we can't see the
Sugam, dagan na niyo, eh.
power spike Nugri that we've been seeing.
Yeah, and Perk still has a tab open with
Asa mo?
Wendy from
Oh,
way
save na
back
ko ni.
when. So he definitely wants to get a win on the board versus Fun Plus Phoenix. And when we
Wah!
return,
Yatangan
C9
dito.
takes the stage to step up against FPX in another must-win match for the LCS. So go ahead, Brad.
Kaya nga eh. Dahil.
Gigo ko, das tubangan ako. Kisa na.
Ano siya, gigokol? Ina ko nibalik sa imo.
Ayo!
Na, giduol. Ayaw ko isip.
Na, Beshu Waps. Bakit kasi doon Beshu Waps? Si Kuya. Beshu Waps patay na rin.
Matay na. Padulong sa dia. Nag-heal ka, pantay. Wala, nakagawa si...
Paano niya ako nakita doon?
Nag-heal ka, basig kuhan. Perk niya. Perk sa nurse, ikuha niya.
At least good trade.
Trade na ba?
Nabuhi lagi kag balik sam. Ay, namatay ka. Napaakan kong kill.
Napakan ko.
Patay ko.
Napakan ko din.
Sa tanan. Napakan.
Patay na to.
Patay. Napatay sa tiin.
Napaakan kong kill.
Gagawin isa generator natin.
Ha?
Patay na.
Ala.
Malasa to yaoy crowd.
Pakan.
You know, good trade. Di ka nagkapa akong tiil.
Ay, napakan akong tiil. Napakan kong tiil.
Na, siya po. Mag-generator ko eh. Wala, gipunit na siya. Patay na rin siya.
Yate.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. Say the heart is the strongest muscle. Of course, you're going to need a lot of heart alongside C9. But even more important than that struggle is the struggle is to finding out what Toby is actually going to call Mr. Cable here. I'm Daniel.
Well, you're Daniel from last time, so the makeup artist informed me they call him Bobby for some reason.
It's a long story.
Go with Bobby.
So, well, but that, why you shouldn't be called
Nakasin mo David?
Ah.
So it's Sam Mark and Drake,
Tupad ka?
SMD.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's an abbreviation.
Trademark.
Absolutely. Here we are, Cloud9. So really important game, I think. It's easy to say. Because again, Cloud9 are at the point where they lose and they're out. But if they win this one, chances look good. There are even chances where they don't have to win their third game of the day. The Miracle Run could be a 2-win Miracle Run.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredibly important win or game for Cloud9. You know, you're talking about possibilities later for Rogue if they take down FPX as well. Then you know they could help leverage them out of the group. But just coming off of that win versus Rogue, of course they're all warmed up. They're still going to be hyped. You have to refocus on your game plan here. We already saw some nice exchanges. You know, they're on amicable terms, especially Perks and Doinby. But
thank you, Ali, again.
So much. Yeah, they just came off a great win, right? 25-minute win against Rogue. They need to rein it in a little bit, right? It's good to have the motivation train where you're like, nice, this is the comeback, this is the start of everything, but getting too overhyped could come back to hurt you, but they're in a great spot.
Sometimes it's hard to bring yourself down from a win where you're so far ahead and you're just taking every fight, you know?
Yeah.
So your brain is just, it makes you feel like you're so far ahead in every
so
already.
much power!
Yeah, exactly. So when they show it, it's like, fight them! But you have to recenter here, obviously coming in even here versus
I need to find the hut.
Kamang-kamang tani. FPX are coming off a loss at the start of the day. While the early game did look a little bit back and forth, it was a rough game for non-Dream. So many deaths across the top side of the map. Fortunately, that AP Gragas not near the top lane option, but one that they had to pick because things like the Kennen and the Gwen were banned away. You can see C9 already banning away the Kennen. You have to see what he ends up on this time because while FPX you would expect to still be the favorites in this matchup, have to hope that they've shaken off that early.
Yeah, interesting things happening in this draft, right? C9 taking away from FPX.
Oh, one
that
tap.
one banded away from them in the first game of the day as well. Irelia bans from FPX against Perks, which we just saw last game.
Wala pa.
Lee Sin ban coming in.
Paligid sa bahay.
They want to put something, not on something that they can actually target and maybe counter.
Yeah, I mean, the ban here from Red Side just seemed very obvious so far. I feel like Red Side now has the duty of banning Yumi for the rest of the tournament. And then
Dito siya sa akin ngayon.
literally the
Wala, hindi niya ako nakita.
Gago naman to.
Such a Cloud9 favorite game, and he absolutely destroyed them with the full damage Kennen build.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go some kind of first pick Jace here. Lucian banned away, takes away Nami. MF banned Yumi banned away, takes away the MF Yumi. You've got things like Graves top Jace, and that's available. Absolutely opens up with Graves. So there's a lot of OPs, I think, for both these teams. LeBlanc as well, notably.
Graves, I think, just looking so oppressive and so just generally strong in the meta right now with, you know, so many AD options, AD assassins, AD junglers, a lot of, you know, AD carries as well. We'll see how Cloud9 wants to build their composition to potentially mitigate the value you get from the Trigger from this top lane pick. And what Bud wants to take into what is the Aqua going to be?
Napaka na akong PL.
I'm just saying, maybe it's time for the
Pakan ka sa pakan PL. Pakan PL.
Bagon ka ng kuya do.
Pakan ka sa PL.
Bagan ka ng kuya ron.
Pakan kang PL.
So they are going to still, same kind of thing, right? They're playing TF Jace, that's exactly what Sean Dunmon doing. Will they go into the kind of similar full composition, but TF Jace is the problem is finding TF when things like Rise and Silas up could be a bit dangerous.
And it's very critical how you play early lane phase versus Graves.
Sana all
You
napaka
can play it.
Siya kung benevolent to evader.
You can play it aggressively, but you have to support it with every resource. Twisted Fate does not start with the ability to get up to the top.
Dapat din nakaisa ka red, kung man nakaisa ka gold.
Incredibly important to improve control.
Para
Gonna
sakto.
get the Jarvan coming out here. Now, Tian, the last time he was picking Jarvan, it was on red side 1-2 against all his dashes. We talked about it. But this time around, not much
Let me
mobility.
save myself,
Of course, right,
dude.
TF's gonna get locked up. Jace's only way out is queuing a minion in hammer form. And so they're gonna go for Ryze Jarvan. You'd expect Sylas Jarvan, this kind of combo. The only AP damage will be in the mid lane, this double 80 top.
Ay, totoo pa mo kay magkuan ko mag
They do go for mid lane here.
Pit, napit na po. Di Sam na lang ginugukod.
Their own side, or will they opt to go for one of the premier 80 carry options left up?
kay magkuan ta ko training sayang.
Don't want to put too much AD.
Combination. Yeah, a hot pot here.
Taba ni niya.
Rumble ultimate over the top.
Yeah, I was thinking Ryze will do
Aray
well
naman.
kind of individually against TF, right? The 1v1's great, but Jarvan Galio could be good against this comp. Jarvan Rumble, the hot pot is coming in. How does C9 respond?
Basta di pag-usan ka niya.
AoE wombo.
Ito na ni
So this
Ewan yung
already,
mas
Cloud9 know the
Tron
direction
Legacy.
they have to go. They're not going to want to fight into these big
Napag-usan ka niya.
AoE combinations. Split the map, play for split
Pag-usan
pushes
ka
here.
niya.
Blabber on
Hello.
really aggressive jungler. Zen
Ginatagan ka niya
definitely
points.
capable of
So kaya no, at least na yung points.
Now, interestingly, 80
Ay,
carries
na.
picks from either side.
Napakan ka til.
We saw lyrics
Napakan ka til.
where they early rotate, you know,
Shit.
things like this. We see it all from the top side now. So MF
Okay,
and
go,
BL,
go,
so we see
kanino.
things like Kai'Sa, Ezreal, and Jhin.
Mga patyan na gid ko niya.
Banning a lot. I mean, we have to see exactly what they want to ban.
Di ba ang Valorant kay Juan man
Sometimes makes that pick like a failure.
more on
I
CPU?
like the Zig respect ban coming out.
Oh, more on
Puts
CPU.
you in a position where Vulcan is completely free to roam, or even
Grabe sa 5900X mo ko rin CPU.
since the play is now also getting
18% ro yung Valorant eh. So yung processing ko.
heading into second round ban.
Yo, pa ko kay Ses.
Are they going to
Huh?
target Ezreal or target Australia as far as continuing on with the bot
Minus
side
two?
focus here? Because I think the Knicks
minus.
are intelligent. They know Cloud9 are going to want to have roaming
Ani
plays
rank up
early on to really set up solo push and split push. So they're trying to
Tingala sa
I think
tag
Jhin
minus.
would be a big pick here for FPX, but it
Tingala
looks like
kung
C9
minus
to go
ko.
for the Rakan. Looking for some kind of Ezreal or Rakan lane you'd expect with a double dash to play kind of weak side. Very, very safe, of course. We can play towards the top side. Now, FPX have full choice, you know. We have got things like the Aphelios without Thresh, though. Kai'Sa could be a good pick, but then is it something you want to opt into?
Ah, ano na siya?
I think Jhin is just one of the strongest champs here.
Nala ba?
definitely
three.
high priority there because it further enables that hit possibility.
Isa ako.
Rakan, I also just love as a pairing with Zin.
Ash lagi ko, Ash 4. Parang Ash 4 naman
Nag-reset
ko.
man ang rank.
Combinations there.
Okay.
You cannot lock him down. Sets up a lot of river fights and vision skirmishes.
Kai'Sa Rel.
Game.
I mean, it's a lot of
Wombo,
engagement,
baby.
so the Wombo is there, and I think at this point, I feel like you cannot afford to pick in a mobile 80 carry like Jhin. You are so vulnerable to dives against the J4, Relk. I feel like it just has to be something with the dash. It's not going to be the Ezreal. Instead, we're going to get the Tristana now.
Hey, Tristana into Kai'Sa. I thought they would go for Jhin for long range, but like you said, Dragos, FPX going full dive.
And this means, hey, we're going to keep you guessing where we're putting our focus.
Important,
Zin
ganito dyan sa self-care, ay.
Versus they can also kill lane bottom side with Tristana, Hell of Blades, set it up with the Rakan. You can
Sanay ba na ako, ang self-care na ako, ikuan lang.
Yeah, now
Panghingog
I
mo.
want to see exactly what C9 were doing last time. How do you do that to establish control on one side first?
Panghingog
Pressure,
mo.
hold pressure, and then
Bago
transition that
nila
from
kadi ay.
top to mid to bot. If they do this again, I
Sugo
expect
siya.
to play top side early.
Budol.
Path up there and cover immediately so you can get pushed,
Budol,
and then see
budol
how they
lang
dissect
kog
the map.
mo.
I love that focus because so much more this game does determine for me on the early stages and can they set themselves up for the early pushing. The plays between jungle, between support, opening up control around roaming from mid to the sides of the map. It's gonna be, step one. Do they find success there, or does it all come crashing down?
Absolutely.
3080 Ti
versus
versus 3980.
Reset. This is not the previous game. This is not Wampa stomping. This is not super fed. You are back to 0. You have to work your way up to find this win. A loss, elimination, a win keeps hope alive for the rest of the day.
Day 2 groups is really where the composure of the players on stage measures and matters. These are the ones where
Loot out. Come on, loot out now.
Where the scar?
Can you hear me? They weren't the ones to pull the trigger. It was Rogan.
Wasurete shimaiba iyo, kanchina kula chaiba iyo.
they can.
Surimuita kokoro ni fushita
And the
ga.
army of C9 moving into the top side.
And the best way to do
Alam
that
mo yung
is
Aitahi kidayu mo maitami na ikarane. Sono ashi no hikuzuru nagara no.
rotating the cooldowns on their early
Sono
trinket wards to
Uishinai
trap
tashi bum jishinda oto tate kazerite ita kezuka ba kazeno oto dake ga. Tsutai kita yo. Kizu ato dote.
So two things I just want to note here. First is
Sakai
Brent top side
shuru
didn't
besar te shimaru mai ni.
Uy.
thing is Blabber
Sobo eteru kana namida soro. Ano itami ga kimi no koto mo mga timoreta. Sono itami ga itsumo kimi yo
Wala, kapatay pa.
only benefit there is that your sweeper is ready at an earlier stage. If you don't have the
Kinanamil balance, truth or dare?
If you drop the
Truth.
ward and then go back, then you won't be
Or
able to
dare.
smoke before starting your camps. But he
So
does
you
do
got-
it again. And the only
So you
one
got
that on rapid.
again. The thing is,
Wala gina siya gitag trot lagi.
with FPX also
Tayo.
control the bot route, and they have
Panington
been
ka sa
Blabber
pangutana, yan na lang. O yun.
Okay lang. Ito, hindi naman
Panington.
Gila, oh.
Explosive shot, well traded back
Hindi
by
ako
the side of
magaling
C9.
dyan.
That
I don't
could have been
lie.
disastrous. The reason I say that is Blabber is
Oo nga.
on this blue Sven.
White lies lang.
Definitely not going nearly as
Hindi ako
well.
naglalay ng... Ayoko nagsisinungaling kasi.
Unsa
gani? Unsa gani? O, tanong mo siya, unsa tuwawon man ako gano'n. Straight from the heart. Straight
The palette.
Ano nga? Truth. Parang nga mag-dear lang. Tapulan, biyak ko mag-dear-dear. May ko gimana ako mag-dear.
Nag-gear ka to ah. Nadyo makapalit og secret club. Stream ba ako?
Secret lab.
Truth or dare?
Near 2. The
Hindi mo
near
ba marasam katong prestige sam no? Secret lab. Prestige ba?
Loyo ko rin nag-ipindot-pindot kayo. Wala may pulos niya kung 33k yan.
So mani ka to ning one?
Lagot mo tan lagot anything.
Wala gani no, gipindot ang ay.
Di ko mga tanong ikapila ko kalibang at akong life, mana?
Yun, magmahay juga kung yung kag si Marsam ng truth or dare. Masing wala pa ko kabalo sa pangutana pero kabalo di ko magmahay juga.
Sige daw, sige daw.
Wa jud ka nagmaya atong Latvia ha.
Pa juga
Marsam
ilan ni
nga.
Marsam.
Marsam nga ito kog Latvia gani, wa jud ka natagam ha.
target selection for Blabber and Vulcan. I just have to give
Yan,
him credit
nanti ka
because
daan.
it looked like Chris was walking up there, but they didn't make a decision.
Ayun na in-dare si
Sabi
Marsam.
ko napindot na lang
Blabber
yun.
instantly dive onto Tia and Sven.
Mo ginang
Gusto ganito pangutanan ko nimo.
Kind of dive here. FPX don't have a heal.
No. Pagdulan na lang dra.
mo nang moder ko basta mag truth or
Lugar ba yung nurse?
mo nang basta magkuan ko ka Marsam. Basta na magpostahan na ko Marsam. Trang isure jud ako nga modaog ko. Na kay kung langanin. Wala jud.
Yeah, look at the target selection.
Yes, sure jud niya na madaog gid siya.
Kind of jumps in, but
Nang
the
murag may ko
instantly going for jungle. Crisp is kind of a little bit dizzy there. Tian misses his combo because Blabber flashes Tian's combo. Sven follows first blood and double buff.
Generator ngano nasa tunga ang generator.
Bottom side because you do have the threat, the kill
Bulldoze.
potential here for the all-ins early on. It changes completely the way they want to play these early stages. Now we're seeing Jarvan as well exit from top side of the map.
Kung bungkagon ko ning totem, makitaan ko niya.
Vulcan now
Dili. Amot lang. Ay katong magmusiga, katong magsiga nga totem.
Okay, dili sa kanya na magkuan sa ko magkaning.
But it's a losing lane. They opt into Tristana, a winning lane, and it has a dash as well to escape this Jarvan Rumble combo.
Uy, umo na rin sa likod na ako.
Top side, Nuguri has flash.
As the dash has the smoke screen, has to be patient, but there should be no way out of this one. Immediately the knockup, they follow through. Clean kill on the top side.
When you win bottom
patay
side, unlock the
generator, no?
support for the
Nag-gen ko,
first
nag-gen
roam.
ko.
Nag-gen ko.
Those extra seconds matter so much.
Yeah, we talked about it and we saw it last game. We thought
buwak
C9
na.
would unlock top first to bot, but they're
Okay.
unlocking
Pero
bot to mid to
diri
top
ra pud
Vulcan. Dash out here. He has the
niya na
flash.
down kung ako
He can
dapit.
take his time on this one, has to splash out, but he's going right back in. That's going to be the gold card. Vulcan getting burned lower and lower. They're trying to
Sabihan
barbecue
sa nako ni.
alive. He's ticking down and he will drop. How many kills can they trade back? For now, it's a 1-for-1, but Nuguri on the way in. TP coming in too. Perks are
Padulong siya sa-
lock it in now. Blabber committing fully to the fight.
Oh.
Xin Zhao absolutely popping
Padulong siya sa
off. They do it first row. They're going to do it again. First
Wow,
round.
dala
Parang
ko
daghang kahoy.
Sumitin ako great skill check ko.
For Blabber,
Ah, bukod siya yan.
are you kidding?
Patay. Saka barko umo mo.
Lagu broadcaster sa
Makita man
ako.
ako.
Mapalayo na ni Ian, okay ka yun.
6 kills to C9. 3-0-3 for Blabber. This jungle supporter.
Nasa sa baba.
Ay,
Nasa
pwede
taas
na,
yan.
kung di pa kanya mahapak Ian, pwede mo siya i-save.
Another skirmish.
Para malibog siya
And you called out
asayang ano.
the commitment.
Okay, napakan ko.
Ay, saka ka dirib na.
Padulong mis wala may lain choice, padulong jud ko diri sa barko.
Basta usaka. Ungo ka.
Saka adjud ko.
Ungo kang dako. Don't do that to me.
Wala tayong palit.
Oh, kailangan lang madadiri kay naipalit diri.
Oh, basta isaka. Di lang ka.
C9 are running away
Ako sa iya, ha?
with this early game.
Nano
Ayaw,
kaya?
ganda ko,
Second
saka.
phase, ayaw sa
This is
pag-second
not the
phase.
week 2 of old. This is the new and improved.
Nigukod siya sa imo.
Cloud9 now, they have to refocus.
Wala.
We talked about in Champ Select.
Basta kita sa kuha, bugo.
Was going to be the mid jungle roams. Can they set themselves up in these lanes for success? Yes. Box is checked right there. So now you have to
Dapat isa totem.
two twisted
Wala lagi na bungkag ang totem.
now level 6 off of the experience from that early
Agay.
skirmish. If you open
asa ka?
the vision control
Namin sa gawas.
around mid lane, then you get to hover to either side of the map, and it makes both side lanes of FPX have to respect these roams.
Gingan,
So you
Betty,
get
kag
so
ihil
much
ka.
pressure.
Ya, karon
Dili
dili
ko
ka.
saktan ko niya.
Ili kaning ungo ning isa.
Ako ng isa.
Similar to what we saw last game. I think the big difference this time around is FPX have the Rumble, they have the Jarvan, they have some easy ways to set up kills, to set up picks. So Cloud9 have to keep giving respect to FPX as they try to push this lead forward.
I think this is where you need to focus because Doinby, the classic for his Rumble is the Predator Rumble. So he likes to
Musta man ka diha?
But if you keep him pinned under tower and you have mid jungle roam again for that vision to
Lulong ko
support
diha.
perks, then you get first move.
Yes, C9 own
Uya pa
Now
magbaktas oy.
Vulcan and Blabber pairing up. Look at that pink they have on the
Siya
raft.
agoy,
They
agoy.
can control bot side as much as they want. So now you have to think, FPX, what do you want to do right now? Well, Tian probably has to play towards top side. He's getting level 6. Fudge has no flash. They can use their ultimates to kind of chain CC him down. So
Chill
Blabber
and
smartly
boards.
decides, okay, I'll match top side. Perks
Sa
has
mga
ult anyway,
boards.
so he can come to the play first, and he has mid push. So Blabber could
Siya
catch
git
Nuguri off guard
boards.
here.
Oh, and a level 5 Jarvan is just honestly
na.
not that menacing.
Kay na ta.
Blabber moving up level 6, going to zone Nuguri away. He will spot him out, but he's going to delete the control ward pretty handily.
Na.
Perks has to be careful here.
Pasal taga kill me.
Obviously, a lot of burst
Eh,
damage.
na-
Lama nang lami as pag kill ni kuya na may pressure.
To step
Very hard.
Ana.
Padukol-dukol.
Ano na mga doktor.
Naidukol.
Opening up
Libre
the
dokol na
vision
heal.
control both sides of mid lane through the river.
Pag game pressure
This
ba?
sets them up
Pasang
for
next.
taking
Tara.
May ngunti ko sa ano sa pag sa giga pa massage nun niya.
combination
Ganun ko kanang
has
hard
big
ko kanang
multiple
naipadukol.
rounds. They don't even get to go into the
Nya, duklon ko na yung mga
that
itlog
threat
dong.
of that pick. So
Yung ko to first time ito na ako nagpumasage na awkward kayo kayo or awkward din ko sa ano part.
Jarvan
Pag
Rumble
ko
doesn't
ganun
scale
magpapasok.
that great. 3-4
Ayaw taon dukla kung itlog, sir.
Gikay ganun ito.
Pika lang. Pikpika lang.
Mag-checkon lang.
Pikpikon.
That's why I like that you called out
Magtingog ba yun ah? Magpikpik ba?
the top side of the map is where you want to use
Nang mag-cheat video ako mag-boxer lang to ba? Ah,
and Fudge plays the wave accordingly with the support
Pikpika lang.
of the extra vision through river. They're able to push it out and they don't
Sige,
have to
gandagan
do
dia.
that opening.
C9 have
Bakas
Herald
lang.
now, so what they're going to do is Blabber's probably going to
Uy,
clear out
naikondo.
Krugs, base, clear his bot side jungle, Herald bots for Sven, maybe use a TF ult kind of dive and get Drake for themselves. So FPX, the problem is after having lost that early fight on top side, their options have run out. Now they're
Uy,
level 6,
Edward Cullen.
C9's flash just
Ay,
started to come
kuanda
up.
yung
The only
kill.
thing they can really do now is cross map top.
And that's a critical point because if they do give up the bottom side, then you're
Ay, siya
also
doon, taga sa
giving
ubos.
over not only
Ako ang gigukod.
should be side lane pressure with all the extra
Pagukod lang.
with the
Pagukod
river
lang ko.
of Cloud9.
Go lang.
If you take away that early dragon, the thing that FPX wants
Kami
to
na bahala diri.
force you to group up on so they can use
I-outplay
the
lang na
combo
siya.
combo, the draw just is not there.
Absolutely the case. And I think now for C9, it's just about keeping a cool head and staying
May
focused
box, yo.
in front of you as Vulcan may fish for this pick on
Yeah.
Nakoy kuan, nakoy heal.
He's gonna flash first.
Box,
TF1
magud, dili
coming
magud.
in, he's gonna go over, blast.
Nakoy
He's
dala
gonna
heal.
come out, he is gonna manage to make
Hindi
it
mo naman
unsafety. Well
ibalik.
played by Chris to get
Tanggal
into the
eh.
animation as the stun came in.
Yeah, you saw so many wards being dropped there. A pink, a normal.
Abri, Max, gwapo kaya ng heal na ko. Dagang gini kuan.
He does get out. So TF ult used
Sa
there.
tong
So that
iwan.
does relieve a little bit of pressure on the map for FPX, but C9
Ako po
still
kayo,
have
dual
to
ko
set up.
dito.
Look
Agay!
at the deep vision
Pana.
in FPX's bot side jungle. 2 pinks and a ward. They see absolutely everything. And by
Save
process
ka niya
of
niya.
elimination,
Bugo
if
kayo
TF's
mo
not
save
there,
kay katong
there's
namatay na
no
gud ka duha.
Exactly. They've done so much with their early investment.
Bugo
in
kayo.
vision. Now is when you actually
Hero kami bang mag-generator ka, di pa ka
There's no
matay.
teleports coming from the side of FPX. There's no
Okay,
surprise
padulong
factor
siya
here
diri.
for the attempt.
I also have to say, going in, MidKnight now taking down Blabber on the way forward. Chris trying to body block, but LWX already going to get set to fall. Blabber now going forward. He's ready for the re-engage. Sven still wants to go forward for the one, but the Q comes out. He miscalculates. The Cathian Rain finds the kill back. They're at least going to get one kill onto Chris. Perks off to the side, though. Juinbi does a ton of damage. They have to be careful. LWX now firing in. He goes golden, but Vulcan now has to run his way in. Is his entrance going to do it? Tiana come over the wall, waiting for the ult to fall away. Immediate ult flag. They stopped it from going in. Tiana's overstayed as well. He's taking down.
Save din niyo si Ian. Dagan na dito yaya na silikon sa kuha.
Goal siya sa kuha.
Wala na ilamot sa imo akong
leveled up there luckily at the end somewhere to get the perks just in time to save him. Blabber has 5 kills on Xin Zhao right now. 11 minutes in and he has a gold during this boss fight.
And that means you do get that dragon. They force the fight on bottom side. They get their kill. They critically don't give over the bounty that is on Blabber. Even though Sven does go down with the extra last auto there, that, you know, they were trying to get a little bit of a greedy, you know, trying to leave the one kill.
Kailangan tutuy ay naman ni self-care si.
But in the end, they still get the objective and the
Gana siya sa to, ah. Wala.
So much happening. Perks was running through the enemy jungle. Doinbi was chasing and so much happened. And it started off with Sven dying in the 1v1.
And again, since they've got Cryo mid, you see on the mini-map, Perks is moving down. So
guys, self-care pa nag-green.
This is the point where Blabber doesn't stay by Sven to help him
Siya
chase down.
nag-uwang.
Yeah, he's going
Nag-uwang.
thought he might be able to have it, and the Q cooldown
Gaman niya lang kay niya.
quickly means
Si Kuya ba ni?
Kaisa actually does have the burst, but they still get a massive victory there.
Yeah, and Blabber still has peril, so where is he going to use it? TP top here from Perks to zone away Nuggery. I don't think there's going to be much to happen.
Just getting down a couple tower plates, trying to get more gold in the back pocket of C9. Keep in mind, no
Asa mga generator din naman is tunga tanong generator.
a lot of standing gold up and available for the next 2 minutes if C9 can really push these individual advantages.
I think Perks realized he can't enter bot right now. He has no flash, no stopwatch, and there's a Jarvan Rumble hitting his bot tier 1. So if he even tries to step up in that lane, he's going to get engaged on. Being mid, so let's just force away the enemy top and actually cross back here. Bot trades for top trade. Perks is going to base. He is going to lose out on creeps, but it does get Fudge ahead on this chase.
And look,
pindi na punta.
so you gain a little, 30-second advantage there by getting first tower bonus, as well as this.
Kasi mo sa iba to ni Kuan.
Ako.
Oh.
Dia! Ayun na mo si Gilil sa kuha ko ng heal. Para di kita mamamatay.
Dito, mas di mo good safe nga na iko pang healing ba? Kaya makita. Mas safe ang self-care kay dito ma-detect.
O diba, gihilan ko niya. Matay may dili ron.
13 minutes into the game, tower play.
Hangol ka, blood points. Kabalo kang nurse na.
Absolute control in the early game, total dominance. Again, 100% kill participation.
Agay nurse.
Felt like Blabber and Perks in the first game. Vulcan and Blabber this game, absolute monsters.
And again, this is similar to the last game, but Cloud9 are snowballing it ahead very effectively because they are not going for resets to try and defend weak side. They are forcing FPX to basically play this game of chicken because they can push harder. When you have Herald, you can get 2 for 1 in the trade. You can push all the way to
Pangit kayo, mag-isa-isa tanin yung generator
you don't have to respect the counter push from FPX, and you just take more in the trade
dagma na
so that they
jud ko.
can get on the weak side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of macro going on there. C9 winning out, but now it's...
Hoy, bantay na sa ubos, nag-heal dia sa ubos.
Perks has ultimate, but he is level 9 and he is behind as an individual into Nuggery and into Doinbi. If they group up, you can see Doinbi's right behind Nuggery. If they can get some kind of lockdown on the Perks, he will die. So Blabber and Vulcan are trying to cover him.
Nag-yellow lagi ng saka generator.
But the biggest winner right now is Fudge. He's taking a bot tower. Nuggery has to just TP from top to bot. He's gonna get stopped
for the interrupt, immediate gold card. It's easy. Do they have enough damage to lock him down? He's been held up for a second. Blabber now on the way in. Nuggery running, but the TP is cancelled, which means again the big winner is Fudge.
Rings the bell right here for Fudge. You just earned a bunch of tower gold on bottom side. Can they punish mid though? LWX wants to try.
How many plates is he getting? I don't know how many plates that tower had, but he's gonna get the entire thing. Doinbi has TP, but if he invests TP bot as well, and you're losing double TP against C9 with a global, it's lights out on any side lane play. So for now, they're just gonna let it drop, and FPX can't get it top side. This is a 6k gold lead.
And gentlemen,
andam sa pag-abot.
Pahil ko.
Is refocusing on the main issue for Cloud9 in week 1 of Bruce. The coordination was all over the place. Even things as simple as teleporting to join a team fight. What was desynced and 30 seconds off at sometimes. But this time around, week number 2, so clean on the calls here.
Boom!
Popped. They go, they stop.
Hindi na ko matiwas ang generator niya.
Gamoy lang kitong generator na ang gibilin kanina ba? Ambot nga ko na human ko.
Such a cleaner setup, and the comms, you have to think, are so much
Kapit ako
cleaner
man.
this time around, so much more well focused.
Sa Gen?
And I think it's really good
Ay, wala pala pa kay me, 1/4 pa me. Masarap itong dagana.
Oh, nag+1 magyapon ko.
They picked the bot fight. They outplayed in the skirmish in a bot lane.
Pinakatumay ko tong asa naman tayo
on the opposite side. I thought that was going to be the red flag that
Wala kayong evader, oh.
And it wasn't. They turned that fight. They found that fight. They found that lead. And now on the opposite side for FPX, you're looking at tying C9 if C9 win this game. And you need to start sweating because you felt like the guaranteed second seed with Don 1 in the lead. Doesn't feel like the case anymore.
And I must say that at the chance of
Sana mo,
here, you
dyan
feel
mo.
so much more confident in ending games.
Kanang dyan na kanang sige, hapit damay na lang kayo na.
Because of the obvious,
Ata.
we have an extra global. But what's is so big in professional games is the
Nagidunggab na sad ko.
It removes some of the scary points where teams that have big wombo combos like FPX
Asa mo dapit?
will oftentimes try and set up in rush.
Nakasala kong barko.
Plays where they pick somebody off, but Twisted Fate can be used very liberally to gain that extra vision.
And I think he just popped ultimate right now, as you said it, Kobe. You can see on the right
Di
hand side of
nakadak-
the screen,
di
the
naka-
ultimate was
ganun.
used. He's going to use it towards mid after pushing out bot, and he just gets vision for the enemy team, right? Free Herald will spot the
Ayan.
ball out. I don't really need to make a side lane play for the next couple of minutes
Kamaya
anyway.
na.
Na, igod jud ko niya.
Herald mid soon you expect. 5-man grouped up. And Doinby's
Wala ko niya bitay, ha.
collapse towards mid. We might see FPX look for some kind of defense here on a 5v5. Or are they just going to opt to give it up? If they do, they might lose Dragon as well.
No Rumble here means it's really hard for them to force fight, but they're going to try to kick things off.
Recover
as
ko,
the
isa-
TP is
isa-
coming in. Rumble's going to go in. Keep your eyes on the equalizer. It goes across, but it's really not going to connect. Blabber now going to be in trouble. That's going to be a massive shutdown into the hands of the J4. Graves damage raining across
Esa ko
the
isave,
backside. Ultimate the tower's
please.
still going to drop.
Save
One
the
kill
tower.
trace to
Ayun
the
na lang.
tower.
Yeah, the objective was guaranteed, but Blabber and Vulcan dives for some kind of play on the backline. Crisp gets away without even using the flash, and then FPX just picked up a massive shutdown, so maybe they can look for this dragon themselves. Doinby used TP.
Ako na pagigugod sa ungo.
It's just gonna be a standoff for now.
Yeah, they didn't
Nalipong
quite
siya.
have the range to follow up.
Ganun, bato.
Tristana gets more auto attack range from the passive with extra levels. Sven, it was very risky for him to follow up on that Blabber play. Yeah, there's 200 health on Jarvan, really juicy rel target right there that he wants to finish off. But they don't quite have the backline since Jace can get blocked as
Yeah,
well
they
as
go
the
na
shot
puggo.
flash and not enough range to finish off that kill. So it's a very
Oy,
good
bantay.
choice by
Ikaw
team
bantay ka na
to
nag-open.
go in and
Wala, wala.
punish Blabber.
Ikarga ko niya, ikarga ko niya.
Just
Watch us TP.
TP now coming. Perks
Botong
on the
ka na
way
sa
as
ubos
well. He
ba?
has the flash.
Wala.
No rapid fire cannon, but the gold card will be ready in a moment. Nuggery's going to be in trouble. Flashback to the previous game is now going to dash and flash out to safety.
Ay, salamat lol ako.
Okay, I can see why they went for the play, right? There's no tier 2. Maybe they can overextend and get the kill, but Perks didn't have ult to gap close to CC, and it feels like C9 are making good plays,
Nagana.
correct plays around the map, but they're just making these small blunders here and there. Now they've lost TP.
Ako may na-stream nun. Uy, magawas na ko ah! Sorry. Action sa teleport mo.
Ay, kita na naman dito. Hindi naman ako may isa.
Equalizer down though. Now Cloud9 can feel a lot more comfortable while they back away.
C9 Crabber helping him out once again. They won the bottom crab
Yan ako
fight,
mugawas
and
na
he's
siya.
able to W dash over to the
Ano ra siya sa likod doon?
for the exit because you have to take a
Magawas
magnifying
mana
glass
doon,
to some of these plays, and Cagel brings it up.
Ah, siya.
The opportunity cost
Ay,
of
save
going for
ka
that
na.
top side play where you don't have huge rewards is going to be a very delayed dragon.
Unta,
Yes,
save
they
ka.
still have control of the map, so you can go for the reset because nobody got caught there on the top
Na-register
side.
mo
Try
likod.
and get there, but this is going to be a much further delayed soul as far as stacking it up. And when you have full control of the map like this with your Twisted Fate ult and your extra globals, then you should be focusing on trying to acquire the value much quicker.
Yeah, the reason this game just feels
Fine
tense, even though C9's up 5k gold, is they were in a similar situation last time these two teams played each other, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All you have to do now is just kind of play the back.
Ana!
Don't
Ana
play
ba?
the
Take a hit,
good
bitch!
picks.
Oh.
But I guess
Ana,
that's
dude,
last
ang
time that
teamwork.
didn't happen, and it is FPX, right? The second seed from the
Nasa-
LPL.
nasave
There's
ka?
always that thought in the back of your mind.
Pabunal naman dyan ang katong amo save. Magpabunal dyan siya kay paspas man siya mudagan after.
It's right
Sige.
there in 4K.
Ano sa lang kung hilbili na.
Flashback.
Oo, hilpili kay isa na dyan katong leather face.
And he has no flash. He's the man that they need to kill FPX, but C9 are covering him.
And again, I think the extra card that Cloud9 have to play, never mind, there it is.
Really committing so much damage now onto Chris. Doesn't even have a chance to proc his own
Simila
aftershocks.
to, eh.
Very squishy, but Cloud9 committing to the siege. There's no response on the top side
Laki
for
lang.
FPX.
But
Sugod
just no
na.
flash. If they just 5-man dive onto him, they can get a guaranteed kill here. I think C9 know that they have to be
Ano
careful.
to?
Cloud9
Okay.
backing off.
Ito nag-sync error lagi ko.
Blabber just kind of
Kailan,
using them,
kailan.
playing at the edge of madness. He knows if
Kailan.
he overcommits, he dies, but if he plays on the edge,
Nag-sync
maybe he keeps
error
that
ako.
FPX around so
Cloud.
long that
Ambot.
Chris dies before the fight even starts. Both sides backing away, but if that fight had kicked off, we might have seen 4 or 5 deaths on both sides.
Okay, how can you not love Blabber's playstyle? He's just
feeding
daring
himself.
them. He's like, do it, what? Chunking them down, daring them to go on him again because he has the safety of the ultimate. Xin is very deceptively, good at taking those fights. Everybody's well, accustomed to it now with Gore Drinker with your ultimate. But I kind of like that where they're chunking them down, kind of baiting them into it because you just need that one overstep that will blow the game wide open.
He's feeling himself. He's playing with confidence, right? He knows FPX's limits and he's showing it. to them in their face in the way he plays the game. And it's just great to see what C9 are doing around the map, right? They push in mid, move bot, siege the bot tier 2, force FPX to respond. Perks TP's top to push out. They keep all 3 lanes pushed in. Perks has a global anyway, and Fudge's flash is coming up back up soon, so they don't actually have to cover Fudge as much.
But the later we go, the higher the stakes get on some of these small decisions. Tension building. Kobe, you can't see him, he's running in place. He wants to feel excited, but he's afraid. I understand the feeling well.
Excuse me, sir. I'm a picture of calm, professional, relax.
I didn't say it was professional.
I do want to bring up, though.
Sam, calm down!
Excuse me, sir.
Mas pinamukita mong
I do want to bring up once
Katulad
again.
nagdulat tag DVD ka uban si Kuya Eric kay marag newbie beta to, di ba? Ay ko to.
Is that the difference between the previous game versus FPX and this one is that your split pushing again is afforded
Invitation field like way Kuya.
So now it is not as much on
Invitation can't be sent.
moving in to get the deep vision for the rotation first. You have a little bit of an extra out with the extra cooldown reduction here for Perks' ultimate.
Nasi Kuya?
So they have a little bit.
It's a kind of deja vu from the last time they faced because
Pala pa di ko na okay ang
they have one play to make over side lanes, and that's catch you and engage on you. Perks is playing a similar champ where you have a global and you have a flash to get out of these kind of lockdown CC abilities, so they should know from what happened last time around and why they lost, how to adapt and how to win this time
Invitation field kaya.
with the similar composition that FPX have.
Oh, ano man?
FPX always fishing.
Kana okay na.
Opportunity looking for that engage, looking to catch out an isolated
Lah,
for
an card.
You can see Fudge on the bot side. He should be able to push in and take this tier 2. Not really going to go match. His only job is not to be careful, right? If he sees them in mid, he can start to power. If he doesn't, he's going to get collapsed on. C9 should know from their mistakes in the last couple of games when to push these towers.
I just like how you say his only job is to be careful, and he's face taking the turret.
Yeah, Perks used ultimate to spot him out. He's getting engaged on.
Eyes on the rumble, equalizer.
Puro gadwa-dua man ni sila. Patay ang ano.
Nag-send ako sa invitation sa inyo.
Kailangan ako, mag-restart ako sa DVD.
Sige.
Looks like they're happy to just back off.
This is huge tempo. You got to push forward now. Try and leverage the kill. They can get the extra towers.
Breaking down tier 2, massive for C9. Again, FPX look for an opportunity. Again, FPX go for the wombo combo, but again, it does not pan out. C9 holding on to a 7k gold lead.
And I just love when games like this are played well. When you have these very clear, distinct, different playstyles of the champions locked in, first 3 champions, as we talked about in Champ Select, we could already tell FPX going for a big wombo. They need to play off the synergies. They need to find those big fights and use the Rumble Jargon early. But Cloud9 have to split the map. So much depends on the early, support and jungle finding success. And when you find that success, then play it out into the split push effectively like this is key.
Yeah, and Perks, just like you said, Kobe, is using the ultimate to spot out FPX. He uses ult here to push out top and move towards mid while Fudge is hitting bot tier 2. And FPX are getting tired of it. They're playing against the same comp Damon was playing, TF Jace, and they're pulling them around the map, and FPX are having none of it. They go for the engage, but it's just so scattered. Tian first, Crisp afterwards, LWX in the middle, diving in, getting exhausted. And FPX need to find a way to break these side lanes pushing in non-stop from C9.
Small things too, like Perks has been playing with ice in his veins. He's held his flash so late in so many of these skirmishes that he's baiting more and more FPX members in, and that has been turned around by C9 members. So even though he's not cutting it the last hits, and
C9's comp is all about globals and side lanes and single target damage. If they do drop the ball and they do get engaged on and lose Nash, they are really going to struggle. But as long as they keep their lead, they should be okay.
Tian, they're coming in, and Tian wants to commit to the play. That's going to be Jungler down.
He finally fell. Blabber's like daring him again. Charges in, forces him, and he's had
Invitation
enough,
field,
so he tries to force it on Cloud9. Huge punishment. The rest of FPX are as the Dragon and the Baron slip through their fingers. Where's our jungler?
Yeah, Tian called Blabber's buff, but now that's going to be Infernal Soul points for C9.
He wasn't bluffing. He's got his whole
He wasn't bluffing. He had double aces, and now they're going to lose Nash for that, I expect as well, because 10 seconds on Tian. And Tian has been struggling so much this tournament. The Viego
Steam or ang
was good because it's comfort, but from the finals in these mid-early gangs to now the World Championship, Tian is really struggling.
Vulcan on the backside, they see the engage, they see the potential to get the fight kicked off. Cloud9 kicking things off, Blabber immediately to the backside, using the ult. Joyby can't do any damage to this Zen. Chris trying to do what he can to disengage, but now Perks ult again, gold card on the LWX. Spend blood in the water. He can smell it. That's a double. He's ready to jump up below. He's ready to fit for the triple. Can he find it? Nuggery next on the list. Again, that's going to be 3. Spend still alive. Leaping out to safety. Gold card comes in. Join me from downtown. Manages to snipe him away. Tian, though, getting cut down. C9 can turn right back to the Baron.
Jungle freaking diff right here. They're going to both be down for this one. Blabber will finish up the Baron. Cloud9 own Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, 5 kills for 1. Only Sven dropped. They're going to get a Baron. They're on Infernal Soul Point. The scaling is in their favor, and they have full control of this game.
Tien dies for the pin, forced the fight for the rest of the team. As soon as he revives, runs back in, dies again. Name in Lights and Cloud9 in back-to-back must-win games.
Yeah, and the survivability
Naay
tools
reverb.
now have, right? Blabber
Naay
has to stop what you can build
background.
towards GA.
Kailangan
Perks can now start
Ana,
building
na.
zones. These dive comps, this dive
Rah,
comp
rah,
from
rah,
FPX
rah.
is running out of
Walay.
time. And C9 had a free Baron here, but they just want to turn
Ana,
because
wah,
of
wah, wah, wah.
positioning. Great engage on the backline to buy time for Blabber to come and follow
Oh,
up.
hello.
And it's all about Perks' rapid fire to keep this
Wah,
fight
wah,
going.
wah, wah.
What's behind them?
Nah.
Rapid fire onto LWX. The target selection was great.
Oh,
Exactly.
hello.
You mentioned before, but Blabber's not bluffing. He has the chase from the rest of the team right behind him. Twisted Fate ultimate. Tristana jumping right over.
Oh, wala, Jude.
Chasing down every one of the kills. And now we're going to go right out of that replay into a full reset from Cloud9. Baron of Power recalls, and they've spent
Bakit
all that money.
wala?
Yeah, and they've got such good side laners to do it as well. Fudge can push in bot, just give him vision. You can see Perks is already hovering around with ultimate up. FPX, the only way you can stop this siege is Rumble ulting waves or hard engages. So they're going to have to make
Kana.
one of the two decisions soon
Wah.
when C9 starts hitting on their inhibs.
Nine pushing their vision line
Wah.
forward. 4 members here. You've got Jace
Wah.
pushing in on the bottom side.
Me and
Slow
Mahitua.
siege. Cloud9 far enough ahead that they maybe can take a full-on 5v5, but not going to take any risks here.
Wala,
Have
Jude.
poke, have Baron.
Bili
They
may
cannot
bets,
even
kuya.
play this fast. They can take their time.
Target selection is key here.
Nanak
Ako man
ko.
siya nag-river ay
Flash, but he has
nag-river.
stopwatch. I talked about the defensive items. Look at the
Wala may
stopwatch.
naging bets ako, ah.
They need to be careful. Perks has flash coming up as well. The siege begins. Bot tier 3.
Kana, invite na.
Grabber committing, sees Chris already use the Hex
Oh, nanak
Blast.
ko.
Now wants to go in as long as he has the ultimate. He's relatively safe. He's
Sam na lang.
Perks just
Hanap-
poking. They're committing again. Tian. Could be locked up.
Ligo
Both
Power
cogs,
Pop
the ult
Girls.
is
Ligo
spending.
Power Pop
More of
Girls.
a fight. That is one cooldown missing.
Magsaling ako, pinapangit, di ka nang pinapangit,
Is the
pinapangit.
best choice here. You have a wave coming in, you could try to threaten it, but now they've lost Vulcan's ultimate. Crisp has flash, C9 could just back off here, but it looks like they're going for it.
Going back. Gold card ready. FPX respecting it. They're getting zoned away. It's rapid fire cannon as well. Waiting, biding their time. FPX need to make a decision soon. It's a slow siege in. They're going to lose at least one tower if they don't kill this cannon. Maybe one tower will fall. Now committing. Tian has fully gone in for the fight. If they lose this one, Cloud9 will just end the game. Now Blabber going forward, taking out the jungler. Backing off, turning back to the
Hello.
top side. Cloud9 again, not overcommitting, not diving the towers, moving up to the top side, ready to keep this siege going.
Yeah, FPX have no engage left, only Crisp really, because Tian's dead. The only follow-up is Doinby's ultimate. Crisp has to find some kind of fight.
Now Vulcan going in, that's enemy support taken down. LWX off to the side, isolated.
Dark
Gold
Sense
card is
4
watered
mag-dance
down.
with me.
C9, eyes on the prize, eyes on the nexus,
nakamute
eyes
ko.
on making it
Yan,
out.
lupin dito,
They
sir.
started the day 0-3, a win over Rome, a
Nakamute
win
ko.
over FPX. The miracle in their
Dili, wala.
sights.
North
nakamute
America
ko.
will not be
Dili.
ignored. They will not be trifled with.
Oso,
They will
nakamute
not
nakamute ko.
be denied.
Dili.
This
Kung may
time
ingon kuya,
around,
pag
they
di
get
na
the
ka nang
win over
madunggan.
FPX.
Bulok man.
C9's hopes of getting out are alive.
Makanay.
These two games have been amazing to see. What did they
Ay,
ever bring
bukro ko
for
na
what
ready,
they
sorry.
screamed with yesterday? They're playing like
La,
a
ano,
completely
record.
different team today.
So clean, so well coordinated. Success in the early game, snowballed. In
An-
back-to-back games,
record.
Cloud9 are simply on fire.
You're seeing, I think, the best parts of C9 come out in these games.
Bukaon lang yung
The
DVD
ability to
ron.
snowball, the ability to move across the map. You talked about it, just surfing through every single lane, and then respecting what FPX can do. Not making those same
Dinasad.
weak points.
They have always had the capabilities for these high highs. The ceiling at the very top. In MSI, taking games off
card.
Dom1, off RNG,
Hoodies,
taking games off
hoodies,
the best
chat,
games, the best teams in the world. And here is the critical point where they're doing it in crunch time. Now you look forward to possible tiebreakers, a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, and I think the important thing from these two games, which is just such a positive for Cloud9 going forwards, yes, they won, of course, but there was never a moment where you thought Rogue or FPX were actually turning the tides. That whole game, since the top fights of C9 winning out against FPX, were in full control of the entire map, always winning out on trades. Oh, it's gonna be a long day.
This is what it looks like when you play so aggressively and with that confidence being rewarded and followed up with strong macro play from ahead. It's really nice to actually see those mistakes or those openings not being given over to the opponents.
Absolutely. And now we're at the position where there are 8 remaining scenarios.
Ano lang mo day, wala.
But they have 1-1 against FPX. They have 1-1 against Rogue. So things are looking good. If it comes to a tiebreaker, they will get a tiebreaker. And that's... I'm trying tiebreaker. Wait, what is that? It's Wood Raging. No, don't hurry though. Okay, well, let it go. North America, you can be happy right now. We'll talk about everything else later in the day.
Wala, kuya.
Every segment counts, and thanks to the reliable network, Cloud9 collapsed right in time to secure a triple kill for Blabber.
Doya? Storya Doya.
The top side fight.
Hello.
Was there to respond. Fight's TP was great, and it was
all max tanan, wala gyapon.
Because some people will, panic and try and dash out.
Basta kailangan mo i-change yung output sa audio.
Asa ba dapit ang i-change ang output?
Hindi lang ko sure basta dyan sa audio.
Word change.
Discord.
Going in immediately delete the enemy jungler. And again, Chris
tama. Days
and then Blabber just gets to run
Don't
wild.
sweat.
What does Rel do without her cooldowns? What does
Voice and
Jarvan
video.
do without his cooldowns? Absolutely nothing. Boom!
Conquer stacked up, and one of the best things about Zen, compared to
Jarvan,
you can easily either flash or dodge the abilities from Jarvan, and all of a sudden your skirmish is just terrible compared to Zen. Meanwhile, there, especially with the setup from Vulcan, every ability lands,
and every second counts.
Every second does count. Thanks, Sis.
That was beautiful.
When we return, this is so good. When we return, we'll hear from the players of the day so far. Cloud9's Blabbers, as the LCS 3rd seed, are on their way towards a miracle run.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jude, ang... Pag dyan mag-play si Soul Music.
Wala na. Na-out lagi mo.
Nawala ako, nasulot ko sa lain nga lobby.
Okay, ambot lang.
Ako kay nagpariban akong karakter.
I-join sa quiz ko.
Uy, ano yan?
Asa ka nagpariban?
Yo, Ali, welcome back. Thank you again, Ali, for the bits and subs.
I am back. Hello!
Hello? 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 Ready? Ready?
Hello daw. Hello. It's me.
Halwang. Bossy ka ni. Bossy ka ni. Sama na.
Never die.
Emotional. Sabate basurera de tanara. Nakanai de ikuru kotomora kanina. De soro na koto de
Bayo. Bayo boys makers.
Mot kuya.
Sa kamaot.
Pag-ari under the water.
Nagari lang.
Ayaw man din ka mo.
Kana, pangit yapon.
Pangit yapon.
Yung mura kag kuha na na.
Mas okay pa ito kanina.
Kapag wala. Tanggalan na lang no. Tanggalan na.
Di ako, nag-wala ba? Ako pa nag-experiment. Ako tanong ako kung saan. Di na ako makita mo kung
maot ko yan. Basta maot.
Ay, kanina. Radyo na ka nang kulang o kuhan. Kadang kulag signal.
Ah, kana.
Wala. Maot jud ba sa maot?
Maot daw ya.
Ayaw.
Mura siya mura kag gastori sa sulod sa garapon niya. Lagi mura ka.
Welcome back to Iceland for World
Mura ka nato jud.
Group Stage C9. Get the
Ay,
necessary
off,
win
off, off.
over FPX
Kaya
and
na,
Blabbers.
off,
Thank you
off,
so
off,
much for
off,
joining me.
off.
What an absolute domination
Off,
for
off.
C9 today. Insane game.
Si ano na lang, si Sam na lang wala
It
gano.
starts right from the early game, and I do want to believe
Because
that usually
sanina
it's
sa
the
Dwight
jungler that's
Fairfield,
gonna lead
eh.
the communication and the early game plays.
Sana, pangit yapon.
Here in this game,
Progradyo ba gago?
overall for Cloud9.
Progradyo ba? Over.
Daw yes, daw ya.
Most about the early game, what
Ha?
I can do,
Katong ganina.
what we can do as a team, and
Yung nag-over.
or how to play defensively. And this game, we got a really good
Mura
balling 3-3.
nasa base. Dako imong base.
Fight, but I was very confident saying
Sige,
we're gonna win
pangit.
this. So we just won, even regardless if we win or not. and
Basta
we took
nasa
the fight,
base.
and
Dako kayo
after that, they
dako
just
kayo ang
started
base.
running it down.
It's one thing to grab the advantage, but it's another thing to just keep it through the game. How did you keep your health cool and the mind steady to grab the win in the end, especially?
Wala gani gamit og voice meter. Kung natural
Yeah, I
voice na akong ginagamit.
for sure, we knew we had the lead, and we knew
Igino
we were
gani sa mas
probably
ndot
gonna
doon eh, o
outscale
di
too.
kanina.
So we kind of just decided to take the game slow.
Nagagamit
Like,
ako
a lot of
voice
times
meter
I felt like
kay
we could have pushed
lahi
harder, but
akong
I think the way we played
headset,
the game
lahi
was
ang
pretty good, and we
speaker,
never let them
lahi
come
ang-
back. I gave like a shutdown mid, but I think that was just unlucky.
It was incredible, honestly. And I mean, you just had one day to turn things around after a
Para ko
disappointing
mag-zoom
first
po ko,
round robin, I
dali
think.
ra,
So,
just.
unlike other teams,
Dito.
just
Pero
24
ko,
hours
wala
to
na,
come
sira
back
tanan.
ready. Tell me about yesterday and the preparation and the
Sa una
mistakes
nato
that you
po.
guys have to fix.
Kapoy mo
Yeah,
nag-voice meter ba?
we kinda
I-open
just
pag
walked
voice
over our
meter. Kaon
games,
po siya sa
like,
CPU. Or
afterwards, and
hamot
kind
siya
of reviewed
makaon.
on what we could play better, and then we scrimmed an EU team yesterday. We fixed them
Kuryente.
really hard. They had to cancel, so that gave us a lot of confidence.
Marag
going into
mga
the-
point
That's
3
really
watch
good. Nice
siguro.
that you got this confidence. Bummer for EU teams, though. Last question, though.
Watch watch
The
say watch
next
yung
one is gonna
sa
be
narelo.
Damwon Kia.
Point
They
three
look
watch.
unbeatable from the
Watch
draft
me
to
ne,
the
watch me
gameplay
nene.
overall.
Nag-uban na po sa tanan.
Tell me about
Ano
this
ako sa
matchup and
taas?
how are you gonna win it this time?
Well, we have beat Damwon
Hello,
before
Ali.
in
Are you at work?
a necessary game to make it out of our groups at MSI, so I'm confident we're able to do it again. And I think we are playing very well today, and I hope our momentum
Pangit
keeps
yun
going.
akong taguanan.
What is gonna be the focus here for this matchup, if you can tell me?
Uy, Nars.
Doctor,
I don't know,
Nars.
Poppy was kind of smurfing, so hopefully it's a jungle gap for us.
Wow, well, hopefully it's a jungle gap for you guys. Well, thank you so much, Blabber, for the interview. Good luck on the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna
Ano,
take a short
gigakon?
break now, and Rogue will
Good
have a
lang.
big task as they need to
Naguban
win
mo ka,
against
mutan
Damwon
lang.
Kia in the next game to stay in the run.
Ah, gigukod ko.
Hold ka? Sure na?
Ah, dunggaban na. Wala na, deeds on arrivals.
Guro na.
Okay, bantay dia karena nagkuan. Generator, kita kay mo. Gigo ko sa Nars, pinsan na nasa nagtago.
Si Dwight.
Layo na siya sa kuha.
Siya kalayo. Mag-rack beat pa? Wala na.
Eh mo balik na diri ron. Ni balik si Dwight.
Ay sa ko ihil, ay sa ko ihil. Palay sa ko.
Dari sa kuya, katong nag-generator.
Guys, may katapat ng
Seryo?
shawarma shack.
Ano eh?
Totoo nga, may pumantay na sa shawarma ng shawarma shack. Juicy,
Pantay kit ang
meaty,
tanir. Kawag
siksikan
may spine
na
chicken.
Bukod man si Dwight ka pa siya.
Tara, tara.
Pero? Sila di. Hold ko lang po.
Same nurse na kanina ba?
Diri.
Siya.
Okay, long try. Pwede mo ta diri.
Dugi kis lagaw ko na yo.
Okay ko, generator ko dari taas.
Gikapoy na siya sa Dwight Fairfield doon nakabuhi. Murag gawad siguro ng Dwight kay
Ano sa taas, Lee?
Uy, nasa taas! Ah! Howdan yung mag-nurse, uy. Patay na ko, ani.
Ina-expect sa
Patay dead.
Wala pa, uy.
Duhan ako.
Ang sunod na, di na dyan ka mo ligtas-ligtas yung tao. Sa kuwata.
Welcome back everyone to the
Nasa
stage
tubangan ako,
4
ani,
analyst
Agi.
desk
Pero
where
walang hulasan na
Group
napit.
A has been blown
Wala
Maligtas kita ka na iyan.
open by Cloud9's win over FPX, making it
Ay,
3
go.
times still
Kanduha
possible,
na ito.
making everything
Likod na.
possible outside of knocking out
Bukod siya
Damwon
ako
because
na
they are
maligtas eh.
already qualified.
Nanako.
So, possibility for a 3
Okay, naina mo ko to, Dre.
Cloud9, Rogue, and FPX
Nasi yan.
is still on the table. However, Rogue cannot lose to
Go,
FPX
gopit ko
later
na
today,
igo!
and they also
Gopit
can't
ila
lose
ko
to
na yung gigok ko
Damwon.
na.
Should they lose to Damwon,
Di na
then
igok doon
need
ang
Damwon to
Dwight
beat
kay
C9
mag-
and then win versus FPX.
Ako pala
heal
For
sa-
C9 to
Sige,
directly
sige.
be qualified, they need Rogue to beat FPX and then beat Damwon themselves. And you know what, Chronicler? Everything is possible today.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There,
There is the possibility.
there is more than one, in
I'm-
fact.
I am, as someone who has, done Mukia, they're through no matter what.
Yeah.
So I can watch this
Kita rin isa din.
Yeah,
in a
you,
very
Dagan.
comfortable position here in Seoul.
you
Ano
can
ka
just
niya?
sit
Kita
back
may
and
Thomas.
relax and enjoy that Damwon has gone through.
Patay.
However, huge stakes in this game for Rogue versus Damwon Kia. And we
Okay.
wanted to take some time to look at the
Dagan.
top lane and more specifically at Khan.
Ano yung gigok ko?
And a man who
I-heal sa'yo mo sa
has announced right before the tournament that this is going to be his last world. So
No man
very
nandiyan sa
high
taas.
hopes on his shoulders.
Wala.
And he has
Wala pa,
such
wala pa
an
na naman.
illustrious career already.
Ibukod ko niya.
Before he actually found his way into
Last game yung 7 eh.
secondary league of the LPL.
Leave
nothing behind. That launcher game we had in the summer of 2017, where they did incredible and they used the worlds, and then had a 6-0 win and then got crushed, and then they did really well.
Asa mo dinaganay?
And then they also got crushed by G2, which I'm sure you remember very well. So it's been an illustrious career that has been.
Your will.
I think that's right? That's fighting for that international success time and time again. And now we arrive here at the last.
Ano?
They will
feel
the
Sita. Layo siya layo.
Layo.
And he was one of the main reasons why that team was so threatening. They could play for basically any lane. But Khan has actually done exceptional, right? And if you look at their MSI in particular, I personally feel like we have seen a lot of pressure or a lot of praise going to Showmaker for helping out, Baron Ghost, who didn't have the greatest tournament, as well as a Canyon.
Nasa murag no one
adjust
escapes
as well to the
death, no?
jungle changes. But Khan, in that tournament, was incredible, and thus far we've seen him win matchups on both sides, crush everyone in terms of stats, and I think it's a shame that Khan doesn't get mentioned as often as
Kabalo lagi siya asa tadapit.
Damwon, like Showmaker and Canyon.
And I think it's probably a side effect of the caliber of players he found himself on
Yeah.
teams with in previous years. And he's been on so many of them as well. But Khan looking to give a fantastic
Nagkapadulong
chapter
kay-
at this World Championship. I want to
Kaya
relate
na ko
this
eh.
into this next game we have because even though
Tony mo.
Nokia is already
Ito si Dwight.
qualified, Rogue is still
Wait lang,
up
nako diri kay
against
kuya.
it.
Patay naman
And
dito
I
si
want to
kuya.
pull
Patay na ko, patay na
the
ko.
champion pool of this tournament so far specifically and kind of relate it into the conversation about the top lane match.
Last na ko niya.
For Rogue, I
Abangan
don't
tama
think
ba? Asa
Owane has had the best tournament. What is your prediction for what this lane might look
Tony,
like
mas
and
ito
where
nurse.
they should look to prioritize for Rogue
Oo.
on that top lane?
That's a really hard one because
Sacrifice.
Khan got a lot of criticism as well for being one-dimensional. There was a lot of
Kaya nga sa
side
kukunin,
one-trick
wala
talk when
akong
we
mga
came
gamit.
into MSI, but he's actually had an incredible amount of champions played throughout the split, and I think it's one of the main reasons why it's so hard to really reliably
Sige,
shut
okay,
down.
minus. Ha?
Because if he gets a counter pick, he will do incredibly well, and that's something that you want to try and avoid when you're rogue. But then at the same time, he never really becomes a liability, and we've seen him already win even when getting theoretically counterpicked.
Exactly, two sides of the same matchup in the Graves one. Now to button this up in terms of the underdog possibility for Rogue, last time we saw Damon Kia won, but it got stalled out. We had the fiddle, they tried something completely different. Despite Hansama racking up a couple of kills as well. What do you think is the best which I know sounds incredible. What do you go up against Damon Kia?
It's got to be bot lane.
Gigukod ang isa.
I don't think you can.
Okay, gugod na dyan siya.
I don't think there's any team at the moment that can possibly match Khan.
So yung ko niya Gimori,
Showmaker.
magka-plus ko ba? Basta lang. Pula na gud akong benevolent.
In fact, they can bleed. Sometimes they take two
Wala na,
that they shouldn't take. And I think that if you get a good matchup
napatay ko na lang.
Igugod ka dyan, Sam. Bantay dyan. Wala niya gipunit.
Draft something that can roam, the Grise, the TF, we've already
wala niya
seen
gipunit.
Galio, for all I care. Just make sure that this man on your screen can somehow carry, because I think that attacking Damon as hard as you possibly can on that bot side, or baiting them into trying to, go for extended skirmishes, setting up stacked waves, getting Hans ahead. That's the only avenue.
That is the only avenue. Unfortunately, a monstrous task up ahead for Rogue. They're playing Damwon
Nibalik siya sa
back to back. We'll see if Damwon's dominance continues here on day 4 as they face Rogue for our next matchup in Group A.
Nibalik siya. Padulo siya diya sa imo.
Ano mo siya Hex na no one escapes death o one hit lang tanan.
Last time we saw these two
teams
he wasn't overlooked at all because he was pretty darn big on that Jax.
Yes. I think Khan had a great playoffs towards the end of the LCK, and I also think that he's had a very
Hex.
run.
Kanang skull, kanang no one escapes death. Tanan nga one hit lang tatanan.
To the best of fives, and perhaps that's where we'll get to see.
Di lang kabutago ba tug mag-EFP.
Nagana kay Kon, langaw sumunta.
Makita na sa taas dili.
We talked a lot about Damwon.
Asa sa tanawa daw siya dito dol ba?
We also have to turn our attention.
Wala saya.
Wala siya sa open field.
Desk did mention Odoamne has
para makita ninyo.
When
ungo. Hindi na ako makita ungo.
Hindi na ako makita ng ungo. Ayaw dol kina.
Nanasaya.
You could throw resources at him, but it didn't matter. He would always find ways to still be
Wala.
relevant. Able to be very self-sufficient on, even if he wasn't.
Duol saya. Duol siya gipunit. Bandulong siya sa tubangan niya. Nasa ipalayo siya sa imo
to things like Camille, where and Nocturne in particular.
Yan. Nasa dapit sa imong tubangan.
The problem doesn't mean the resource factor for Rogue. It actually, all of their issues are stemming before the lane phase can really kick off. Individuals are not performing to the caliber that you typically expect of Rogue, and this needs to change. They need to find a way to get their way through the early game in order to stand a chance against Damwon, because they showcased last time that they can go toe-to-toe in the team fights. They know how to punish mistakes. They've clearly improved their mid to late game.
Sakita ng Hex na no one escapes death.
It's the part that they are struggling with.
Diretso higda no?
Earlier on in the game than it used to be.
Naman yung trick. Tanaw na to kung
gana. Bottom lane really caused them a lot of trouble last time these two teams played up against each other. That was Nami, Yumi, Elise Sin taking away from as Aurelia, as well as that initial ban from the LCK. I wonder if it's
Nala siya murag dash. Usa tong dash niya?
Dead hard. Dead hard. Kanang nasa pinaka, kanang nasa right, kanang murag dadagan nga tao nga perk.
Makaunsa ka na?
Magdash. Pwede magdash. Patay.
Sana patay.
Dead hard, Iron Wheel. Iron Wheel. Borrowed time ba na? Borrowed time. Isa na sa taas ka.
Carry role right now with a lot of focus up towards there, and with the
Mana, patay na ko ka.
an answer to Showmaker's victory.
And the answer you would expect is something like the Rise coming out from last in the mid lane. Something like
wala.
Roam that can follow that Twisted Fate. But by picking the Twisted Fate here first,
Okay.
you say to Roam,
yung
well, are you
Gimori.
going to give Oda Jace? Are you going to put him on a carry when he's been struggling so much through the rest of the group?
One thing that they could also do, which they haven't done for a while, but Inspired, one of his most played champions was
Pangitan niya mo.
the reason why I bring down used to be Rogue's answer into the Twisted Fate. They basically prevented TF from ever being able to roam down the map, and they would use to like perma push in mid lane and then TF underneath the tower, and if he ever did,
Wala ko, zero ko.
basically lose your tower. It was something that
Magkuan ko no, kay ugma magsayo pa ko tapos nagtagad ko sa
they
Davao ma.
did leverage quite a lot, but of course due to that AP jungle threat.
Ito ba ko ano kwangin?
For now, Rogue is just going to prioritize getting themselves a strong 2v2 top lane. We talked about the Leon being up, but with not
It does make sense for Rogue to put a lot of eggs in that bot lane basket. Hansama and Trimby have been having a stellar tournament so far, but immediately into it, it's going to be Draven alongside what looks like a threat shift.
Looking scary right now for Rogue with Draven and Thresh on the bot side of the map. This is a very potent 2 versus 2, but remember the last time that they met, it was Rogue getting the better in the 2 versus 2 up against Ghost and Beryl. So a lot of eyes will be on this Draven, and we know that Hansama is more than equipped to play into a champion that he is known for.
Yeah, he'll definitely come down towards that bottom side. Ghost and Bell, not always the most stellar players on Dom 1, often just the utility role players more than anything else. Rise now locked in for Rogue. Last is going to take that and try and follow Showmaker on some of these roams.
Because to be honest, Larson really hasn't been getting out of lane very often. Even during the regular season, he wasn't known for his roaming style, and that kind of, when you look at players like Niski, when you look at players like got the better of him due to their roaming nature, and now you're going against Showmaker, who literally has a skin for the champion that he is playing. You know how he's going to find those opportunities to get impact on the map.
Really feels like Worlds is defined by mid-jungle roams, supports going up there, teaming up around that Herald as well. Larson has been struggling. I had a quick look at some of his numbers, Betty. 20% of his team's damage. Very low for a mid lane. Compared to Showmaker, a full 6% more of his team's total damage. Showmaker having a good tournament. Larson being a little bit invisible from time to time. As we move into the second phase, though, Graves banned away. Jarvan taken out of the pool as well. Fresh, of course, okay, into the Jarvan, you can play away the flag drag combo, does the same with the Leona Zenith Blade, so that Jarvan, just a respect ban, want to get rid of some of the ability to get those early ganks up.
They're just removing the strong team fighting tools. Remember last time it was the team fighting that Damwon almost lost to, and when we kind of look at the siege, I think the Damwon siege isn't as weak as it was the last time that they played up against each other. But still, they're showcasing that respect. They know that it could be a pretty safe blind, and right now Rogue is definitely looking to lock in their jungler. I'm thinking of things like Diego, with the Xin Zhao band away as well. We're definitely heading towards a Talon Kiana once again. The last time that they did meet, it was Canyon bringing out his Talon, and he played it into Inspired's Fiddle, which he dominated the early game with, and it definitely helped that Khan was able to get a solo kill top.
Actually looks like Rogue might be picking their jungler for last here. Not getting the top lane counter pick, picking the Jace for Oda Wamne. First time he's brought that here at Worlds. Of course, Jace a very contested pick, as you mentioned earlier on, but it's now Damwon have to work out. How do you answer this in the top lane? Do you just go for something that can soak up the pressure? Do you go for something that will try and trade back? Alongside that, what are you going to put Canyon on? You're going to give him this Kiana that's been tearing up the rim.
Certainly looks like it. I think that Odoamne just wants to get himself comfort. You know, he hasn't had the best tournament. Jace is something that he's played throughout his entire career, and it is generally a safe top side, and also a lane that you can easily play through, or you can leave on the weak side with the itemization changes that happen. Jace really benefited and really does scale so much better than he used to with that full of now build of old. For now though, Damwon, they're going to get themselves Kiana, and it looks like they're trying to match the aggression on the top side of the map. It will be Khan's Lucian. So we talked about them wanting a strong top side. Khan is definitely going to be putting a lot of weight behind his carry potential.
And it just makes those roams from Twisted Fate even more deadly as well. You get up there, you gold card Odoamne, and then you have the Light Slinger himself just chipping away at that Jace's health bar. Does mean the Damwon are a very squishy team as a whole though. Obviously Goredrinker will contribute for Canyon in the jungle, but the rest of the team are very easy to lock down.
Now this Olaf is a bit of a throwback because for those that don't know, when Inspired first joined the league, he was known as an Olaf one-trick.
Yep.
The Rogue's win rate was something like 80 to 90% with Olaf.
Wala ko reroll.
They didn't win any other games. Basically, whenever
Wala
he
ko reroll.
got his hands on this champion, they would win domestically. Now, he hasn't really been bringing it out in recent history. I actually can't remember this year if he's even played it during the regular season at all. So the fact that Inspired is going back to this, yes, Blabber is known for his Olaf, but Inspired, perhaps he can look to emulate Blabber's success on the champion as well, and they need it. They are currently sitting at 1 and 3 in the group. If they can get a win over Damwon, this group becomes very interesting indeed. It's not completely over for Rogue, but their chances become that much higher. We have some very interesting compositions. Rogue going for much more of a team fight. They have very strong side lanes as well. They have solid engage. Overall, a very well-rounded comp. They seem to have a lot of options all across the board. Damwon, they're going to be looking to attack side lanes. They're going to be looking for picks. If they get ahead, it's going to be very difficult to stop the snowball with champions like Draven, Lucian, Kiana, and Twisted Fate. If they get their hands on the steering wheel, they're not going to let go.
Damwon have been steering themselves to success for the last week of groups. Now they're looking to make it 5-0 in this matchup versus Rogue. As we've said, Rogue are not out of it at all. If they lose this game, they can still find that three-way tie with FPX and with Cloud9, but a win here would actually accelerate them into the possibility that they could take it all, that they could get that second seed unperturbed by anyone else without having to play a tiebreaker. And coming off the back of a disappointing loss for them against Cloud9 earlier on today,
Achievement ba ng Twitch payout?
dominant victory.
First payout naman ako.
I've been reading a lot of the comments from EU fans, and I can see the frustration because it often feels like
Very
in
good
the
yung
first game,
maka-payout.
that level 1, the way in which
First
they're
payout
playing,
naman sa Twitch.
this is basically what
Oh,
we see
first.
from we can hit from
Loadung ako.
if you want. Use the hashtag.
Kasi nakuhin eh.
Send support. Obviously, it is a very huge uphill
Tingnan ko
battle to be
naman
able
yung
to take down Damwon, but I can feel that frustration. I understand that frustration. I know a lot of EU fans want to see this Rogue perform, but let's see if they can do it. They had a pretty crazy game the last time. You and I were casting out. Remember, we were at 5 minutes, we were like, well, this game's over. And then it went for so much longer. It was very dramatic indeed. So nothing too crazy here at level 1. Olaf is the star on Raptors, and he may very well be going through very fast.
Obviously, Olaf, one of the quickest clears in the jungle early on. Undertow gives you a relatively good amount of AoE, and the lower you go, the quicker you clear. Makes it very easy for you to speed your way through farming. Kiana, a little bit slower, doesn't quite have as much damage, but already working her way through that blue buff. Bottom lane is definitely somewhere you will look to as a point of hope for Rogue. Hans Summer and Kubi have been performing well throughout the entirety of Worlds, and it was actually off the back of Hans Summer last time that Rogue were able to get back into the game.
Certainly was, but you know, they dropped the Trinity fresh. And this is also kind of a lane that you want to try and leverage. The thing about Damwon is they've got a lot of strong lanes all across the board. And while they will be able to get Cryo up towards the top side of the map with this solution early on, I'm as convinced that they'll be able to do the same on the bot side. That level 2 in the bot lane is going to be really important, and it looks like the Hans Summer and Trimby will get it first. So Ghost Barrel forced to showcase that respect, and Inspired, based on his pathing, doing a full play top side. Notice that he's done Raptors into Krugs to go for the most optimal jungle route in terms of getting those camps respawning very, very quickly and leveraging the fact that Olaf has such a fast towards the bot side of the map. But I'm curious as to how Canyon will play the next 2 minutes. Showmaker does have Cryo in mid. You've got to remember Kiana very early on against an Olaf. You do not want to run into.
Especially with the Rogue bottom lane pushing in as well, you know that they can react a little bit quicker than your own laners. That bot side Scuttle Crab may just be given over to Inspired, but Showmaker back in does have the TP to get back to this lane.
Yo, what's up, Brody? Welcome to the stream. How are you, my friend?
And that control ward. So Showmaker there was running a little bit low on mana, running a little bit low on health. Decides to invest his
Hello, kumusta, Brody? How are you, sir? How's your day?
It's really important that you get that base because he knows that these crabs are going to be spawning soon, and he's upper back against Larson.
Kumusta rank grind? Saan ba? Like, anong game? LOL? Naraka?
But for the time being, it looks like that Kiana knows the situation.
Sa LOL, siyempre, ano pa tayo? Bronze. Ano tayo? Wala na din bang all chat sa LOL? Meron pa rin.
Next season pa to.
Next
season daw.
Scuttle Crab while the Krugs were being started up by Canyon. So that early
Wala nang all chat, video call na, ha?
dividends. Now we'll see Showmaker working
All
on the
video.
top side. Just
Video
to
call
see
na
if
next.
this Scuttle Crab has been
Nakita mo yung mga tumbling ng mga players sa sarap na. Next season pa, yes sir, daw. Ngayon ko lang ka nalaman eh.
if perhaps this location is now warded.
Well, the really important thing here is Khan actually has control over the top lane for now. He would be able to
Oy, Ilawi,
first, and now the
ginagawa mo
last has
dito?
actually been able to take back in. There's a way in which both can contest this, but Inspired saying,
Mabushi,
I don't want to let the rest
huling
have
daring.
Gamma right now, so Canyon will actually secure himself a crab now and again.
Be a fighting dreamer.
Damage is big, but Belgium able to walk out into some from Yoshimi low as well.
Right here, right now, burn.
The bot laners will just back away.
Get enough damage down with another Q to be able to secure a kill, but not quite enough damage now.
Kaka-quit ko lang uli this season. Ba't ka nag-quit?
Odo's just gone too deep. Flash away. Khan will flash forward. Get burst blood. Undertow is going to land. Inspired will be able to clean this one up, but look at the wave under the tower. Inspired might try and hold this one outside the turret range so that Odo can TP back in.
But Khan continues to display his dominance in the top lane. Odo Ame was playing into a huge
May
wave,
bata,
and Khan took advantage of it,
nilalamig.
knowing that he was level 5. Knowing that he would be able to trade kills, he does a fantastic job.
2009 ka maglalaro. Oh, ba't ka nag-quit?
Now Inspired still hovering in this bush, and Khan, he's aware. He knows what could happen.
Nakakaubos ng buhok ko. Bakit napapanot ka na ngayon, sir?
In fact, he's able to trade 1 for 1. Pretty best case scenario for Dom.
Sabi niya, nakakaubos na ng buhok ko galaro ng LOL.
Khan obviously did have to invest his flash into doing it, invested his TP to get back to the lane, but because of that, he is now in a
Hard stock flat daw. Ah, sana all flat. Oo nga, hard stock bronze. Oh, saan to? First honor, bronze medal. Ay, hindi na. Ano ba yung bronze? With honors. Oh. With honors.
Just pass like ships in the night in the mid lane.
Nagdurmadal ako ng... Good lang. Overflow. Gago. Nini.
You don't say, but that might change very quickly.
Nini.
Level 6. He's going to move into the fog of war, already moving into the river.
Uy, maganda kayong overflow na hentay. Hit ko kaya yun.
This is no way you get out of
Nini.
Now wait for the minions to push in. They'll take aggro. Odo Omne, 300 health in a dream is all he can do, but Canyon takes the kill.
Very easy dive from Canyon, and again it comes from the top dip. Canyon is just schooling on Odo Omne right now. A great utilization of the culling to get Odo Omne low enough. Damwon was trying to stack a wave and set up a dive, and then Showmaker was like, oh, you
Patay
don't
tayo
need
sa
it.
cartouche.
So he still has his ultimate available. He can still use it for any
Hard stock flat. Sana all. Ako hard stock bronze. With honors. With honors din naman ako yung lipal. Nung graduate ako nung high school, top 20 ako sa school. Mahal ka kala mo taga bright. Oh man, yung in-average sa lahat ng pinamataas na grade tapos ita top 1 hanggang 20, number 20 ako. Sabit sa patalim.
Sana all top 20.
Ang ina mo.
Ano? Okay. Nakapasok ako sa top 20
Murag sa Google.
average. Hindi ko kumutuo ato na top 20 ko good. Yan kayo sa class. Buong graduate ng 4th year. So, mga 800 plus ata kami nung graduate ng 4th
20
year.
siya pero, top 20 siya pero 20 lang sila kami.
Baliw. Ang nasa 600 ata kami nung graduate ng 4th year. Grade 10.
So, ano, top 20 mo pero 20 lang.
O, diba? At least sa top.
O, diba?
Pero mampun mo. Ikaw pinakala.
Ayan, at tapos na kayo, darating na ang mga maliliit na alam.
Moves out his top wave, moves in the fog of war, and just creates that point of pressure. Of course, there is that Scuttle Crab as well that will spot him out, but fog of war is such a powerful thing.
Palit akong Lola Ato God, nakabuli siya top 20 ko.
Moves into the river. Every single time he doesn't have a wave, he needs to clear.
Should puno 600 versus 700 plus ko ba? Hindi rank by average.
Still hovering around here, anything you try to do, I
Hindi ko daw pumapasok. Ay, hindi mo tayo hindi pumapasok. Lagi ko daw exempted kay lagi yung nagka-perform. Ano gano'n? Alam mo yung feeling na may kakatok ba? Like, for example, mga 8 AM class, tapos, good morning sir, pwede po daw excuse si Mr. Ocampo sir kasi magka-practice daw po for presentation. Then ako mag-ask ko sa gate ba? Tag life, bye-bye.
It's a relatively good
Uy, ako
start
aning
here
hit.
for Rogue, considering how far they fell behind last time.
Di ba pag high school or something, halos every month naman yan may celebration. Like October, ganito buwan. So may buwan na week, August, tapos nutrition month, next month. Hindi po talaga akong excuse.
Buwan ng idiot.
Buwan ng idiot. Month, ano yung pag mga...
Sa Catholic school?
Dili, public lang ko ng 4th year.
Sige, pagka mo ang itirhan, save ka mo, pero pag ako na ganito,
Kaya sa Buanga, ang
Uy,
private
butang lang
room doon kay dili siya mas taas ang status ng public dito sa Buanga compare sa private. Ang private dito para sa mga dili ka pa entrance exam. Kaya ang public school man na akong gisudlan kay gisud man makasulod. Duhay kay ko nag-review patasud ng atong school.
Pero sa Tonga you can have high school. Tibo first year to fourth year.
Ang gambang gaw.
You've got to count your pennies in games like this, you know? Getting towards that Everfrost first, getting towards that Rapid Fire Cannon has such big spikes of damage and big spikes of utility for the Twisted Fate.
What I think is really interesting though is Larson is just stealing camps. Whenever he sees an opportunity, he's taking the wall. I think he's also taking the Raptors as well. And basically inspired wherever he is on the map.
Sped bi ako nag-graduate kay buang mangko.
Constantly being recycled and coming up as often as possible.
Sped section me. Doon man ang sped sa mga katong mga fast learner ug mga special child. Dito ka special child.
Naunor ka kasi special child manday ka gibutang mas kindili.
Diba? Pero bitaw, sped ko nung high school.
Mas spread yapon sa yung special child kay top 20 ra gid sa top 1 special child.
Ay! Okay. You erased me.
And because of that, Odoamne has to back all the way away. Canyon and Khan, the buddy system here in the top lane.
Yaris ko sa fight, buang.
Just play around the bottom side of the map. And because of this,
Eh,
they'll
kwan.
get probably all of these turret plates
Among
down by
kauban.
the 40-minute mark without even having to use a health.
Rogue are going to try and answer by throwing the Herald down in mid. I don't think they'll be able to secure
Ano
this,
yung
but they
mga
want to try and
school
get themselves at least some plates and get some
Tapos weird kayo mga
damage
school.
down. Larson will be the
Basta
benefactor
weird.
of this, but let's see if they can collapse
Jimon
now.
king
The picks
pangalan
are
mo.
coming down.
Ang tuloy nga lang day.
Wala na Mindanao.
SE7. Buk, sa man yung kuha Discord, dagan kayo letters.
On the top lane. And even though that gold looks
Basa.
relatively even, look at the difference.
Ano ko, ano, bright
1,400
mo sa
gold
high
right
school
now
man,
between
buang
those two top laners.
bugumantang college.
It really has been a top diff this game, and like, yes, Canyon and Shoemaker have been
Right
covering,
now,
but you have to give so much credit to how well Khan is playing for once.
Tiny thing. There's a ward just up by the tier 2 in the top lane that spotted Trimby going around for a roam and immediately Khan backs away. Darmon actually using the time that they had here
Video
to
lang.
get that
Sa top
deep
20 lang kay
so
co-founder man ako lolo sa school.
knowing when the support can run around. So like coming out, Realm Warp's going to be used here by Larson.
Parang yun ako ginauna-una dyan ba?
He's burnt the flash to try and get away, and Rogue are trying to
Hindi
add one more to their
top
board.
20
TP's
yung
coming in,
lola kay.
Showmaker down, and now Khan not in the best of situations. Could get chased down by Odoamne, but instead he goes in with the Gale Force immediately.
Ano, yun
Larson
na.
flashes the hell out of there.
Ends up being a trade of flashes and investment of 2 teleports, but ultimately Rogue do come out on top. They will alleviate some of the pressure that Khan has been putting down into the top lane. They will also remove the ultimate
Dami
factor
ang
from
nida
Showmaker.
Ay!
Rogue will relieve some of the pressure that Darmon has been putting down. So I respect the proactivity here from Rogue. If they sit around and do nothing, then Darmon will eventually take control of the game.
Nag-tap mo din kung top-lock mo din sa mga college.
Gonna put my EU Courier hat on for a second. I'm an LEC caster. Rogue have done something no other team at Worlds 2021 could do.
Tell me.
Kill Showmaker. Up until
Oh,
now,
ganing
he
ate,
was
top 1 gan.
unkilled. I'll bring up his
Graduate.
stats because they're actually absolutely phenomenal. 47 KDA.
Bago man akong manghod,
Gold lead of
4th
almost
grading,
1,000
30 days siyang
at the
absent.
15-minute mark. Huge
Pag man na ano
kill
gabon
The
siya,
man is a
ang 5.
monster. He continues to be,
Oh, 30 days
but he
siyang
is no
absent.
longer
Sige.
unkilled.
Ako mahod yung pinaka-first case of chikungunya virus sa Zamboanga.
That's actually his official KDA.
So, way back 20, ano pa, 2013. Ay, di ko na yung mga researchers, naratos sila kung manghod, na yung mga interview sa mga babaga. Para pabalita pa nito ang manghod. Ang gilahan to niya ako ang chikungunya virus na ano man.
Damwon though, still trading on the other side of the map. You know, they're never going to give anything up for 3. While Rogue are able to get a kill onto one, you can still be the first tower going down in favor.
Sige na kung spare dire.
395 Draven stacks waiting.
One hit ng kalaban.
Somewhere.
Chikungunya virus malasag chip dash. Chip basta na siya mga may mga pantal-pantal sa mosquito.
The difference I'm pretty confident is basically in Showmaker's additional.
Dan katul kaayo din nulan ka.
Katal, din na sakit.
Isa?
Agay.
Yeah, it's this
Katal
is
din na
I
sakit.
think outside of
Pantal good, pantal di mo
the game that Rogue has had this tournament.
I mean, I think the big thing is we haven't
Dugi siya
really
natin 30 days dito. Start 1 month. So kung man, kaya ang skill naman mismo nag-demand, hindi siya pasugdan kay new case good, dili ka balo kasi ano ba? Kaya naman kasi magpanik ang mga tao. Mga doktor, grabe pangatana sa mga hood.
For now, there is a tower in the top lane. Don't want how it is of course very
Kuha ko dyan hit.
they want to grab that for themselves. I think that was the destiny coming out from Showmaker, just to get a little bit of information. They know that everyone from Rogue is hovering around the red buff. He doesn't have his TP. So Damwon with 5 members strong are going to say, well, you can't contest this. We know you can't contest this. And Rogue is saying, that's fine. We'll trade it for a tier 1 in the bot. You're going to secure our tier 1 in the top lane anyway. So let's just make this a fair trade across the board. Han Summer also looking at the position right now. Just showing the utmost respect. He knows
Akong kuya,
the members of Rogue
akong ate, point na lang, akong kuya, point 3 na lang makapasunod check top 10 sa board exam sa nursing. Pag umana akong ate, point 6 na lang makapasunod check top 10 sa nursing.
And with Lucian on this type of itemization,
sayang kayo.
You probably should just avoid the fight.
Point 3. Kaya hindi pag-top na sir, kay agawan ko sa mga company sa mga hospital.
As you said, Odoame not having TP.
Pero okay na yapon. Lutong yapon na lang kami. Wala, hindi ko din siya dito top 10. Ay, top 10. Pero pa dito sila. Pag muna, akong kuya, bulakbol ba kayo na. Sakit ka na sa ulos ng mga lolog sa kitag mga lolo na ako. Pero grabe ito yung pag-review.
Punta sa kali.
A significant one.
Iya ba itong review? Di siya magawas sa kwarto. Kuman yung basta grabe yung review. Ano kayo ba? Disiplinado ka siya kung time nag-review siya. Kung wala siya review center, self-review siya. Akong ate nag-review center siya.
Because I think a lot of their issues are not knowing how to properly utilize
eh, duda ko kung dili ka mag-review center, no? Nakaka-permit sa computer.
Mag-review center or
you're also saying that into Damwon, who of course showcased an excellent macro game versus FPX in our first game of the day. And that game was basically what, set about 1 team fight, I think it was. And now they're going to use the Herald to break off the mid tower, which means that Damwon will be able to get the tower lead. A lot of people are
pero pag yung 4th year kay nag-drop na siya isa ka subject. Rule ba na pag once naka-i-drop ng isa ka subject dili ka pwede may mulatin honor.
And they will extend their gold lead ever
so
slightly.
And the thing for Rogue though is you don't want to overinvest.
Sana all honor.
The Rift Herald's gone in, your tower's low. If you can get some cooldowns out of Damwon
underneath the tower,
so
on the
way back away, Damwon get exactly
what they wanted.
They get that little bit more gold in their back pockets and they open up the map by taking it down that mid-tier 1. And now Showmaker's looking for their proactive destiny up towards the top side canyon.
Mag-lawyer man siya. Mag-law man siya. Graduate naman siya. Galaw siya. Siya pa gapas sila si Uncle. Kaya dito ni Den.
Trading with Han Summer. slowed up, stands aside, knocks Summer back. 1-for-1 at the top.
Yeah, but the gold
lead went from being close to a 2,000 gold lead for Damwon. I'd love to see how much gold
Kasi lamang sa Wolves yata, di ba? Yan, yung mahuman nga
they're
rin.
not slowing down just yet.
Bito din. From nag-normal game naman na.
Has the bullet time, hits Showmaker, hits Ghost, but doesn't quite have the damage to take down Ghost and Beryl. Showmaker will fall, and Rogue are able to strike back. Gold still in Damwon's favor.
Now his KDA has been achievable goals, Medic. Rogue will find themselves 2 kills, but
Malu kay
lamang
palit.
money from that shutdown. Last time we checked, he was just short of 400. And then we didn't check for a while. Yeah, if we get the opportunity, I'd love to see it. Hopefully, replay how much money he gets. So the collapse here.
Pero kaya lagi ako yung tanong sa ako. Kaya lagi ako yung sending
the comes through. Oh, we just missed how much money he actually made off the back of that. But he made a lot.
Tons of coins coming out.
That was a lot. Look, he's got the collector plus the BF sword now. Oh, and the cloak. So he's already working
halfway towards the edge. That is a huge buy for Damwon.
Pero kung Damwon na.
Not often the Grammy or CK #1 seed.
Human na ng Damwon diya. Ako na human din.
T1 have been eliminated from the international end of the road for C team. Pag T1. T1 1-0 sa Dota.
Ay, daog ni.
Kanang T1 sa Dota, dili na sila faker.
Mana?
Kaya na umunot.
Pero kaya ang spare ko na ako sa one hit na lang sa life nila.
But the hashtag will trend because you'll tweet it and be like, hey guys, can you retweet this for me, please?
I would never.
Please, fans, engage with me.
I mean, what I just heard is Medic asking everyone to tweet
28 minutes.
Hashtag
can't you?
Best top jungle. I think Canyon has been a lot needed in this early game, and I think a lot of credit needs to go to the not what Inspired has done, but the pick, because I know that Kiana, while like usually you go for an early gold drinker if you can, right? But if you can, okay, so he's 2,000 gold ahead.
Aram ta?
Ghost is 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah. Ghost is in fact 2,000 gold ahead. Really, the only saving grace is the fact that Inspired is much further ahead of Canyon, and
Larson has it. Yeah, 1.4k is quite a big lead.
Yeah, indeed. This is the most Showmaker has died this tournament, and they've done a pretty good job of keeping units. Again, Larson has been stealing camps, a lot of them. But I think that this Olaf pick makes Kiana really fragile in the early game. And if you make one wrong move, it's so easy for the Olaf to snowball away. And it's interesting that he is actually going for this Lethality build. He is going for a one-shot build, which against the Olaf, I'm quite surprised about. I mean, like when I look at this composition, yeah, Rise, Jace, Miss Fortune, probably just one shot, especially with the follow-up you have from Damwon. But I think this Olaf is going to be something that you have to be really careful of. But then again, double AD carry against Olaf, they do have a lot of mobility with things like the Thresh and the Lucian on their side, so perhaps they're hoping that they can kite it back. I'm really excited to see if we actually get any fights.
Checkmate yun mo siya. Inakimam mga content kan na ako dire. Ako dito pa nang saya buang. Pag makacheck ka, wala ang sarap kang pasan yung katabi mo.
They were the best team fighting team in the world. They were deficits against T1 in their final in the LCK. It was their impressive team fighting that really set them apart from so many other teams. They're such an attractive point to receive glimpses of it so far in this tournament, so very excited to see what they can do with the competition.
I think having watched the first stage of groups, some people would now contest and say EDG, maybe, outmatching Damwon, but still two of the very best. Rogue, a strong team fighting team, they showed last time they played against Damwon in the group stage, but never the best. The Damwon position in our league, fighting back 6k, 10k goal behind. Again, right now they're both teams very
Ilan ang Mika games ang goal lang?
Mansion in the bottom lane, gonna do the same in the top lane. Looks like Noah's gonna push that one out. A minute and a half before the fourth dragon of the game, which would put Rogue onto sole
Laka games ang kulang karon sa world.
We often talk about time, and we've got to check.
Murag duha na lang no, ang kulang sa
it's stopwatch check, right? Who's got it?
It's I hate the item.
Tiebreaker, mag-tiebreaker pa
Only
man
the
eh.
mid laners are sitting with
Kung madawag ang damon diri
that
mag-tiebreaker
item just
pa
come through for a couple other players.
FPX
Inspired
o
has
Cloud9.
just completed Starax, and also you can see the Eclipse now finished for Canyon. Infinity Edge done for Ghost. No tier 2 boots needed. He's saying, I just want maximum damage. Level 13 on the Draven, 134 stacks, but that doesn't really matter at this point. He's cashed in. He is chilling. And he is going to be so important in this upcoming fight. I believe everyone has all of their summoners up. And we are building to that moment. Because so far, nothing game-breaking has happened. It's been a lot of trading. It's been a lot of back and forth. And everyone just farming up. But this dragon could decide a lot. Dalmon want it to avoid Rogue being on Soul Point. They have control for now. They're getting control through the bot wave. And they have Prio in mid, which will secure them the crab. They're going to get themselves some vision, but look at this top wave as well. Larson has pushed it up. He's now making his way down with plenty of time to spare. Good damage down on the barrel.
Saka na po, kabidyo na kung 5 video mo. Alam mo ko nag-inom po na pukawa ko?
Anak ka pagkagabi kay pukawa ko sa mga. Pero kami na pukawon ka na magdula. Wala makalingon na goras.
Isa nag-inom po pukawa yun naman pukawa ko.
There it is. Destiny comes out. Showmaker looking for a place to pour in the dragon aggro. Ghost taking the aggro right now. Inspired looking for the smite as he goes in for the dragon. It's secured by Canyon. Now the fight really begins. Cullen coming out. Ragnarok, Trimby going onto the backline looking for Bell. The hook hits. Not back. But Larson stunned up, and that's enough for Dalmon here. They pick up 2 immediately. And Rogue have to run for the hill.
A complete disconnect.
Inspired. Canyon's on the chase as well. Inspired. Unable to get away. Dalmon Kia get another one. Showmaker going in. Another gold card, but he will pay for it with his life. Dalmon now 4 members strong could turn their eyes towards the Baron.
What a massive disconnect from Rogue. Trimby flat on hit, the rest of the team is retreating, and then Larson ends up getting caught in the crossfire with a great hook from Beryl. Means that they go down fast. Ghost still alive, 3 kills, has damage to be able to tear down this Baron. What can Hans Summer and Oran they do?
The shot blast here. Hans Summer still has flash, has
Lugay Baron.
Beryl low already. Dalmon in the pit. All of them below half HP, but Ghost gets a shield from the shield bow. He's stepping forward onto the Baron. Hans Summer the flash forward from Ghost. Gets him the shutdown. Gets him his mid.
Nga na ba? Na-streamer nga na ba? Patok ng paano ko dito. Copyright nagkalit.
But Larson wants to try and get something back.
Larson don't want the TP's coming out. Dalmon as well. Showmaker wants to join this fight. Larson quickly realized that was not the best idea.
And then the hook comes through from Beryl. Larson then gets caught in the crossfire, and Dalmon gets himself 2 kills.
He
hurts his KDA a little bit more to get a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it works out very nicely for Dalmon. I think the road can maybe turn something around the Baron, but it's not enough to clean.
Sama na.
Dragon di si Pedro.
Level 17 now. And overall, he can have the game. Obviously, one of the big points of criticism is down one roster, but they put their trust in this game, and he is definitely met those expectations.
Rogue Jin ani sa mo. Sigang mata.
and Rogue, if they can survive this, will be pretty happy with the fact that they haven't lost more out of this Baron as the action hiding the most. Faker, fight on Bush, gets the stun on Trippy, Trippy pops the eclipse, but can't do the damage. Damwon just want the tower for now. Can he go trouble? Hidden in the grass as well. Left on this Baron, can Rogue hold
Gago, mga skin. Matay.
Enemy double kill. You have slain an enemy.
For now, the game is not over yet, and they have been in this position before. The last time that they met, it is Ghost who has all of the money. It is Ghost who has all of the damage, and getting on top of him is going to be no easy feat.
Ito naman akong Ari.
Saan na imong Ari?
Huwag lang.
Hindi imong Ari.
One ka bulumubuon. Charot lang.
Puno mo straight.
Siman mo straight.
Nangiwi mo.
Nangiwi iyang Ari.
Ari.
Destiny in towards the bottom, so he's going to isolate Trippy. Trippy going in by himself, but once again the fight is split. Supreme display of talent. Larson has to flash the wall, exhausted. Showmaker going in as the round will be well as Larson dodge back into it. Rose immediately disengaged, but the position of the Destiny from Showmaker was super high.
Yeah, just really great play.
Happy birthday!
Gago, nego.
Kill.
Ay.
Nice.
Shut down.
Happy birthday! Okay, sus, mungkin niya ba pag landing niya, budi siya gitsag, happy birthday!
Nga, naka sa birthday ni Inday.
For a single axe, for a single double shot, makes so much of a distance because it just means that Rogue
No.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Buong ka?
Dato kayo. 5-0.
Pushing out the top wave. Just their map control is
Just
onto Ghost, open to lock him down before he can get out. Bullet time coming in as well. Ghost is down. Shut down for Rogue. The singular target that they were wanting most has been killed off, and now Rogue should look towards the Baron.
he had no cleanse, and the CC comes through from Trimby. Now the hope is alive for Rogue.
Into the hook. Last number down in front of someone just in time to reach the battle will come out. It's a double for Khan. Benny, the hope was there for Rogue, but immediately it's slammed right back in their faces. Canyon and Khan can do no wrong. And
Patay.
gets the Quadra. Can he do it? Can he find the penta?
Pinta.
Canyon's gonna chase down Inspired.
Hindi pa sila tulan na idea.
Looking for it. Inspired is not taking
Love, happy birthday daw.
Ito ng pera si Ate sa akin 1 plus.
Ha? Wag!
Happy birthday! Tudunggan dyan ako ba?
Diba bullshit yun, no? Budak kayo
What's up, Ali? I just received. Oh my god, Ali. Why?
I just received your sorry.
Ali, thank you, Ali.
I'm gonna show you the delay time.
Wait,
Huh?
Gago. I'm
I
gonna show you
received
the
you give me
deleted.
1-5. Ay, 1-1-3.
Oh, birthday gapon ni mo yan. Happy birthday!
Gali, oh my god, Ali. My birthday is ano. Ali, why?
What? I do, bird.
I'm shy. I don't
Not
know.
shy,
I don't
not
know what to
me.
react. I don't know what to react, Ali.
Movie na yung gusto mo kitaan.
Ano?
Ang maulo ka.
Yeah, ganyan na gusto niya makita. Nahiya ako.
Babae na siya.
Ali, thank you. Oh my god.
Babae na siya.
Hindi. Ewan.
Ewan.
Pusong mamon.
Fuck! Patay.
Alina niya si Ian sa bayot.
Ali, thank you. Oh my god.
Pambudol na niya do.
Pambudol na. Sana mo tong happy birthday na to. Daman ang happy birthday dahil.
Alam mo din, binigyan niya ako ng 1,300 kahapon.
Yeah. Sige, yung sana mo, wala na.
Tapos ngayon, binigyan niya ako 1,300 ulit.
Yung sana namin 2,000.
Dance if you're happy now. I don't dance. Dance if you're happy.
Oh, no!
No.
I don't dance. I sing. Then sukog English.
No.
Can you feel it?
Can you feel it?
Gago, wag kayo mag-English.
Wala man!
Anong wala ka English mo lang?
Can you happy and you know, clap your hands.
Thank you, Ali. Oh my god, why? I'm shy. Not shy, not
Alam ko sa inyo.
Ali, thank you.
Your shit.
Oh my god. Ali.
Clap your feet.
Not me.
Kanyang gusto niya makita sa akin, yun, nahihiya daw ako. Ali, sige pa. Ayoko na. Nakaban ako sa ganito.
I can't say
Nihis
anything.
ako.
I am your friend, but
Ano?
I can't.
I can't what? Don't worry, I'm joking though. Ali, why? Thank you. Oh my god.
TP's coming in behind and Showmaker's like, Larson, this is how it's done. Locks in the stun card, looking for Han Summer, who immediately cleanses and dodges away from the wild card, so he will survive. But Canyon stepping forward, Showmaker going in.
Nakabuno sa ganito.
Like, out of time.
Thank you, Ali.
But it's all done, but the next is falling here. Darwon here will continue their perfect record. Han Summer
Padagang damon. What the fuck?
Yeah, tawag ka sa.
0 man. Still fake. Pag-count lagi mo clash mo.
You have been slain.
Iyan, kita ko red flag.
They now play up against FPX.
Lahat naman may red flag always naman. Ano nakita mo red flag?
Ay, nakapansin.
What?
Very good. Sure, jug ka.
Bisaya mo na lang.
If I understand correctly, if C9
Do you want me just to do it because I know it? Okay, so
Hindi mo.
Tama.
lose to Rogue, then we
Chat mo na lang para mag-pop up sa akin.
C9 still losing to Darwin. Right? However, if FPX beat
Ako din, men.
C9 have to
Nakaban
beat
ako.
Damwon to get into a tie.
Yes, however, if FPX
CCTV 2.0.
it's better C9 find controls at 2 and 3, which means that if C9
Why, Ali?
those tiebreakers,
Usag koan. Kadugayan kay Murag. Lagi Murag mahulog. Mahulog siya na tangalo. So kung mangayo siya sa mong table kay you know.
Ano talaga?
Happy birthday.
Wala akong charm.
Napansin ko ganina tong Ashay game.
Oo, di ba? Nakaban ako kay Megan.
Stop mo na yan.
Sinabihan ko na, di ba sinabi ko na na
may other way para undangon.
Oh my god, agay si Nami.
Hala, bawal ba nang na-issue sa windblow? Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Kaya nga. Fuck. Nakaban talaga ako kasi malaki-laki na rin kasi malaki talaga nabigay niya, me.
Ano?
Talaga na, sunlat.
Cret Labs.
Cret Lab, no?
Cret Labs.
Baka mag-happy birthday.
Agad layo, nabtan ni Marsam eh.
Ang paggamay ko, Glenn. Ubas ang Glenn. Walay healer. Kana ba? Wala naman ay life, mga hadlock mo na.
An enemy has been slain.
Ba?
Easy. Ang superpower ko. Nangarap. Kapag ako nangangarap, napapabigyan ko ang pangarap. Kapag ako nangangarap, lumalabas ang nakakapagod. Kapag ako nangangarap,
Doon akong mana.
kaya kong makita ang pero ang pangarap ay superpower na bigla na natutulog.
Papatay na rin ako.
Kailangan ng pangarap ko na ang sasabay sa akin para siguradong di ako maiiwan at tuloy-tuloy na suporta anuman ang mangyari. Kaya sa bawat pangarap at patuloy na pagsisikap,
Kinakabahan ako sa ganito talaga. Sinabihan ko na kasi siya.
ang FINMA Education.
Basta di ba ano ang rep niya sa akin? Alam ko naman ang ginagawa ko sa pera ko. Kapag may pera.
Pangarap
Pero
kasama ko ang FINMA Education.
namang nagkuhan mo ka.
Ay, kasi dati katalaga yan, meron siyang pag meron siyang gustong, for example, favor or something.
Alam mo ang ganin, murag ay sa ginganan, no? Pero murag, I don't know. Kuha na siya sa pagiging streamer.
Kasi nagkakapag
Pero lahi na siya o murag lahi na o dating.
Diba?
Beginning to look like a problem.
Kaya gago sinasabi ko, may kalaya ko pa nung ka dyan. Yung pa na akong takot sa mga ganyan. Kaya
I am my own master, just the way I like
hindi ko naman kailangan ng pera. No?
Adrio? Go dance! Look.
Uy! Pakita, pagid ko.
Ali, why? Gago, pag ganyan siya kayo mag-i-English, men. Ano yun, parang...
Ganit.
Wala, ano yun.
Wala man, at least wala may gingon na. Paano ito? Marag part lang siya sa ako.
Kasabot din siya, no?
Ganun.
Taga-Davao rin ito.
Hindi.
Taga Central Bank.
Nagkausap na kami. As in Discord.
Segment setting it up before this.
Perfect timing.
And then he does this, Raz.
Yeah, insane timing to be able to talk about the history of Khan coming up to this moment, feeling like it's that last chapter in his career before like that military order. He comes up big in this Lucian game. This is the one that he's having a little bit of fun here, getting that pentakill.
Beautiful. I gotta say, if you look at it from the side, it is so frustrating because you get this pick that
Ano ba yan?
Baskoy, bang, bang.
Why?
Victory! Really strong hook on towards barrel, and they should be in prime position. The MF ulti goes wide. They don't really have that for the next 5 seconds forward. The steal comes through from Canyon. And I mean, Damwon just outplays, and that's rough to see.
Yeah, you may have one strong marksman. We've got two. If you kill Ghost, we still got Khan who's playing Lucian, and who played it to a T. Now, I want to take some time to talk about what the group looks like and these matches that we have up ahead, being Rogue versus FPX and Damwon versus Cloud9. So, Rogue can now at best get a tiebreaker for the last spot. FPX versus Rogue, which is the next game, is absolutely massive. Rogue cannot afford to lose that game since they now lost to DK as well. And then, if C9 win versus Damwon, they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for second.
Bye, mag-out na. Good night.
Good night.
Pag mo na yan, Ian.
Pleased to meet you.
And now I want to talk to Jordan a little bit.
They shall tremble in my perfection.
In 2020, now he's back.
The black rose shall bloom once more.
Everybody dies. Some just need a little help.
The black rose shall bloom once more.
Known for his Lee Sin. I think if it's going into this next game that's pivotal for this team, I would want him to be on it.
Go on that comfort. Now, last time FPX played Rogue, it was actually quite the stomp, right? We had the bot lane popping off completely. Crisp's Leona, and I think we've overstated it a lot today already, but it's important to say how important Crisp is for this lineup when they can get ahead in this lane, when he can influence the map with Tien.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just spectacular to see because I feel like a lot of people write off FPX's bot lane duo as a whole, where it's like LWX has some bad moments, but LWX and Chris together are extremely strong laners when they have the matchup. They got that. They were able to roam around the map. And again, you see Tien on a champion he's comfortable on, that he was known throughout LPL Summer. Doonby's on a champion that can move. And to me, FPX are a team that needs these early game leads because they never really had to play from behind in the LPL. They were second in gold difference at 15. They're pretty much always fighting you. I think the highest deaths at 15 as well. So they're just going to keep going whether they're ahead or behind.
What's your gut telling you after this FPX we've seen so far? Now, I need to remind people that in 2019, they got out of groups with a 4-2 score, but the group was considerably, I want to say worse. Like, no disrespect to the teams in that group then, but now you have Damwon, Kia in there. You have Cloud9 who really showed up today. So what's going on, Lyric?
So my gut's telling me, you know, I don't know the result of this game.
Hit me with it.
My gut's telling me at the end of the day, I feel like we're going to somehow go to a tiebreaker, and I feel like FPX are going to get out. Again,
Grabe,
the only roster
nakabahan
5
talaga ako.
world champions. These guys are like tested. They've been in high pressure situations before. Their skill ceiling super high. They have everything there. They just
Kasi
need to
mabadir
get
talaga ako pag ganun kasi ba.
Stars, the tiebreaker versus C9. Get out, and then Perks looks doing me in the eyes once again. We're not there yet. I'm totally running.
As evil grows, though, like that talk about 2019, the group of life, how poorly FPX played it out in that group. They just, barely get out of that situation. And if they can get out, then it says a lot to their testament.
Crazy, also Rogue, still everything left to play for. They gotta win this next game, but we need to get an interview with that pentakill madman in the top lane for Dom1.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Thank you very much.
No bother tuloy ako pag ganito
Getting
ginawa.
the first pentakill at Worlds 2021.
Mabadir talaga ako pag ganyan. Pag
Play competitively since
May nga
Worlds
nakasaw na karoon
2019 against Splice. So tell me about this
Dako nagudyang
pentakill.
natod sa kuha. Siguro mga 11, hindi naman, siguro mga...
Also used your TP to get this one.
Siguro mga 10k? Oh sir, bigyan niya pa ako kahapon.
대회에서 루시안을 플레이하셨는데 어떻게 이렇게 오랜만에 플레이한 챔피언으로 펜타킬을 가져갔는지 또 그 당시에 텔레포트까지 사수하셨는데 그 당시 상황을
루시아 19년도 때 제가 뭐 들어가거나 좀 그럴 때 많이 상황이
Release ulit itong Demon Slayer na dula.
제가 하기에는 좀 더 많이 스타일리시한 챔피언이라고 생각했고 그래서 좀 손을 안 대고 있었는데
Saan ka to?
Wala pa. Nakita ko sa tong fighting ma, di ba? Nakita ko na.
Gwapo kayong Supreme Murad Ultimate Storm.
And it also speaks for the fact that Dom1 looks like one, if not the most strong team at Worlds 2021 so far. And I remember in the LCK final we were talking about the coaching staff and how they set you up for success. Tell me about the work you've been doing with them and how strong did your kick was 2021?
이제 올해 월드에서 담원이 과연 가장 강력한 팀이라고 언제나 볼 수 있는 만큼 정말 놀라운 활약을 보여주고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 결승전에서 우승하신 뒤에서도 코칭 스태프 분들에 대한 감사 인사를 표하셨는데 그분들이 어떤 식으로 도움을 주시면서 이렇게 좋은 활약을 보여줄 수 있게 되었는지.
일단 제가 어떤 식의 플레이를 수행해야 되는지에 대한 길을 너무 잘 제시해
Hindi, nidalis mo din na po. Salit.
제 실력이 눈에 띄게 늘어나는 게
Patay ko ani ron.
Buhi pa nga mga.
근데 쪽으로도 도움 너무 많이 주시고 있거든요. 그래서 그 부분에 대해서도 너무 감사하고 양대인 질도 많이 높아졌고 그걸 통해서 플랜도 많이 넓혀나갈 수 있기 때문에 그냥 코칭 스태프분들이 거의 뭐 승리 지분을 많이 가져가도 될 정도로
Yeah, I mean, I just followed the path they've shown us, and then I could see that I was stepping up so well because of just following what they taught me, and also Thomas and Mendo, they're doing fantastic work in and out of the diagram. They also help us out a lot outside the game, and also
gameplay.
coach joining us, he also kind of improved the quality of the approach and analyzation of the meta. We have more options in terms of the winning.
What? Thank you, Ali.
Yeah, they share a huge credit of this victory.
Hindi na naman siya. Okay naman. Thank you, Ali. Like, okay.
Sana naibigo.
Why, Ali, why?
Elimination in the next game they will face off against FPX. Let's see how they can make it.
Ay. Aray ko. Hey, namatay na ako. Thank you.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Oh my god, Ali. Why? Redeemed later. Later, Ali.
When you shop with GrabPay at thousands of online stores. Points you can use to pay. Shopping is good at that.
Bug. Go, sayang.
Uy, gago na yung Nasus. Susan! RGA Protection.
It's all smoke. An enemy has been slain.
Enjoy your day. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Why? Gago, natakot talaga ako gabi. Parang, wag na lang. Hindi ko naman kasi kailangan ng, ano. Inubos ko lang din sa pampabudol.
Maghatag na gud siya.
Maghatag
na gud siya.
Maghatag na gud siya.
Ay, yan.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Medyo makadlock ba?
Double kill. A few quick tiebreaker things for all of you at home. Rogue win this and see lose. The tie is decided to team longest victory time play first, and then the winner of that plays against the team with the shortest victory time. Currently, Cloud9 have a combined victory time of 53 minutes. Rogue have a combined victory time of 32, they've only won one game, and FPX are 1 hour 11 minutes. So if Rogue want to get into the upper bracket of that three-way tie, they have to win this game in 21 minutes or less.
Easy. Anyway, let's jump straight into draft, because this is do or die for Rogue. Their destiny could very well be out of their hands. Well, it is out of their hands. But they need this win, and FPX, if they can get a win here, then their chances in quarterfinals suddenly get a lot higher because they need Darwin. So, without further ado, let's talk about what has been locked in, because it's been a lot. Lucianati in the bot lane for Rogue, with a LeBlanc in the mid lane for Lars. So, when you talk about meta, when you talk about power picks, Rogue has got a stack of them, whereas FPX are answering a few times now into the Lucian and Army, which is this Aphelios of Lucian, a lane that can actually get prio, a lane that can trade in the 2 versus 2, and also scales incredibly well. On top of that, Tian is on his champion. He has a skin for this. This guy is very talented on the champion, and Lee Sin, or LPL Jungler in particular, is a terrifying.
Nagugang flank na yun, binakog na Nasus.
Okay.
Of course, if they win, if they get win this game, they guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker 4-second spot. C9 are unable to beat Damwon, they would just take second seed out of the group. No matter. Xin Zhao banned away in the second phase alongside the Malzahar being removed
Oh, it's bigger come down din.
Wala. Flash siya.
Silas lock in. Now, of course, this can be fighting.
Nagtod rin nasos ng isa.
Sabi mahadlock man ako, baka bukas magbigay na naman siya.
Palit nagkuhan si Kuya. New World.
Hindi siya nag-MMO.
Siya nag-MMO.
Did a very, very good job. But it seems that Odoame once again going to put himself back on the Jacob.
Delikado man ng New World today. Hindi makaya sa akin.
I remember what they put me through last time they played the Fiddlesticks, and I'm not sure I can cope with it, but we'll see how inspired they'll use this as he wants it in for the second time in the tournament. Ken is the final pick going over to FPX.
The sweet smell of science.
When you have a lot of mobility, the way you deal with that is crowd control, and Ken's ultimate is so effective. Oh, you're just gonna jump on top of me and then I'm on top of you? Nice. Sounds great. It's gonna be some intense team fighting. And remember, Silas can steal away Fiddle's ultimate as well. And while he's that many other great ultimates, Army ultimate is pretty
Dugi na pwede mo man nga dulaan.
can also be pretty terrifying. I think FPX are a pretty
Dugay
solid
bening na yung nidali.
Lagi na po siya hirap din sila.
in this group. It's crazy. So many times. They seem to have gone back to comfort. They've got themselves a strong position on the hot side of the map. They have got a long way on something to play relatively safe on. They have inspired on his going again.
An enemy has been slain.
FPX have not won a game yet today.
Hey, ate.
They are hungry for blood.
Okay.
Do not want to get knocked down.
Isuda mo kaya ito eh.
The maging nabiyan niya siya sa kuan sa series.
Sa series? Kinsa si? Leblang?
Kani siya si kuan ang dako gulo.
Si
maging
same eh.
Lose this, and Damwon beats C9
boom.
single tiebreaker.
Basically, FPX they have good chances.
So if
Hindi
FPX
siya
win this, they have
musado.
at least a tiebreaker. If they lose this, they have at least
Oh, thanks for bringing up the stand.
not guaranteed that they have a tiebreaker.
But of course, then, then expect.
Tricky.
So I have to go through still 5-1 last so we'll have to throw top and they lose, they're out. And if they win, then fade is not both these teams in this game. Neither of them have had the best day.
It's smaller in the diagram.
So what will the passing be? We got a bit of trading in the bot side of the map, but I want to focus in on the jungle.
The sweet smell of science.
We were actually playing last time, but it's something that you can do. Your ability to play two camps is what makes it so incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Tian is actually going to start on the top side.
Kaya ano nga dulo eh.
Pitan ako na ako. Hello, patay mo tuloy. Kupag yun.
An enemy has been slain.
Yung sa to combo eh. Yung ganun.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ay, palit na lang kagkuhan. Yan. Fall Guys. Paano palit na to?
Hipit mag-Fall Guys, pero di pa magod na ako madula ba? Mapalit mo ako ko Fall Guys, mas kindili ko katagan ko. Di naman ako na kailangan na ginahatagan donation, wag na ako ginagalaw. Ito na, balik na ako na pag...
Saka upset ba nakalitag bulon? Nabulol ka niya. Uy. Tani, may mga tulog yun. Kasagit.
Lugi ta ni Goro ba? Lugi ko ta ni late game.
Naman sila tank.
Lugi.
Pwede mananggot oh. Ito naman pok-pok.
Hindi mo rin yun ang ganyan.
Chayan, one hit na lang ko.
Smaller than the diagram.
No, namatay.
Double kill.
Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Ano na? Sakita sa gang ko eh.
BBR mo din ka no? Fail. Nabla pa mga kauban.
Double kill.
Trimby still has all of his summoners up, and FPX finds themselves in first
All my
blood.
TP.
See Rogue thinking because they're landing onto AWX that they can trade in, but Help Pick's shield plus the Guardian shield is effectively 300 HP on this very
Takapusan yung nani ba?
And they just got level 4 as well, so they have that extra point still.
Good.
Guns through as well. Rogue not off to the best start. Not the biggest goal discrepancy, but Ram 7 LWX. That's going to give him a lot more control over
It's all smoke and mirrors.
now, junglers are continuing to clear. We keep our eyes on the rates. Could be a potential option for Team considering.
Smaller than the diagram. You have slain an enemy.
It will now start.
Enemy double kill.
Ganyang amaw.
How do you right now? I'm okay, Ali. But we're losing the game. We're losing.
Gadula na siya.
Naglalaro siya.
Ay, ganun.
Dead by Daylight. Are you playing Dead by Daylight, Ali?
Look at it.
Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Not more. Why? Are you afraid of playing Dead by Daylight or why? We don't want to play Dead by Daylight.
Out. Like, the LPL is
What was the game you played last time?
Here we go. There's the Growth Storm inside, looking for Chris. Underneath the towers, looking for LWX. The exhaust comes out to the Guardian. LWX able to flash away. Trippy's gonna die. It's gone horribly wrong for Rogue. Get all kinds of work.
Ih, hati.
Oh my word. FPX's bot lane is just completely outplaying Rogue right now. The fact that this Lulu Aphelios was able to just tank up all that damage was massive. And I don't think Inspired actually got the fear on because of where from that initial engage there.
Metroid, oh. Is it an old game?
Please be
Huh?
Metroid.
Metroid.
I'm curious as to why when you come out of the fog of war, comes out here, yeah, so that double fear is coming through.
Gago, namatay. Fucking horse.
Is it old game, Ali? Metroid? Maybe. Oh. Because it looks like an old game. Alright.
It's okay.
They don't want to overcommit, and that was a smart choice, considering Tian was sitting behind them. He, of course, secured that Herald as well.
Renewal, oh. I see. Did you finish it? Did you end the game or beat the game? Fuck VG. No, not yet. Oh. How about the Flash? Are you still watching the Flash?
But they'll definitely get a lot of good damage down and a lot of gold into their back pockets.
Important thing definitely to get that extra plate because the tower becomes tankier as you get through those plates. So FPX will be able to take down pretty much this entire tower. Tian looking for that final order. We'll take it. 11 minutes in, the goal now swings to the LPL representative.
So this is really good news for FPX because even though Larson had like a 20 CS lead in the 1v1 and also got a kill, all of that gold influx back is going to benefit Doinby a lot. Now Inspired, he snuck his way into the lane. Oh, don't have time.
WX is dead again. Trimby takes it. Importantly, none of these kills have actually gone over to Hansame 003 on this Lucian, but
what is happening in bot lane? I mean, that seemed like a big mistake from LWX, but we didn't get to see the lead up, so I'm not entirely sure. Now Inspired is just hovering around the top side of the map.
If you guys do want to see what's happening in bot lane, proview.com/sports. You can keep your eyes down there the entire time. Aquaprism used onto Chris. Once again, Tian is on his way down here. Hansama, look for the damage. Doesn't quite have it. Have to back away. Trimby. Tian going for the kick here, has the Dragon's Rage still up, the ultimate from the Lee Sin available. Ebb and Flow healing on Summer. There's the kick, and Trimby will sacrifice himself for this. Tian was looking for the AD carry, couldn't find him. Instead, just finds a little bit of a fish supper.
I think Trimby could have just flashed there, is my my opinion. But in any case, he doesn't. That will be another kill going over towards FPX. They will secure themselves the Drake as well, and they should be able to get themselves a couple plates in the bot lane, but look at Inspired is hovering around the fog of war.
It's a Crow Storm once again from Inspired. That's the angle he was looking for, and TP's coming out. They know there's no wild growth now for LWX. Flash about to come off cooldown, but you don't even use it. Larson takes the kill. Tian takes the Drake.
Now.
And this game is a lot bloodier than I expected, Betty.
Thank you, Ali. I will end stream.
Toe to toe, and that was just a good utilization of the teleport there from Rogue. They knew that Doinby had already invested his TP bot because he was the one that picked up the kill.
Thank you, Ali.
Nag-mention si Marsam.
So the gold's still pretty much dead even. The first items are starting to come through, mainly for Rogue, actually. You can see that first items completed for every member except for Trimby. Meanwhile, FPX still working towards those items. LWX investing in upgrading his boots early. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, oh yeah, look, Doinby just coming back out onto the map, still yet to get himself the Everfrost. So those kills kind of paying dividends for the side of Rogue. Also, Inspired running Futures Market. That's
dude. Thank you, Ali.
Definitely helps on the Fiddlesticks being able to go back, get yourself that first item. Sorcerers early on, and then after that, getting to the Rocket Belt can help out your damage and your pressure in a fight a huge amount. You see, he's already finished off that Rocket Belt, getting to that Mythic just a little bit quicker. Hansama chunked out. And there's the ebb and flow, and now Tian's on his way. Doinby looking to turn this one as Hansama and Trimby are on the run. Both of them had the flash. TP only available for Odoamne. Tian going in. Tidal Wave going wide. Tian looking for the damage. Sonic Wave dodged. Counter Tidal Wave. It's a tsunami in the bottom lane as Hansama is left for the Wolves. FPX will collapse onto him. Meanwhile, Larson can't dodge back because of the polymorph, but is able to after it expires.
So 4 people invested bot from FPX. They are able to get a kill, and they're able to punish the aggression coming out from Hansama and Trimby to equalize the kill score, but Rogue aren't really able to trade anything else on the map. Inspired just continuing to clear his camp. You can see Noguri respecting the potential of a dive top, but now that window has
Ay, naku. Kinakabahan talaga. Yung okay lang man. Wala mong masama. Pero ang ano lang ba kay Basi? Ayaw lang. Dako na good nabigay niya sa akin. Okay lang good. Weird na good masyado yan. Ganyan good always.
Mamay nga na usahay. Takuan.
Lagi namin pero amot lang.
Ang uban man ganik eh. Wala lang nila ginapansin.
Ako di ba ako pwede dili pansin nun kay halos siya na good sa jud akong main na mahatag sa ko. Isip good nga dit na i-ignore.
If he so desires. Second Rift Herald of the game started up by Rogue, but immediately they cease going forward as Hansama looks for Crisp instead. Sonic Wave's going to hit the Wild Growth use as well. Tian going back in as LWX has a good position from the side here. Aquaprism will hit, and both teams will disengage. Hansama did have to burn his flash to get away from that.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if he knew, well, he must not have known that Tian's ultimate was actually on cooldown during that small skirmish, which means that there was no way for Hansama to get kicked in, but Hansama's awareness was, if I get kicked in now, I will die
sa Netflix.
So chooses to flash
Deadly class.
And you can see that Hansama's really trying not to slow down the aggression. I think the Inspired has been sitting in these bushes now for like 2 minutes waiting for someone to overextend, and this could be the overextension.
Doinby stepping forward, Crow Storm available for Inspired.
Abot guguguan, episode 5.
There they go, Doinby feared immediately, and Doinby is Doinby, Inspired on a killing spree.
English?
How long have you been
English.
holding on to that one?
It's a really bad one, let's be honest.
Alright, Larson is going to secure
Mura siya ganing kuan, Umbrella Academy pero kuan lahi ang genre.
Ooh, they could deny the eye here. Nope, they're not going to.
They know that Cannon's coming up, Noguri is on his way, and so they were like, we don't really want to take a fight into a Cannon when Larson doesn't have TP. It would be a 4v4, but we don't have the Tidal Wave, we don't have the Crow Storm into a Slicing Maelstrom. It's just a bit of a difficult situation to be in.
Okay, so credit to Inspired. He has been very active on the map with this Fiddlesticks. When he brought it out the last time against Damwon, they basically didn't let him clear his jungle camps, and he was very limited in what he could actually do on the map. But in this game, he's been allowed to farm, he's been allowed to set up ganks, and he's made use of the pressure that a lot of his lanes have been able to generate, and have been finding successful lane ganks. You know, he sat in that brush top lane for like 2 minutes.
Ano sige manighatag og kwarta ba? Di mo na ako nakailangan
ng karon.
Nakatag siya 1 trick karon, nakatag siya 1 for gabi. Gahapon.
Dato siguro na.
themselves. Either
Live
way,
yung conversion silang kwarta. Ang 1 reals ka 11 pesos man sa tua.
Importantly, shield bow available for LWX alongside the wild growth and his flash and exhaust.
Kuha po dala. Ako na kaya nas kuha ba?
Ako din sila. Asa ko di mo na kailangan. Wala ko kwarta do, wala po ko kwarta karon pero di man po na ako kailangan. Wala mo kay paliton, mo koy.
Paano na i-save na lang na ako or ibudol-budol na mo.
Ayo man ginhimo gi-save na ako kay in time gud nga murag. Kasi ipahimos ako na di ganahan. Balik na ako yung kwarta sa account.
Ano lang. I-save lang sana.
Just trying to threaten the tower right now. We'll talk about this.
Safeguards away with Toad. Chunked out just a little bit. Inspired came into
Pinaka-crush dito si Mo ba?
Tingin biya siya nga ingatan akong ngano niya ginahimo. Ang reply lang niya kay di daw siya kabalo basta ginaingdo siyang heart.
Lain na siya mong viewers.
Ano na magbira pundili. Bye.
Idol siguro ka na. Ano na siguro? Idol, Lodi.
Lodi, maskin mag-drive siya, tanawon ko niya.
Ha?
Maskin mag-drive siya padulog work. Kana kung mag-drive good siya, di ba? Mag-drive man na siya padulog work, muli sa work. Magtanong siya sa akong stream.
Yung mo sa kasabot.
Okay lang masaya, guru. Kumpot nga nung tanaw siya.
Sige, tag-Bisaya, pero may dariya.
Wait lang, mahawan ako din. I-G, man na po.
Okay, umanan sa nung word.
I think bonus moves can also help with that.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimate ability haste is never something to be sniffed at, you know?
Especially when you're running Fiddle and Kennen. Those two very, very important indeed. But it's been a bit of a what's the word? I was gonna say timid or trepidatious early game, but I don't know if trepidatious is the one that I want.
Fine, yeah.
But it's been like very back and forth, you know. It's not been like explosive or dramatic. It's just kind of been an exchange here and there. We'll trade up here, we'll trade down here, we'll give you this, we'll take that. And so the gold has stayed relatively even. Of course, Rogue has been able to turn it into a gold lead, largely because their kills have been going on to their mid laner and their jungler, and they are up in towers right now. But no, I think that's kind of my point. That was my summary. I was gonna say like, but FPX have all these things, but I mean Drake's is the big thing, I suppose. Right?
And they did get the Herald, so they were able to, you know, chip away at those towers.
Yeah, they have been playing very well around the neutrals, where I feel Rogue have been a lot more focused on securing themselves things like the towers instead. But now the thing is, these towers are now up for FPX to claim back for themselves, and they will equalize the towers, pick up some of that standing gold, 300 into the back pocket of Doinby. He's working towards his Zhonya's. And Rogue cross-mapping in the top side, but I don't think they'll be able to secure this. But it's funny because this reminds me of the classic Rogue that we're used to seeing from the regular season, right? The Rogue where you would leave Odoamne in a side lane. He is just responsible for staying alive and doing his best, going even. Whereas they play a lot more around Hansama, and then they try and unlock Boston a little bit in the mid lane, and that's exactly what they've been doing. And so far, it's working quite well. But here comes a TP flank.
Rogue immediately starts to disengage. Tian on his way, TP flank. Do they know? Now they do. Doinby backs away, and everyone will get out safely. So that's a TP expended from FPX.
Yep, and that's a big cooldown now, because they have to send Noguri to match Odoamne in the bot lane, which is fine. But Rogue have the option to play through 3 lanes now rather than just 2, because they know that they can always create a numbers advantage thanks to the TP that they have. And they could be looking for another pick. They've snuck their way in here.
Oh. There's the Sonic Wave. All of them hide. They wait. Doinby maybe the target. There's the Tidal Wave Crowstorm combination! And it's a tsunami of devastation for FPX's Tian falls.
Anyone that has played against Fiddlesticks knows how annoying this champion is, because the moment his ultimate comes through, you just feel like you're permanently CC'd. You cannot move. The follow-up bubble from the Nami also locks down Tian, and he doesn't even get an opportunity to flash. So now Rogue, with the numbers advantage once again, with the pressure that they have in the top lane, they're looking to take the tier 2 tower, but Inspired is keeping his eyes on the potential flank from Doinby.
As a note for any supports out there that are wondering, why does Nami keep chucking Aqua Prism onto Hansama, even though, you know, he's walking away? Does give movement speed, and Hansama might need a little bit of that as he has to get away from this. Doinby going in with a Crow Storm stolen away. Doinby pops the stopwatch, and Trimby goes pop. Double TP now invested by Rogue. They look to try and catch out this Silas. Larson dives forward, can't get the chains to connect. and is polymorphed as he went in. FPX find a kill.
Huge interrupt there from Doonby. It was Rogue's bot lane just trying to back right in front of his face, and they immediately punish him for it. That was double TPs invested as well, and Noguri chose not to match because FPX could immediately disengage. So great punish. Noguri, though, he's just used his E.
He also knows that Odoamne is there. Larson looking for the damage. Flash from Noguri will get him to safety. It is, with 50 seconds on the Drake, that could be a game changer.
Cannon's flash is so pivotal to his success as a champion because it gives you that access onto the backline, which is really what you need. When you're flanking, you can leverage your flash to be able to take these crazy paths in order to get behind. So I'm curious as to when Doonby actually used the ultimate, because that was the part that so he interrupts it and then immediately throws it out, saying, you know what, I'm happy to stand in melee range with both of you. Good stopwatch here, because he knows that the culling could very well have killed him. And then Larson, he's a little afraid to overcommit because of Lulu, and so ends up not trading back the kill.
He does get polymorphed as soon as he jumped in there. FPX showing there's still a fight in them yet, even though Rogue were able to get a kill on the top side. FPX now strike back, 2,000 gold between the two teams, and FPX in a very good position to continue stacking these Drakes.
It feels like a very even game.
I think it is. I mean, we're talking like 40,000 to 39,000 gold, like it's basically nothing between these teams.
Yeah, and of course, right now you see Rogue with the kill score, lead rather, Rogue with the tower advantage, but FPX, I still feel like they have so many strong team fighting tools, in particular this Lulu, and it's this fiddle. Well, I talked about it earlier, but I think this fiddle is going to be so massive in determining the outcome of these fights. Can you get a good fear onto the support of FPX to mitigate what utility he can offer? Can Tian kick the fiddle away? What will the Kennen ultimate do? These team fights are going to be so crazy in FPX. They're going to start off the Baron. There are no blue trinkets left on the side of Rogue, and they have no vision.
Step forward, Larson's going to try and dodge in here. Ultra's coming out. Doinby was in the right position there. Tidal wave coming out. Counter tidal wave used by Trimby. Doinby jumps onto Odoamne on the back line. Tian's going to go in there as well. Odoamne able to survive. But there's the fear! And here's the Crow Storm! Rogue look for the follow-up. Doinby able to assassinate one on the back line, and now it's on Hunt Summer, Odoamne, and Larson to kill off LWX and Crisp. You've got no wild growth, you've got no flash, you've got no exhaust, you've got no life. LWX sniped by Odoamne.
And Rogue come out ahead in the team fight. FPX try and use the Fog of War to get themselves a pick. And it looks close because Noguri's, that was such a good Kennen ultimate. He was nearly able to swing it, but Larson was actually so healthy, and the moment you realize LeBlanc is alive, you realize that this team fight is not winnable. We've been talking so much about these team fights, and we finally get to see it. But Rogue, in this new Axe Effect replay, is just showing constant respect. A good ultimate there from Trimby. Doonby gets onto Odoamne, but look, he gets kicked away. He gets taken to safety, and then the inspired ultimate. Two-man fear onto Crisp and LWX. I mean, he gets access onto the backline. Noguri does the same thing with his Kennen, and then it's just a range difference. Larson and Odoamne can leverage their strong poke. While they are a little afraid to check the Fog of War, they know that they can find themselves a couple kills, and while Chris does get away, Rogue walk away with a teamfight victory, and now a 4k gold lead.
No Baron take for them off the back of it. They did get the Cloud Drake, though, stopping that stacking coming out from FPX. Let's look at where we are in terms of items. Muramana stacked up for Odoamne alongside that Eclipse. Double Void Staff complete on the side of Rogue with Inspired and Larson looking to chip away at the FPX health bars.
So, Medic, let's very quickly remind people of the stakes of this game. If Rogue win, then they can create tiebreaker situations. It's not entirely up to them, because if Cloud9 can win later, then this whole tiebreaker situation can disappear. But you see that if Rogue win, they can create a tiebreaker situation.
A three-way tiebreaker.
If FPX win, then at minimum, they get themselves a tiebreaker out of the group. But Rogue need this win to stay in the competition. FPX still get more chances even if they lose.
Very true. Unless, of course, C9 are able to take a win against Damwon in the next game, and then...
Point is, these games are very interesting.
Rogue are out if they lose. FPX can lose and still be in, but could lose and be out because of C9. We'll see how the North American third seed play for the rest of the day, because so far they have been exemplary. Tian called out by Hansama, there's the culling, but the minion wave will block it. Hansama has to settle for 40 gold instead of 300. Rogue, though, setting up here is Inspired, has the Crow Storm, doesn't have the vision that he'd want. LWX backing away. Chris stepping forward, vision going to be cleared out.
So just look at this vision right now. Thank you so much, Observers, for highlighting it, because it is complete darkness for the side of FPX. They want to enter to check the Baron, but Fiddle is lying in wait. he is the nightmare in the dark that you do not want to face check, and it makes it so difficult, because who face checks? Typically, that's what you leverage your melee supports for, but when you find yourself behind with the range support, it becomes so much easier to get caught out and get picked off.
Inspired gets spotted out with that sweeper with the Scryer's Bloom. That's the one as Hansama looks for the mid lane tier 2. That will fall. Rogue get their 5th tower of the game, 4,500 gold ahead. And Betty, this is the sort of position where Rogue time definitely starts to play a factor. They have a substantial gold lead. And we have seen them lose games from positions like this before, but they are doing it by the numbers, setting up vision, setting up a control ward line. Larson here. We'll see if Tian pokes his head a little bit too far forward as he goes for the Razor Beaks. FPX, of course, have fought back from positions like this before as well. World champions only a couple of years ago. This year been disappointing, to say the least. So watch FPX, who, going into their finals, many people thought of as the best team in the LPL. Many people looked at them as the favorites, that they should 3-0 EDG. Since then, it seems like it's been more of a downward trajectory than anything else. Hansama looking in. Crisp has the flash. Tidal Wave coming out as well. Doinby's in a good position to the side. There's the Tidal Wave putting out, but Hansama able to dodge to the side of it. Root coming out. Moonlight Vigil onto Hans. Here comes Inspired once again. Looking for LWX already as Crisp is down. Larson diving in. Larson shut down. And now the slicing Maelstrom finds 2. Hansama has to get away. Doinby and Noguri holding the hopes of FPX on their shoulders as Odo, Hansama, and Trimby try to surround them.
Ends up being a 2 for 3 for the time being. Hansama still lives. Odo goes in.
Doinby has the stopwatch eclipse coming out from Odo Omne. Doinby dodges away from the Aqua Prism. Noguri and Doinby can do this. They have the health advantage, but Rogue will back away. Hansama will heal up off this blue buff.
We talked about those ultimates being so crucial, and Noguri came in clutch for the team there. We're going to get a replay to see exactly how it all broke down, because initially things looked great for Rogue. LWX and Chris once again got chunked out so low, but let's have a look back and see how things happen. So Hansama starts to fight off by chunking down Chris, forcing him out of the fight. Then the re-engage comes through. Larson is coming in from the flank. Hansama takes a lot of damage, and then here comes the ultimate from Inspired. He flashes in, fears up LWX, immediately cleanses that one, trying to disengage. But then look at the damage here from LWX and Doinby. They lock up the LeBlanc, immediately kill him, and then the flash from Noguri. We talked about how important that is, but he patiently waited for the right moment, dives onto the backline, and forces all the summoner spells out. Now, there are no flashes basically on the side of Rogue, still 3 available for FPX.
FPX have that summoner advantage coming into this next fight. Gold still 5,000 between these two teams. 20 seconds on our next battle. You have to think it's a Cloud Drake, and actually, FPX might be willing not to take that fight. They don't need to, they don't have the vision. Really, Rogue get a second Cloud Drake, who cares at this point in the game? FPX only want to take fights on their terms, and we saw in that last fight, because Inspired just couldn't get multiple fears off, how they were able to turn it around.
I mean, they positioned quite well, FPX, to force Inspired to have to use his flash as well, but that's now Fiddle Flash gone, and Cannon Flash gone as well. So positioning is going to be really important in these next few fights. Oh, and the death cap is now completed. 3 items finished for Hansama. Infinity Edge on top of LWX, but the crucial thing is 2 level difference between the AD carries. Nearly 300 farm there for Hansama. And Odo Omne, props to him. Rough tournament, but great game so far. Completed his 4th item, a little bit more magic resistance. But look at this Fog of War, the pings come down. The Spidey senses from Rogue are tingling, and they will not fall for the trap. FPX still showcasing they are a great team fighting team. They always have been, and they cannot afford to be underestimated. The pings coming down. Rogue feel that this could be another trap, and they're going to use the blue trinket to spot it out.
They know that it's happening, they know that LWX is still on it. Odo Omne clearing out a control ward. Inspired trying to get into darkness here as Doinby steals away the Crow Storm. Trimby has the prison, has the Tidal Wave as well. Hansama not here, but look at where Kennen is. Look at where Noguri is. He's in such a good position to flank here, but Hansama spots him out. There's the culling. Noguri was waiting in the wings. The Crow Storm from Doinby is going to come in, but immediately he managed to take one instead. He is popped in response. Hansama with a beautiful Ardent Blaze spotted the fact that Noguri was waiting in the wings.
That's a worthwhile trade if you're Rogue, though. Support for mid laner, that sounds like a great trade deal. They could threaten the Baron, but right now they just have their eyes set on the mid lane. They know that they have the damage advantage. They still have Fiddle's ultimate. Noguri the same, though. Oh, look at the poke coming out from Odo Omne.
Noguri has no stopwatch. Like, he hasn't got Seekers, he's got no armor, he's not that tanky. If you can chip him out like this, he does have to reset as Inspired looks for Tian. There's the fear. Stopwatch popped. Larson going in as well. LWX with good guns. Mikhail's was used by Crisp in that fight. Doinby has TP up in 10 seconds time. Rogue will disengage. Inspired about a quarter of that cooldown back before the Crowstorm comes. And now Doinby Noguri TP's in. Doinby has that TP as well, and FPX are pulling the trigger.
It's such a good decision from FPX because they know that a lot of ultimates were just used by Rogue. They're trying to burn this down with the Aphelios, and you know that it dies quickly.
Tidal Wave and Culling are available. Trimby could put that wave into the middle of the pit and corral FPX to their dooms. Tian's half HP, he takes the Baron, but can they take the fight? Doinby jumped on immediate exhaust onto Larson, he's dead. And now it's all on Hans Summer, and Oda Wamdy's put the damage down. Noguri is on the chase. And FPX actually don't have to go for this one, but they're looking for more. Stopwatch coming out from Inspired. Doinby does the same. Noguri takes the kill. FPX get Baron, get 2, and get out.
And Rogue, they had overcommitted in the mid play. They spent so much trying to get that kill onto Tian that he just walked away spotless, and then knowing that they had the TP advantage, immediately rotate towards the Baron. They have an Aphelios who's going to melt through that objective. The positioning was not great from Rogue, and they caught them while they dropped the ball. Beautiful decision there from FPX to put themselves back in the driver's seat and get a lot more gold into their back pockets.
That willingness to make a split-second decision is something that exemplifies the LPL, something they've done so well over the last few years, and here FPX use it to their advantage. Only 2,000 gold between the two teams now, and FPX still have 2 minutes of this Red Bull Baron powered play to play with. Let's have another look at this, because Larson tries to get in. Tian jumps out onto Inspired.
And you can see that Rogue don't have any easy way to get in there, because Inspired doesn't have his ultimate available. Tian just tries to zone Odoamne away with his ult, and then look at the CC that comes down onto Larson. He even gets kicked in the air to maximize that utility, to prevent him from being able to dash back. And then FPX are able to find themselves 2 kills. Now pushing with the Baron, they're making their way towards the base. I thought initially that they would just use that ultimate to buy themselves a little bit more time, but no, they want to push, they want to get as much out of it as they can. And look at that, plus 3k gold for FPX. They are definitely back in this game.
And the big thing as well is FPX now with priority in these lanes can push up and can get deeper vision. They can spot out where Inspired might be flanking, where he might be coming from, because as we mentioned earlier, and as we saw in the bot lane play, if you do not stand out of vision, that does not fear. That Crowstorm does not fear your opposition. Hans Summer, though, maybe trying to catch FPX napping a little bit. They will be able to back away. And those Baron-empowered recalls helping FPX defend their base.
So Rogue doing what they can, knowing that FPX was trying to secure the tier 1 top tower, which they should still get. They're going to steal away a lot of these jungle camps, keep the waves pushed in, and try and stall out this Baron buff for as long as they can. Really important to note that Doinby 4 items, level 17 now as well. The fact that he was able to do so much in that last fight was massive. And I think that the big player that FPX have their eyes on right now is Hans Summer. Level 16 on the Lucian, nearly full build. He is a terrifying damage here, level 17 now.
I mean, it was this lane, this matchup, the Lucian Nami that worked so well for them against Dalmon. It was Hans Summer who kept them in the game. Hans Summer has been Rogue's standout player this entire tournament. I don't think anyone would ever doubt you if you said that, and now so much weight rests on his shoulders, but also Inspired. That fear, if it connects, can do so much work here. Cloud Drake up in 1 second.
Look at how FPX positioned. They try to stay away from the areas that they don't have information on, and are always playing around their own vision, so that if Inspired tries to engage, as long as he doesn't have his flash, there's no way that he's getting on top of him.
Larson's actually gone down to the bottom lane here, knowing that FPX decided to work towards this top side of the map. Larson thinks he can get another wave shoved in towards that tower, will not take it. Instead, he backs away.
And this is really big now, because the QS is now picked up for LWX. Also, you still have the Mikhails sitting in the back pocket of Crisp. So that fear power is now much weaker than it was earlier on. Inspired, he will still have a lot of damage at his disposal with the Void Staff being completed, but this cannon is the other thing that is so terrifying to play into. Rogue's chances looked great, they looked really strong, but after losing the Baron, after FPX have reclaimed so much more control, it really does feel like FPX is the one driving this game.
The game has been back and forth like a yo-yo, and now FPX, as you say, feel to be in the driver's seat, even though the gold is still in Rogue's advantage. Rogue, obviously, if they can find another one of those team fights from 10 minutes ago or so, they can win this game. You have to get a good fear off. You really have to catch Crisp in that fear. Otherwise, the QSS and the Mikhails will start to come up clutch for LWX.
Thing is, this Lulu Aphelios, I think, is just so strong at this point in the game. Level 14 for Crisp, 16 for LWX, 4 items now completed on him with the Runand in his back pocket too. LWX is now such a massive damage dealer. Before, yes, his positioning, a lot of fights he just spent basically running away, getting poked out, but now I think that he has the utility to basically go to toe-to-toe with many of the people that are trying to dive on top of his face. So when you add a Lulu on top of that, FPX's team fighting is only going to get scarier and scarier. For now, Rogue is just looking to control the area of the Drake. There are no objectives on the map. The Baron spawns in about a minute and 5 seconds. I think that Inspire is looking to get level 16. So, final point in his ultimate. A lot more damage at his disposal.
There's a ward sitting just around where Rogue's tier 1 would be in the middle lane that is giving him a lot of information, giving FPX a lot of information about how Rogue are positioning, how they're moving around the map.
Also a potential flank ward
That's
as
what
well.
I was thinking.
Both Noguri and Doonby with the TPs. Same for Odoame and Larson. Very tense game right now.
That's some damage.
That is damage. Yep. Odoame.
I mean, it's the issue with not having too many tanky stats. Like LWX, Crisp, Noguri, all of them will take huge chunks from the accelerated shock blast. Now, 25 seconds on the Baron, Betty.
They should still be able to get back to... And LWX can just heal all that. Watch. Here it comes. There it is.
Oh, a single order. Oh, no, it's back.
Yeah. So LWX isn't too phased by that.
And the thing with Infernum and Severum is people will see a single auto attack basically heal you to full, and it's actually 5 auto attacks, right? Because you're dusk waving and getting all of the Severum procs out of it. Larson able to dodge away from this one. Crisp. Whoa! That's support life for you, baby. As Crisp is chunked down to half. Larson looking for the damage here onto Noguri. Doinbe steals away the LeBlanc ultimate. Where is Inspired? It's in a good position.
Very far away. I don't think this is a good position.
No, he's going to go all the way around, Betty.
Yeah.
He's going to go all the way around. That's what he's looking for. LWX has to flash away. Hansama with the culling. Inspired. Out of vision. Now he steps forward into that control ward, and FPX will know where he is. Importantly, though, LWX, no flash now for this next fight. Baron going to be started up by Hansama. Warding Trinket in there. Cleared out. Inspired. Stepping into the darkness once again as Rogue start this one up. The wave in the, yeah, it looks like FPX are just saying, okay, well, we've got a wave in the mid lane. We can just push for this, and Rogue may be caught flat-footed.
They're going to give up the Baron? Wait,
no,
they're not even going to do the Baron?
They have to get back, because otherwise FPX could just walk this into their Nexus. FPX called Rogue's bluff. Rogue wanted them to fight, and FPX say, nah, we're cool. We can just go for the mid lane.
Here comes Fiddle. Look at Fiddle. Look at Fiddle.
Fiddle in a good position. Crisp low. There's the wild growth. That's what they were waiting for. And here comes Fiddle once again. Dives onto the backline. Looking for the damage here. Noguri is down. Crisp is down as well. And Rogue may have found their fight. They may have found the moment they were looking for. FPX run straight down the middle lane. And Rogue run them down.
Massive team fight for Rogue as they end up acing FPX. And can they end? They're TPing up towards the top side. That is 50-second death timers. They have a wave at their disposal. Rogue is looking to make the tiebreaker world a reality. They are not going to give up getting out of this group just yet.
C9, of course, could upset every European's hopes and dreams in the next game if they take down Damwon Kia. But if Rogue win here, they equalize at 2 and 4 with FPX and with Cloud9. The Nexus in their sights. 7 seconds on Crisp, 15 on LWX. Do they have the wave? Do they have the time? Do they have the ability to take down this Nexus? Because I've seen Rogue over today struggle to do it, but today they fight back.
FPX fall short. They make the decision to try and run down mid and end the game. And it is Inspired's Fiddle that comes from behind and is able to get the collapse. They fought well. They made a lot of great decisions and they nearly came back into this game. But FPX find themselves 0-3 in the second half of groups, and Rogue will be able to eke out a victory and keep their chances of making it out alive.
Keep the chances of that 3-way tie alive as well. It was a close one.
Crazy close.
So tight between these two teams, basically nothing between them, but felt like FPX made a great move to go for that mid lane inhib, but just maybe a little bit too greedy to go for more afterwards.
But it's crazy to think about that FPX, one of the tournament favorites, the second seed from the LPL, is struggling this much. Yeah. When they were at Worlds in 2019, yeah, they dropped a game here and there in the group stages, and then they picked it back up in the best of fives, but I don't think anyone anticipated this level of performance from FPX, and Now, Cloud9 has everything.
They've got it in their hands.
If they can do what no one in this group has done yet, if they can take down Damwon Kia, the reigning world champions, they can make it out of this group as the second seed and make their way into the quarterfinals. If they lose, they still find themselves in a good position, because I'm pretty confident, based on that, 40-minute game.
Cloud9 should be favourites coming into that.
No, but what I mean is
Cloud9 will be top seed.
Cloud9 will be top seed because it's based on your total victory time. Yep. And so Cloud9 have pretty fast wins, and Rogue and FPX do not. So they will move on, and then Rogue and FPX would have to play, and then the winner of that would end up playing C9 for the final spot. So NA, things are looking great. It's all in your hands now.
It's just Cloud9 things. They're so consistent about making it out of groups. While we wait for Damwon Kia versus Cloud9, you can check out Rogue's pick, Cutthroat by Imagine Dragons. It's the song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. We'll be right back.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire and we'll burn it all down. Something dark and deep. You have to be somebody that's
Do you need Telegram accounts for your business? Then visit expertbots.com, where you can get Telegram accounts for Zoom.
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We're just waiting for the Rogue interview to get set up. So meanwhile, I guess we'll talk about FPX versus Rogue. I mean, I'm very happy that Rogue finally pulled off a performance like this one and has not exited the group stage yet. In fact, kept the three-way tie dream alive.
That's kind of wild. I'm sad that we don't have cameras in the back as you're just screaming your lungs off that Rogue has a chance, Shucks.
Never happened. Never happened. But listen, crazy back and forth game. Chronicler, you who had no stakes in this one, what did you make of it?
Again, sitting back very casually, it was a very long journey. When I saw the early kills on LWX on the bot side, I was surely Rogue can come back. And then I think they kind of got control back of the game, stacking multiple Drakes. Then FPX went for their own Baron, which was great. And then they also called the bluff on the Rogue Baron, which also felt great initially, but then they didn't back when they knew Fiddle was flanking, and then they lost the game. So that ending was... Yeah.
I'll also give you a look into what happened in the caster room then. It went from Rogue Macro, Keg W into, oh my god, they're actually gonna...
Yeah, and for me, my eyes are just on Inspired's Fiddlesticks. Like the long journeys he was making for the flanks.
Man was going to Narnia and back.
Yeah, literally. And it was like he was aware that there were no wards on the trek over. And another one too, for me, was on Doinby. Doinby, of course, he has the choice of ultimates, primarily going to be choosing the Fiddlesticks ulti. But a lot of the times when he dove in, gets bursted instantly without using his Zonias. And so at those moments, I found it rough to see because they didn't feel like they were playing those team fights properly.
And I want to also shout out just the damage graphs there, although it never tells the full story. But Odawamne, who's been having such a rough time, I think, for Rogue, a Chronicler, he had a great performance here to save them and keep them in groups.
Yeah, 100%, because obviously Hansama's topic damage. Hansama has been great the entire tournament, so that's no shocker there. But for Odo, he's struggled a lot. And then against Khan, I understand that, you know, that makes sense to me. But I do think that, especially in this game, he was consistently winning the lane against Nuguri. He was able to maintain a great level of pressure, and he was also able to avoid some of the pitfalls that Jay's players fall in later on, where they get really greedy to just hit that big shock blast. Instead, I think he played very cleanly, made sure that he was never at any actual threat, and thus was able to consistently pump out damage.
Yeah, that means the three-way tie is alive, or if Cloud9 beat Damwon, they are just in the quarterfinals.
You know what to do, Cloud9!
We'll be back with an interview featuring Hansama after the break, as Rogue are now Cloud9's biggest fans in the World's group stage.
Get her done!
And by the way, I don't know if you understand what I just did for you by teaching you and showing you Booster Boss. I just completely removed the entire music marketing agency.
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we see the huddle for Cloud9. Sorry about the Hansama interview. There were some technical hiccups, but we'll get to that later, hopefully. But now we're focusing on to this next game. And going into the day, all hope seemed lost for Cloud9, who went 0-3 in the first round robin. But we have witnessed a comeback for the history books, and they are looking to claw their way into the quarterfinals. All they need is a win versus the reigning world champions, Damwon Kia. And listen, everyone was doomy and gloomy after the first round. Robin saying it is over, saying nothing can happen. Yep. And every time we have to tell them there is a second round Robin for a reason. And C9 has showed us why.
I'm not ashamed to say that I was that man too, right? And if I look at this, I just want to take a moment, take a step back, and everyone would have expected this to be Group of Death, Damwon, and FPX getting out cleanly. But the development from both Cloud9 and Rogue to get to this position, and just the colossal step back that FPX has taken since, coming from the LPL.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy. So Chronicler, now it is, if C9 win, it means everything is locked. Damwon Kia is first seed, C9 is second. If Damwon Kia win, there is a three-way tie between C9, FPX, and Rogue, with C9 as the highest seed due to game time in wins. So C9 would only still have to play one tiebreaker. Rogue versus FPX would then be the first tiebreaker, and after that, the winner plays C9.
I'm liking our chances.
What's going on?
There's a chance. There's a path. I do gotta say, when your best path involves beating Damwon Kia, I'm not gonna be particularly optimistic. But hey, C9 have shown us already that they can win against teams where they're not favored. 15 in this tournament is apparently bigger than 85, so what do I know?
Is this a time to say that Damwon went 5-1 last group stage, or?
I'd like to say that. I'm completely fine with that. The concern that I had was that, they already locked in first, and I would have expected them to play loose, and then they still stomped through the competition there. I was like, okay, well, they're still trying.
But let's paint the picture here for Cloud9 and how important this game is. The last NA team to make it out of the World's group stage was C9 in 2018, and they went on to make it to the semifinals. Today, they have it in their own hands. Raz, paint the picture for me, for the C9 that we've seen so far at Worlds and what we're hoping to see in this game.
Well, we already saw the playmaking aspect of it, right? When they went up against Damwon and lost, they started off in a poor state, but they were scrapping. And for me, at least for what we saw today, they took it a step forward, and for me, they were able to snowball leads that they had and work together as a team, make the same play. A lot of the times, the criticism that I made from Cloud9 was that if they were making a play on one side of the map, they were also not on the same page and trying for another side, and they would collapse. And in this case, working around Blabber. Blabber, if he gets a lead, and he's gotten a lead in both of these games, they collapse to them on jungle consistently. They make it so if there's ever a scrap, that the team is a part of it, and that's what's been making Cloud9 flourish.
And Chronicler in that jungle matchup, of course, Canyon versus Blabber. I don't think we've seen Canyon drop the ball maybe at all, right? How can you catch this jungler out, if at all?
Yeah, that's. I'm glad you say if at all, because I do actually agree with Raz. I think the main way that you win this game as C9 is you win the 2v2. Perks and Blabber, to me, have been kind of the engines. I think that Fudge has had great moments individually. I think that we've seen Vulcan have a great tournament as well in terms of his engages. But I don't think you're gonna win if you don't put Canyon and Showmaker behind early. But Showmaker didn't die until the last game, and Canyon is the strongest jungler definitely in the LCK. One MVP in the LCK Summer Finals, one MVP last World. So as for a concrete way of doing it, flip it early, go for that level 1 again. You got nothing to yeah, but like honestly, you got nothing to lose. If you try to play a straight up game against Showmaker and Canyon, I don't think you ever win.
Ooh, flip it is the advice from the LCK caster who has seen, you know,
I'm liking the sound of that one.
Champion last year.
I'm liking the sound of that one. Hey, it worked. You know, Rogue came face first in our jungle, and then we ended up steamrolling that one.
But they came to you. Do you have to go to them?
Possibly.
Oh, we'll see.
I'm willing to take that risk. For me, you're right. When I see that matchup, by the way, this is just throughout today's games. Blabber is on a hot streak.
He is.
And so I think you keep rolling through it. I think when Blabber is ahead, as he said in his own interview, he knows what he needs to do to get it, like at least for his matchups, to get the job done. And I want to see that today.
And at MSI, the game that was a must-win that mattered the most versus Damwon was also won by C9. So let's get into it. A spot in the quarterfinals is on the line for Cloud9 in this game as they face off against the reigning champions, Damwon Kia. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. What a performance it would be by Cloud9 if they can go 3-0 on the day, defeating Rogue, FPX, and then the reigning world champions to get themselves into a quarterfinals. I had to look back. 5 of the 7 times C9 have been at Worlds, they've made it out of the group stage. So there is a lot of precedent for this North American roster to make it through.
Yeah, it's great to be NA right now. Because in either situation...
It's win-win.
It's win-win. You either... I know some NA fans are a little worried about tiebreakers, I get it. But you either win here and you get out of the group, or you lose and you get another shot. So I feel like that to be in that position, to even have that opportunity in the first place, coming into today, I don't think anyone set that expectation for Cloud9. But here we are, so many players on this roster. Perkz is famous for defying expectations. Let's see if he can do it again. He and Blabber have had a fantastic day so far, and now we are into the draft. So the Rise going to be removed away from Showmaker. Will the Twisted Fate be taken off the board at all? C9 are happy to leave the Aurelia open. We know that because they will play it in both top and mid lane. For now, it seems Damwon is just going to remove some of the enchant sports from the bot side of the map. You imagine that Yuumi is likely to be removed as well. Look at this. Perhaps C9 is actually suggesting a Twisted Fate first pick right now. And I'd love to see them ban away the Aurelia right now. And if they do Rise, Sylas, and Aurelia, then they can just grab themselves the TF, and then they can say, Showmaker, what have you got?
Also means that Damwon might look towards that Twisted Fate as a final third ban on the red side. Of course, if you ban out the Aurelia here, you're kind of showing your hand, but you don't want to give them both up. You could not ban out one of them, hope that the enemy team bans out the other, and then you take the pick of the litter for the first, but of course, it's likely in that sort of scenario that you end up in a trade, and they're going to go for that strategy. Remove the LeBlanc, now see if Damwon leave both the Aurelia and the Twisted Fate open, or if they decide to ban one of those away.
Ooh, I already like it. C9 coming in with a confident plan. They know exactly what they want, and now it's up to DK to decide how they will respond. Of course, being 5-0 in this group, Damwon have handled every single obstacle that has been thrown their way. So what will their response be? Will the Twisted Fate be taken off the boards? It will not. The gauntlet has been thrown. Showmaker has said, do your worst, bring your Twisted Fate into me, and let's see what you got.
I mean, here's the discussion though. You can see Fudge being like, well, perhaps we go for the Aurelia here instead. Twisted Fate will be locked in. Now, do Damwon decide that the Aurelia is high enough priority for them to pick it up here?
So for me, Lee Sin is the biggest thing. You're giving Canyon Lee Sin. Misfortune is also up and available for Ghost. Is also the Leona. They could just grab that bot lane right now. It depends if they're worried about giving away the Lee. Oh, there's actually so much available still for both teams, and it looks like that they're going to go for the MF Lee Sin combo. Okay, so Leona could be taken away by C9 right now, and Beryl is probably saying, well, you know what, I've got enough champions. He's a big fan of the Rel. We know that he's probably likely, or he's happy to play that into it, and so C9 is saying, well, we can't afford to give you the Leona MF bot lane, so we're going to take that one away. And this Aurelia is still up and available. I'd be surprised if C9 tried to lock that one in now. Instead, they're going to get themselves what I imagine will be the Graves top. So they've gotten themselves a pretty safe blind top laner. We know that Khan has already played Jax into this matchup once before. The question is, will he look to do the same thing again? I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid laner locked in for Showmaker right now, because if he doesn't, that mid lane pool is going to get awfully small.
Looks like it might be the Jax though, as Damwon decides to invest more into Khan. Had a very good game earlier on today against Rogue, was absolutely popping off with some resources in here. Jax, of course, can get ahead in the early game. We've seen that in the start of groups, but usually much more about scaling towards late game, becoming a split push threat.
I think what's the most impressive about Khan is he's played both sides of this matchup and he's won both of them.
Yep.
He's really had a fantastic group stage, and I think he's cementing himself as the strongest top laner in Group A at the very least, and Damwon is putting their trust in him. Now, Damwon continues to attack the bot lane pool. With Ezreal being removed, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Tristana also removed. We did see that come out from Sven earlier in the day, but it would be a pretty potent 2 versus 2 lane, especially around that level 2 mark.
Syndra getting taken away from Showmaker there in the mid lane. You can see C9 just wanting to shore up their mid lane, make sure that Perkz is in a good position on this Twisted Fate to be able to roam around the map and influence the rest of the lanes, because he and Blabber teaming up is really what's given C9 this acceleration, this momentum today. What's given C9 these wins is that power of the mid-jungle duo.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Xin ban as well, depending on how much they respect it. I think Zan is... No, the Tristana is going to be taken off. We also talked about that earlier. They're focusing on making sure that Ghost has a comfortable matchup as possible in the bot side of the map. So C9 now, they have some options. They could ban Kassadin if they're afraid of Showmaker bringing out. Remember that he did bring out in the LCK playoffs. It does scale incredibly well. It does still struggle into the Twisted Fate in lane, but they're not going to. Instead, they're going to remove the Brawn, any potential disengage that can come out from the side of Damwon. So now, Kassadin is just kind of what I'm looking at, what I'm thinking about from the side of Showmaker. He could also go for something like an Azir if he wants to have a lot of prio and control in the mid wave. He wouldn't be able to follow as easily, but they may also just lock in their support. And for now, that is looking like a Shen support. So they want to still have some power and also be able to match some of the side lane plays that C9 is looking to leverage that Twisted Fate for.
And that's the idea behind the Shen. You know, if you know that the enemy is going to be destinying up towards the top lane, yes, Stand United will take a little bit more time to come online because you're a support, so you don't have the levels. But after the first couple of times it's used, you can then follow them up with a Stand United of your own. Usually answers would be the Rise and the Silas, but you can see, as we mentioned earlier, C9 decided to remove those from possibility. Cloud9 now looking towards their AD carry. Kai'Sa is the pick. And then this Graves may be going to the jungle. Kennen locked in.
So they flipped it up. I like what they did there. So they kind of baited Damwon into saying, well, hey, look, this Graves likely going to go top lane. We haven't showcased that Blabber is happy to play it.
Jack's jungle?
Sorry, I shouldn't talk about how I thought that had been locked in for a second there.
Oh, yeah, because Lee Sin's already there as well, so that would have been the strangest of scenarios.
But is this the Kassadin that we talked about? It will be. So Showmaker is going to be bringing out his fabled Kassadin. From what I recall, he played it twice in their series versus T1, if my memory serves me correctly. He had 1 win, 1 loss on the champion. Obviously, the biggest weakness of Kassadin is your ability to get prio in the mid lane. But you want to talk about scaling? Oh boy. Jax plus Kassadin in a side lane with a Shen on top of them as well. That is terrifying. It is not the strongest mid-jungle duo, but I think Damwon's strategy is going to be very much about attacking the top side once again. We've seen this consistent style of the Canyon, right? The fact that they are playing around top so much, they have the Shen ultimate to be able to offer that utility as well. And it seems that while Cloud9 have shaped up their draft to give a winning matchup for Fudge in the 1 versus 1. I wonder what this will do for Blabber in the jungle, because Graves doesn't have the same playmaking power that things like a Xin is able and capable of in the early game.
A lot of weight on those Cloud9 shoulders here, knowing that your destiny is in your own hands. Of course, Perkz has been in this position many times before, as have many of the players on Cloud9. Question is whether they can bring it home for North America today. Would be the first team from North America to make it through to the out of the group stage since 2018, when it was Cloud9 themselves who ended up beating Africa in the quarterfinals and making it to semis. Damwon looking to go undefeated. It's about that for them, about the pride that comes with sweeping your group, about consistently showing just how much darn better you are than everyone else.
Well, they've definitely shown it so far at the World Championship. In their group at the very least, they're going to be a terrifying team that no one is going to want to go up against in the best of 5s. But that is still a bit away. For now, we have to get through this game, and it is a doozy. You can feel the tension in the air already. So much weight on the shoulders of Cloud9. Just the expectations for the West, all-time low.
You know, 4 LCK, 4 LPL representatives. Many people said that not a single EU or NA team or anyone else is getting out as long as those 4 seeds exist. And Cloud9 is super close to defying that already.
Yep.
1 more win is all they need. And you know what? They deserve it. You know, we were talking about this, right? From going 0-3 to 3-0, if they're able to take down Damwon, they really do just deserve it based on how they've been able to turn things around in such a short time as well. They had 1 day yesterday to go and make so many changes. And you know, it was Vulcan that was saying in an interview, he feels like that individually that's not really their problem, but their mid game is really where things have fallen short. And what they've done is they've gotten leads in the early game and they haven't slowed down with those leads. So let's see if they can get that early game lead against the current world champions.
It's a difficult task for them. Blabber starting off towards the bottom side of the map. There's a ward on his Razor Beaks. There's also a ward near the red buff for Damwon, just in case Blabber decided to go for anything sneaky. Khan is running Omni Stone here in the top lane. Currently has Grasp on this Jax. I think it's just you can utilize a lot of the different runes pretty well, right?
Well, he's also in a ranged matchup, so running Grasp, you know, as a rune throughout this match, you're not going to be able to get a huge amount of value out of. So instead, choosing to go up for a little bit of a shake-up there with the Omni Stone, not something that we commonly see, but we'll see how things pan out for him.
It does remind me of a couple of years ago when it was all the LCK top laners just ran Klepto.
Yep.
And we got destroyed by them over and over again.
Nogari with his Jace Klepto and Karma. It was pretty terrifying, to say the least, but that rune's gone.
Thank goodness.
Now Khan looking for a nice trade up towards the top lane. Procs a phase rush from his Omni Stone. Very good trade in the 1 versus 1. Fudge, though, should be able to get something back. Oh, of course, still in level 2. My apologies. Not able to proc that 3rd one just yet. Of course, if he had the passive auto attack on his W, there may have been a way. Either way, Khan's going to walk away from that one, but very back and forth trading. Khan just trying to leverage the fact that he does have a HP advantage in that 1v1 thanks to his the corrupting pot.
And Perk's doing the same in the mid lane, knowing that he has the range advantage, just forcing Showmaker back, getting the stun cards in, trying to harass down that Castan as much as possible, and Showmaker goes for the door and shield, knowing
he actually got in. Wow, I thought that would spot him out, but Canyon identifying the vision very well. Look at the Graves in mid lane as well, though.
Blabber and Vulcan are here. Canyon's going to have to, Showmaker's going to have to flash away from this one. Dodges the Zenith Blade while in the smoke screen. Good dodge on the Sonic Wave there as well by Fudge. Did have to burn his flash.
Sven's here too, just for good measure. Wow, so from the draft to the game...
Okay, Perks, that was a little bit short. Give each other the thumbs up.
Okay, a bit of banter there between the 2 mid laners, but Showmaker is being shut down right now, being denied as much as humanly possible. We saw it in the draft. It was 4 mid lane bans into a Twisted Fate first pick, forcing him onto the Kassadin. Kassadin's weakest point is the early game. Oh wow, Khan really...
I mean, Aftershock doing a lot of work here, but Khan has the flash to try and get away.
Block there.
Getting creep block. There's the lead strike, smoke screen. Straight away, he flashes. Blabber flashes for the chase. Needs 1 more auto before he gets behind the tower. And just couldn't get enough in. Khan escapes with 100 HP.
Right, I really like what we're seeing from Cloud9 here. Threatening the mid lane dive, rotating from bot up into the mid. Now Blabber
where
in the
Vulcan
top
is.
Yeah, they want to threaten this dive. Only level 2, but that's all he needs. Now, Damwon on the... They're flashing in themselves.
Yeah, flash taunt. Perks has no flash after that attempted dive earlier on. He will be first blooded. Meanwhile, Khan on the top side should have his counter-strike back up. TP coming out. The counter-strike just does so much work in this situation. And Vulcan got a little bit too deep. Will be able to escape before that final tower shot comes in. Showmaker TP'd in, and the rest of Damwon are on their way. Fudge able to lightning surge away. And C9 will be able to escape. TP used now by Perks to get back to that mid lane.
Woo. I have so much respect for Cloud9 right now. We talked about how they've been winning today is just really forcing fights, going for these skirmishes, not being afraid to challenge their opposition, and they're doing a fantastic job of it in this game. They threaten the mid dive, they threaten the top dive, and while the mid one failed, they end up getting themselves a kill in the top lane. So very well played by Cloud9. They find themselves with a small gold lead in this early game, and a bit of level advantage. As you can see, Khan struggling a little bit in the 1v1 after so much pressure is being put down onto him.
Still being able to keep around 6 CS within Fudge, so not in the worst of situations. Of course, dying early on has cost him quite a bit. Showmaker was able to catch this top wave and shove it out. But Fudge is here in time to catch it back, and so he won't miss out on any of this experience or gold.
This is actually so huge for Fudge, because you just look at the farm right now. He's picking up this huge wave. Khan was zoned away from that stacked wave in the top lane. He also didn't really get a huge amount of farm in the mid lane either. So Fudge now has a level advantage on stacked wave. And basically, it's just sad face for Khan across the board.
It's very difficult on the Jax if you burn your flash early on to manage to navigate these fights Ward coming out onto Canyon. And now level 6 for Perks. Let's see where this first Destiny goes. Showmaker yet to get towards that level 6 mark.
What I would love to see right now is, again, just Blabber, if he wanted to, could start making his way up towards top lane, and they could just threaten another dive.
There's a Zenith Blade looking for some damage here onto Beryl. They can put down the Spirit's Refuge, does so, and then dashes away. Blabber is working on the bottom side of the map right now. Perks hovering towards the top, doesn't have too much mana. Vulcan continues to push forward, Shield of Daybreak for the stun, but now he's down to about 2/3 HP, and they're going top. Perks looking for Khan. Counter strike away from the stun. Fudge has to wait for the minions to get here. Khan will be forced away.
I love this. It's so good. We just talked about how Graves could make his way top to threaten the dive, but the Perks ultimate alone is enough because it's just continuing to zone farm away and experience from Khan in particular. They know how big of a late game threat Khan can be, but now Vulcan could be in trouble.
Canyon lands a Sonic Wave and Vulcan is dead. Beryl lay in wait in that bush for a very long time, and in the end was able to find his catch.
And this is the scary thing about Damwon. C9 have been relentless in their aggression. They have not stopped looking for picks and looking for plays. Yeah, Damwon is so much more patient. They wait for that small window where you make a slide over step, bang, instantly dead. They punish Perks in mid lane for having no flash. They catch Vulcan out in the river. He's only level 3 to the level 5 of Beryl. So yes, we're seeing a lot of proactivity in the early game from Cloud9. But if it's not resulting in huge leads, Damwon is very clever in how they control and find ways to punish each of your decisions.
You can see even Khan in the top lane, even on CS. Now with Fudge, there is a wave pushed in, so it's going to be probably about a 1 wave difference between the two of them, but Khan, after being so shut down in the early game, is actually in an okay spot for Jax at this portion of the game. Blabber able to secure the first dragon of the matchup with that Infernal. He is a player that you will look to as a C9 fan, as someone who should really shine in this game, someone who has shined across the course of the rest of today as well. Absolutely barnstorming through their first couple of games.
His kill participation at 15 is just nuts.
Yep.
94.7%. He has been so active in the early game with a K plus 8 at 9. Like, that's why I was talking about the Graves being a little concerning, because it's not the same as the Zin. It's not the same as giving him that same agency and playmaking power that we're used to seeing. And I'm not saying that he's bad on the pick by any means, but so far in this early game, it's slightly Damwon favored, and that early game aggression that we've been consistently seeing from Cloud9 today, which has resulted in a lot of their wins so far in this game, hasn't showed its face.
It's kind of just been tempered by Damwon. Showmaker going in here. Look at the damage of the Perks. Gold card locked in. Vulcan here as well, but still only level 4 on that Leona. Up towards the top side of the map. Fudge looking for Khan. Blabber here as well. Canyon has the kick back here, trading onto Blabber. Will dodge across the wall. There's the Stand United. There's the Sonic Wave. There's the kill. And now perhaps C9 will have to react to this dive. Canyon and Beryl waiting for the minion wave to get pushed in. Fudge can try and get back, but the Sonic Wave from Canyon should be up in just a second. There we are. Fudge has to dodge it. He does have Lightning Rush and should be able to walk away.
I like this from Damwon, recognizing that they've been there a little too long. The wave isn't getting pushed in fast enough, so they don't want to overstay. Khan should be able to walk this underneath the tower. He does have to be a little careful. Okay, so he's not going to be able to, but I don't think that Fudge can actually hold this, so it should still get the bounce back. But still, again, we talked about it. Damwon, very aware of how they can punish you on the map, and all Blabber was doing was pathing up towards top, looking for a gank, and then Canyon immediately shutting him down thanks to the ultimate from Beryl. Damwon now find themselves with a 1k gold lead and 3 kills to 1.
And in the isolated 1v1 matchup in the bottom side of the map, Ghost coming out on top. He has that serrated duck, has about a 10 CS lead, has picked up a plate as well. Usually, of course, this lane a little bit more active with supports there, but the supports have not been anywhere near bot lane for the last 5 minutes or so. Beryl with that level 6 Stand United, still about half of his way before it comes off cooldown. So expectations are Damwon might look for a play, but more likely to wait for that ultimate.
You know, I will say, it does make me laugh that bot lane is the new top lane.
Yeah.
You know, how you just kind of leave these players on an island and they just kind of trade farm back and forth, and you don't really impact the game until much later. Personally, I think it's the more interesting way, because AD carries don't really turn on until 2 or 3 items anyway.
Sure.
So at least top laners get to play now, which
I mean, that's
great for them.
Yeah, that's very true. I do think supports have become a second jungler a lot of the time, but you're not
When
allowed
were
to
they
farm.
not a second jungler?
I mean, that's true. That is true. This requires quite a lot of coordination with your team. Gordrin can finish for Canyon as Khan continues just to jump away, but here's the Destiny, and they're looking for Khan. He does have Flash, gold card locked in. Flashes away from it, but immediately Control Ball coming out. There's a slicing match from him as well, but Khan had the leap straight back up just in time to escape from the gank.
Fudge invested the flash on that as well, and Khan, I didn't think he was going to be able to get out of that without his E up and available, but he flashed early and he jumps to safety. Now, Cannon ultimate is down. Darmon is saying, you don't have that, we're stronger, we know we're stronger, so we're going to force this fight.
Vulcan's still only level 5, gold card locked in, lands onto Showmaker, Zenith Blade for the chase, there's the stun. Showmaker will flash away, Khan dodging onto the backline as Perks once again locks in a gold card. Here comes Sven, misses the Void Seeker, but they still manage to pick up the kill. Rift held secured by Blabber as well, and Cloud9 come out on top of the fight.
Now, C9 just execute the 4v4 better. Yes, they did not have Fudge's ultimate, but they're able to lock down Showmaker and force him out of the fight very quickly. Then when Khan actually engages, he's separated from the rest of his team, and Cloud9 have a very easy target to focus, which means that they're able to get themselves a kill. They get themselves the Herald, but now Damwon want revenge.
Vulcan must be so close to level 6. There's Stand United going in, Showmaker diving towards Fudge. No slicing Maelstrom, no hope of getting out of this one. Solar Flare popped by Vulcan, but he's going to go pop as well. Exhaust ticking on him, and the chase continues. Sonic Wave misses, but Showmaker does not. Meanwhile, Sven and Blabber kill Ghost in the mid lane.
Okay, and they will be able to drop the Herald in mid as well, so at the very least Cloud9 is getting plates back in their favor after Cloud9 tried to push a wave up top. Are they going to funnel all this money into Blabber too? Oh no, it's going to be split, but no?
Yeah, no, it was split, it was split. He ordered a tower recently enough.
Okay, 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 cool, so Sven will get some of that money. And Khan is just going to be chilling in the bot lane for the time being. But once again, really good punish from Damwon as they recognize no flash on Fudge, no flash on Vulcan, and they were just trying to push out that top wave, so they went to attack it. Immediately they get the collapse, and crucially, Canyon gets one kill, but Showmaker gets the other. And the fact that this Kassadin is continuing to ramp up is the really scary part for Cloud9. So let's have a look back at this one. Passive tick is applied by Sven. He's able to ult into Dauntless Ghost, and even though he's 2 levels down, he can still 1v1 him. In his defense, he knows that Blabber's there, so he's not trading back at all. Ghost is only running, so I'm not going to sit there and say that, like, wow, this champ is so OP, when if you don't hit them back, you know.
Yeah, usually it's a lot easier to kill someone off if they're not able to hit you back. At the 13-minute mark, the Ocean Drake spawned, and about 700 gold between these two teams. We're on a clock watch this game, but it's not stopwatch this time. Instead, you know, ticking that clock to level 16 on Showmaker. Yes. I mean, there will be stopwatches, but I wanted to make a clock reference with the stopwatch.
It was funny,
yeah.
I liked it.
So he's level 9 right now. That's the time for Showmaker.
Close level 10, close to that upgrade in Destiny. He has just base, doesn't have TP. Drake has been started by Darwin. You can see that there is a control ward in there, but I don't think that C9 can really contest this, which means that Darwin is just going to pick that one up for free. The gold still stays even. North American fans, I would not be stressed yet if I was you. I think that for the time being, you're in a very comfortable position. You can see that Blabber is slightly ahead in gold, even though Canyon has so many more kills. He's level 9 as well. The Cannon is ahead of Khan. And, I mean, across the board, the gold is just very even. So, considering the map state and the fact that the Drakes are even, it's going to be in this mid-game where we really see the comparison and how things pan out. Showmaker on the Kassadin, very difficult to lock down. They would really need the Twisted Fate ultimate, which is not up yet. Oh, but
they're looking for Showmaker.
Around. Canyon is nearby.
He will have Rift Walk. Blabber on his way up here. As they look for the fight, there's the Stand United, and perhaps Damwon want to turn this one around. Beryl with a flash torn, but the flash comes away. Blabber still torn it up. Beryl underneath the tower, making a little bit of damage, but the Spirit's Refuge keeps him alive. Sonic Wave popped by Canyon, won't follow it up onto Vulcan.
So Beryl does invest a flash, doesn't actually end up locking anyone down underneath the tower. Did Vulcan have flash at the beginning of that fight? Or?
I think he Hex Flashed the wall, but
I think it was Hex Flash, but I can't quite remember. In any case, C9 just hovering, looking for something. Showmaker's not going to take the bait, just going to go back to base for the time being. And props to Showmaker. A lot was thrown at him this game, and he is yet to die. Interestingly, Rogue is the only team so far in this group that has been able to kill Showmaker. We'll see if C9 can do the same thing. But again, I really like this proactivity that we are seeing from Cloud9. Overall, this team is really trying to make stuff happen somewhere on the map. They're looking for windows where they can look to punish someone sitting in the side lane. And again, they tried to find that pick on the Showmaker, but unfortunately they couldn't quite turn it into anything.
As you say, no real cause for concern yet for NA fans, but as the game goes on, as Damwon get more gold in their back pockets, they are starting to get these items. Everfrost complete, Gore Drinker as well on Canyon. 302 on this Lee Sin can be very scary. I don't wonder where these two teams will decide to fight next, because so far it's kind of just been allocated lanes, you know, like Perks is up in the top lane, Showmaker matches him, AD carries in the mid lane, top lane is in the bottom lane. Usually, when you see teams start to fight around objectives, they'll move things around a little bit more. They'll say, well, where are TPs? Basically, no one has one right now.
Barrel's also down. Canyon will spot out Vulcan, but I doubt they can do anything. I think this is just covering hit. Down one have their eyes set on the bot tower, and now Blabber is starting to make his way up towards top lane, and they're going to look to try and cross-map this one. The second Herald is also spawning in a little bit. And so this should be a straightforward cross-map as Khan gets a little bit more money into his back pocket. Quick reminder of the stakes. If Cloud9 win this game, they're in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Locked and loaded. No more games. That is it. Cloud9 advance. If Damwon win this game, three-way tiebreaker. Rogue and FPX will start, and then the winner will play against Cloud9 for the final spot in the quarterfinals. So, in either case, C9 will have
another shot.
And it's in their control. Yep. And that's the most important thing to acknowledge.
Oh, Sonic Wave there. Canyon safeguarded into second Sonic Wave there. Looked a little bit funky with the Spectator, but he was trying to get the extra damage down.
There was something about his kick that he was trying to do, and for whatever reason, he didn't do it. I don't know if it was an execution error, or he just decided in that moment not worth.
I don't know if it was a range thing as well, because he kind of safeguarded, and Sven was on the other side of the wall, so maybe he just couldn't get in range to get the kickoff and then follow it up for the execute.
Sure. In any case, Canyon didn't really lose anything off the back of it, and now both teams are here for the Heralds. Showmaker on his way down on the flank.
Showmaker in a good position here. Perks has locked in a gold card. Could look for Showmaker, could look for Beryl. Now it expires, and you have to expect that's when Damwon will want to go for the fight. Khan coming in, Fudge spotted on a ward. Vulcan gets the stun onto Beryl only. Riptail down to 1,000. Perks stands up towards the top side. Riptail secured by Blabber. The stun coming out with a solar flare. C9 have to back away from this one. Don't want to take this fight. Showmaker going forward. Sonic Wave connects. Perks turns it back. Spirit's Refuge will block the stun. That eye sitting there. Greedily, C9 want to step forward for it, and they will secure it. Fudge, I believe, took that. As Damwon, for that, will take the mid lane tower.
Okay, you can see both teams eyeing each other up. I really like that Damwon treating C9 with the utmost respect, recognizing the threat there. The position was not ideal. This Kassadin is not at crazy power levels yet. You have to be careful about the fights that you pick this early on into the game. And they try their best to deny the Herald from C9, but a good smite comes out from Blabber. This Graves is getting very, very strong with the Youmuu's completed. Yet to get his shield bow just yet, but he is working towards it, and he is level 11, so he has that advantage over Canyon. And with this Herald, they should finally be able to break down one of the towers that they're yet to claim. A lot of standing gold still up and available. The dragon spawns in 5 seconds. Fudge's top lane does have the TP. Let's see if C9 want to contest, or instead just want to continue farming for now.
That's what we talked about with the movement of your pieces, your chess pieces as the game goes on, because Khan and Fudge have TP. They're both on the top side of the map now, knowing that the objective to be fought around is that Mountain Drake. It would be a pretty big win for either of these teams to stack those up. The tankiness you get from the extra armor and magic resist is surmountable. No. Substantial. That's the word I was looking for. But looks like C9 don't want to fight for it. They're just going to give up this dragon as Canyon and Showmaker will secure it.
Okay. Whew. So, a couple of things I've been thinking about.
Yeah, hit me.
Damwon's engage is not very good.
It's a flash taunt.
It's a flash taunt, right. The power from this composition largely comes from their side lane. Now, for those that don't recall, in their game versus Rogue, they had a similar composition, except they had a Rise instead of a Kassadin. The thing about this composition is it's not the easiest to siege because you have so many melee champions in particular, and also it's not easy to start a fight because you don't actually have a huge amount of utility. Instead, where your power comes from is 1v1s, 1v2s, catching people in a side lane, collapsing on people out of position. So in terms of the straight team fight, I would say that C9 have the advantage. They have so many options in their composition to actually force fights and also potentially find picks and catch people out off guard thanks to the Twisted Fate ultimate. So I think that C9, if they can force Damwon into these fights, are actually in a pretty good position, and they could find themselves in a similar position to what Rogue was in, where if they can actually get the 5v5, there's a real win where a real chance that they can come out on top. It's this situation that becomes problematic, because what can happen if you're Damwon is your Showmaker You chunk out Perks. You know that he doesn't, well, his TP's now just available. You chunk him out, he goes base, you TP 5v4.
Yep.
That should be the general idea. Or, Khan shadows him, you chunk him out, and then you take the bot tier 2. And you kind of just keep making these plays knowing that you can attack the side faster. And that's what C9 have to be really careful about. Playing around these side lanes and making sure that you don't fall prey to these 1v1s or 2v1s or 2v2s.
So Solar Flare traded there for the bullet time in the mid lane, as Sven and Vulcan wanted to crack that tier 1. Top lane tower falls as well, but C9 able to take some of that standing gold on the map and open up the map a little bit more, making it easier for them to catch someone out in a side lane. Showmaker continued to push in the bottom lane, now has rejoined his team in mid. And with a dragon up in about 3 minutes time, Showmaker is going to set up down towards this bottom side. Perks has that TP, obviously used the exhaust last time they two traded, and Showmaker takes away the big truck.
If we get an opportunity, I'd really like to have a look at the golds to see how things are kind of distributed right now, mainly because when you kind of look at Canyon, he's at 2 items, and while he's 50 CS down, he's actually pretty even.
Oh, Stan United, Canyon going for the kick as well onto Vulcan. That's the target. Epicboss coming out. Good route there by Beryl with the taunt. Vulcan able to flash and get to safety though. So that's the Stand United burnt. It's the Dragon's Rage kick burnt as well. And Vulcan had to expend his flash.
The problem for Cloud9 is there's nothing else that they can do on the map to actually reclaim some control, because Damwon already had the top wave pushed in. They had Khan pushing in mid lane as well. And so it's a great thing that Cloud9 was able to get out of that situation, but this is exactly what we were talking about. This is how Damwon wants to approach the game, attacking these side lanes, looking for small skirmishes, and looking for picks. With the second item now done for Showmaker, so once he hits that third one, once he upgrades to the Seraphs, that's where this Kassadin really starts to get scary.
Have you seen the time, by the way?
Is stopwatch o'clock.
It's also about 3 levels to death for Showmaker as he's on his way to level 16. But yes, as you say, stopwatch is starting to come in. Perks has one, Zhonya's complete.
Look at this too. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for Khan. If that's not a split push build, I don't know what is.
I will say the look at this, you actually have to say it for people to hear it out. You can't just point at it.
Yeah, but it's like that anticipation, you know?
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this.
This is what I'm going to talk about, you know?
Engage coming in onto Beryl, there's the taunt away. Showmaker in a good position to flank this Solar Flare. Only gets the slows as Fudge is on the chase. Perks going in with the Destiny, has that stopwatch remembered. Stun card coming out, Showmaker towards the side. Sven diving onto the back line. They're looking for Ghost, looking for the slicing mouse from C9 and found a perfect fight for themselves. C9 ripped through Damwon in the jungle, but can they kill Showmaker? Can they kill Khan? Beryl, Showmaker and Khan start to punch back, start to fight back, but Khan will fall. Showmaker dives in once again, he'll kill Blabber, but Fudge is there, the stun is there. C9 are here to party!
And this was the team fight that we were talking about. Cloud9 find their opportunity. They get a good 5v5 and they shut down Ghost so quickly. Immediately the gold has been equalized and Cloud9 have showcased their potential. They are on the board. Fudge is 3-1-3, and Damwon have to spend everything just to get out. Let's have a look at this new Axe Effect replay as we watch the C9 engage. So Canyon is a little bit split off. Ghost is trying to back away, but he's backing away into this choke point, which Perks really good ultimate there to allow Sven to follow up on the back line, and then they can just dive onto Ghost and get themselves that kill. Canyon then immediately follows up. Then Showmaker just gets crazy. This guy dives into 5 people, utilizes the Zhonyas to buy a little bit more time. Rather than go out, he goes back in, which baits Khan a little bit, because I don't think his counter-strike was back up. Showmaker then, his ultimate is up, but he gets CC'd long enough to prevent him from getting over the wall. But the fact that he was able to trade 2 kills back there was kind of ridiculous.
You can see what C9 want to do with this composition. Dive onto the backline gold, though. Still even between the two of them, and C9 actually didn't get much out of that. There were no neutrals for them to take. They didn't want to go for the Baron. And so Damwon actually still in a pretty good position with this split push. Khan and Showmaker now pushing down towards this bottom side. Khan pops the Predator. Dragon secured now by C9, but Perks caught out under the tower. No stopwatch on him. Actually, he's rebought one as he looked for the dive. Khan going on to Perks. Perks able to get taken out, but he able to survive for long enough for Khan to fall as well. I forgot that Perks actually didn't use his stopwatch in the last fight and still had it up for that one. 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
Okay, but will C9 look to try and force something
no
off the back
TP on
of this?
Showmaker.
You're quite right. He needs to go back to base based on his HP. No, C9 not going to take the gamble. Okay, so C9's able to trade 1-for-1. Their TP was expended, but ooh, they may have caught Beryl.
He's going to have the taunt. There's a blast going there for Vulcan to get away. Canyon diving in with the Sonic Wave. Beryl, of course, the Spirit's Refuge stops the Leona stun because it's an auto attack modifier. And so Shield of Daybreak does not work when you are on that nullifying field.
Ward's now being cleared out in the back of the pit. Blabber.
They're not doing this, it's just, it was aggro and him. TP coming into the mid lane as Perks joins.
Showmaker sees an opportunity here, doesn't want to force it, but this Baron is still aggroed. Blabber is still hitting it. No, there's no way.
Oh, Stand United. Perks needs to get away from this. Showmaker jumping in, there's the root. Barrel misses the taunt. Oh, that was just...
Perks doesn't flash either. I can't believe he holds his nerve there.
This ward spotting out Vulcan is pretty big here for Darmon as well. They know that Vulcan's now backing away. Ghost coming in with the strut. Darmon will clear out the vision.
Perks just used TP, so Darmon want to threaten this. They don't have control over the top wave. The bot wave is in an awkward spot too, but Darmon don't have the TPs to actually clear that one out. Whoever shows bot runs the risk of the Baron being started off immediately. Showmaker looks like he's pathing towards there for now. Remember, he does have the ultimates to immediately go from one side of the map to the other. But still, what a tense game. 3 items now completed for Fudge. 4-1 and 3 on this Kennen. He was massive in the last team fight, getting a multi-man ultimate off, but his flash is unavailable. But regardless, Cloud9 find themselves even with the reigning world champions in a game that could decide whether or not they get tiebreakers or they move on to the quarterfinals. Cloud9 has stepped up massively on the final day of Group A. And here comes the Destiny.
Looking for the damage here onto Canyon. Khan will be able to jump away with the Counter-Strike. Destiny just used there, but
damage.
Showmaker is not there, and he doesn't have TP. C9, if you want to pull the trigger, you have a short window of opportunity now to do it. Showmaker's doing the Krugs. Instead, C9 say, nope, we will back away. We will reset, we will let you gain mid-prio, and we'll work our way around. Sven's going to have to go the long way around here. Could be dangerous for him to step through. He will manage to get towards this mid lane once again, and now it's Damwon's turn to gain vision control around the Baron.
Reset. You can feel the tension mounting. Mounting.
I mean, it's a mountain of tension.
It is indeed. Showmaker level 15. The level 16 mark is getting ever closer. There's that third item on the horizon for Showmaker, as Perks has already completed his. The gold is dead even. This could be massive for North America. 2018 you said, right? 2018 was the last time a North American team made it to the quarterfinals, and it was Cloud9 that did it.
They then went on to make semifinals.
That was
Only
the year,
North American team
that was
ever
the
to do
year
that.
that they beat Genji and Afrika, right?
Yep.
And Vitality. We won't talk about that.
I mean, Cloud9 have the track record. 5 of the 7 worlds they've attended, they have made it past group stage.
And they've got Perks, the guy that does the unbelievable. He has for Europe many times now. He represents North America, and now the Baron has begun. The TP will be up soon for Showmaker, but C9 is forcing it. They're flipping this.
It's 100% a flip. They don't know that Canyon's there. Vulcan's going to put a ward across the wall, and now Canyon maybe spotted out for the second. Canyon goes in way too early. Can they kill him before he gets it? But Canyon secures the Baron! The bullet time smite combination was enough. Canyon will die for it. Showmaker now with Baroned up minions in the bottom lane pushing in. Perks looking for the fight. He's going to get jumped on with a Counter-Strike, but he will pop his stopwatch. Barrel flashes away. Fudge looking for the chase. Khan going in. Once again, the gold card locked in. There's the solar flare for the chase. Showmaker now coming in with the TP. Stand United TP
16.
available. Level 16 Showmaker. He's going to try and get away, but they still got the Stand United. Instead, they turn back onto Ghost. C9 with moment-second perfect decision-making are able to win out the fight. They lost the Baron, but maybe they can push for an inhibitor.
Wow, so even though Damwon get the Baron, C9 still come out ahead on the fight. The fact that Showmaker could not join was massive for them, and they were decisive on their decision to go for it. But what a play from Canyon. He went in at 2k HP, and he said, nope, I'm kicking you out of the Baron pit. My Misfortune's gonna do the damage for me, and then I'm gonna smite secure this. So just watch Canyon. He's the only player you need to keep your eyes on right now. Knows that Vulcan is gonna try and CC him out, so he's gotta do something unpredictable. Goes in, kicks Blabber out. The MF ultimate does more than enough damage to allow him to get the smite secure, and there's nothing that Blabber can do about it. What a crazy play that he made. Tries to flash out to safety, and then the collapse comes through. Now,
Showmaker looking for this. That's the Stand United used as well. Fudge, no slicing mouse, does pop the stopwatch. Canyon and Khan on the way as well. There's the gold card locked in. He's gone in again, but Canyon's by himself right now. Khan going back in. There's the dragon secured. Perks low though. Showmaker stunned up with the stun card. Can they get the damage down before he pops the stopwatch? He's alive, and now there's the bullet time ripping through C9. But already they've got another kill as Fudge goes unstoppable. They try to turn it back around. Khan with the counter strike. Slicing mouse from coming out. There's the stun. Khan out. Shut down. Showmaker. It's the Showmaker show as he cleans up in the river.
and just like that, Damwon flip it on its head. C9, they wanted to get themselves the Drake. They thought that they were stronger in the team fight, but there were so many tools that they did not have at their disposal. And then the level 16 Kassadin does what level 16 Kassadin does. You couldn't lock him down. Showmaker found his targets, and he shuts down Cloud9.
You can see through this, he's just trying to kill off Perks. There's no slicing mouse when the stun card comes out, but the stopwatch.
It's the double stopwatch. Look, he burns the first one, burns the second one. He's just in gold for so long, waiting for his team to rejoin the fight. He still has the max stacks of his ultimate, and he's just playing on the very edge. Forces the flash there, gets the shield from Canyon as well, and just does so much damage. What a well-executed team fight from Damwon, and a heartbreaking team fight loss for Cloud9. They were going toe-to-toe. They were winning out on the team fights, but it feels like that the late game has finally shown up for Damwon, and now they feel like a menace when it comes to the 5v5.
C9, though, able to kill Showmaker 5-1 and 5, as you say, on that Kassadin. Done what only Rogue have done before as well. Now we'll see if C9 can find some miracle, can find something truly magnificent out of the blue, out of the darkness here, because it does feel like Damwon have control of this game once again.
That Baron was still so crazy to me.
I actually think Perks Unsealed Spellbook smited as well. I think they were trying to double smite. I didn't see it 100%, but I thought I saw it on the replay, so that's something definitely to look back at for all of you highlight makers out there.
Yeah. But wow, what a play from Canyon as well. Because you were calling it out for ages, right? The fact that Showmaker was bot lane with no TP, and C9 were a little hesitant, but then they went for it, and they were like, oh, well, let's just do this, let's flip it, you know? Like, we can keep Canyon out of the pit, and they couldn't do it. And then off the back of that Damwon find a huge fight. Now,
Hex Flash.
Let's have a look.
Looking for Beryl here. Ghost is waiting around the wings. There's the Spirit's Refuge, and that keeps Beryl safe. C9, though, do have the push in the mid lane. TP's coming in as they look for more out of this. Vulcan, Solar Flare available. Destiny used as well. Perks try to get onto Karma, couldn't quite get their stun card locked in, and we'll use it just to kill off that minion. Khan and Showmaker, look at where they're coming from here, Vedius. They're trying to get the flank behind them, and Khan and Showmaker are massive. Hex Flash. Vulcan flashes away. Showmaker spotted on vision. You don't killer instinct that one. For a second, you could see Sven is a little bit of call of the Q, the call of the W, as he spots out Showmaker. Khan and Showmaker, though, gonna step into darkness here. They're being chased around.
They must have been spotted. They're 100% spotted.
They know that Khan's here. They know that Showmaker's here. They know the slicing mouse from can come in. Counter-strike used by Khan. There's the Stan United as well, but they just don't have the damage to kill him up quickly enough. The Solar Flare connects as well. Khan, stopwatch. He's able to survive. They turn it around. Khan survives. It's a 3v5 in favor of C9, and they will kill off 2. Showmaker survives. Khan and Beryl die, but Ghost and Canyon are pushing in the mid lane, and Showmaker might look to stop C9. Instead, no, he's gonna back away.
Oh, the pings are coming down, though. He is looking at an opportunity here. No, he's not going to find anything off the back of that, but Damwon will walk away with the base broken for Cloud9. And Beryl, you deserve a shout out there, because that was ridiculous. The Spirit's Refuge came in so clutch to provide so much damage mitigation. There was the dodge from the E, then there was the Sterak's shield.
Does he know? Does he know he's going in? Down to half mana. That can be big. Fudge flashes away. They're looking to turn this onto Showmaker. He still kills him off. Now can they lock him down? He's looking for the double. Showmaker gets in, gets stunned, but there's Vulcan low. Killer Instinct coming in from Sven as well. Showmaker down, he gets the double.
Late game Kassadin is what you're looking at right now. It required 4 people from Cloud9 to actually kill Showmaker. He's sitting at 7, 2, and 6. His death cap is needed. No, his death cap is fully completed. Oh, this game is just slipping further and further away from C9. They're staying close to the kills, but it just feels like that it's so hard for them to do anything on the map. The good news for them is that Showmaker's dead and the Baron is alive in 5 seconds time. But we just saw how difficult it is to flip a Baron against this team. So let's have a quick look back at Showmaker here. He does damage. Yeah, he's stacking up the ult.
The thing is, Fudge does everything right. Dodges,
he does everything he jumps in. But the cooldown on the ultimate at this point in the game is just so low. And you can just see his it's just the stacking ultimate when you're able to land that. Stopwatch, stopwatch, stopwatch! It's everywhere!
Big shot down there to Sven. Did manage to pick up 850 gold. Dragon, a possibility here. Showmaker does have TP and now has respawned. He's going to TP away. C9, do you go for the Dragon, or your back's just going to get stopped? Dragon is secure, there's the Mountain Soul. They need to back away. Destiny used by Perks to get him back towards this mid lane. Don't step up.
I think Dam1 have recognized the same thing that we have, which is that in the straight-up team fights, they're worried about their ability to actually come out on top, so instead they are committing to just playing to the side lanes. They've now taken 2 towers down, and now they've started off the Baron because they know that Cloud9 is forced to go back to base. Really good awareness here from Dam1. They're burning everything that they can to take this one down, and I don't think C9 is going to be able to respond in time.
Yeah, they won't be able to get there in time. 5,000, 2,000, 1,000 and done. Baron secured by Dam1. 35 minutes in, 7,000 gold the difference. Mountain Soul for C9. And a Baron for Dam1.
And some people may be sitting there and asking, well, why didn't C9 just send 1 or 2 people back and then go to contest the Baron? And the truth is, 1 or 2, you just saw what Kassadin did to a 1v4, and they had stopwatches. If they didn't, they would have died so much faster, and he may have been able to kill all 4 of them. So you need at least 3 or 4 people just to stop Showmaker alone, let alone Khan supporting him on the side lane as well. So if they tried to contest that Baron, they were likely going to lose their Nexus, which is why they made the decision to save the Nexus and instead give up the Baron and hope that they can stall this out before Dam1 can do more damage.
I do hear a Baron for Nexus trade isn't usually the best trade.
Not the best trade
in the world. We've all been on the losing end of that one. Vulcan get a Hex Flash in here. Khan, he was on vision there for a second.
It's quite fun hearing their Hex Flash.
But yeah, I just want to come back to something we talked about a little bit at the start of this game, and something I think is worth re-saying. And that's like, holy moly C9. Like, they came into today 0-3. They then won their first 2 games in pretty convincing fashion, and now 37 minutes in, yes, they are losing to Dam1. But what a game this has been. Last time they played in 32 minutes, Dam1 had a 13,000 gold advantage. C9 only got 1 tower. Here, it has been neck and neck the entire game long, and they look to continue to fight. Inhibitor in the top lane, the target for Dam1, Showmaker and Beryl in the mid lane will continue to chip away. Khan by himself down towards the bottom side is now going to jump onto Sven. The counter-strike will keep Khan safe for the moment. 2 inhibitors down as C9 on their last legs, looking for the last dregs of defense. Root coming in, Showmaker down to half HP. Canyon gonna dive forward, there's the solar flare on the backline, but Ghost has the cleanse. Ghost will be fine. Defender's advantage here for C9 is the cannon looking for the slicing maelstrom, maybe only on Ghost, maybe on Khan. Where have you gone? Where have you gone, Fudge? Who are you looking for? Where's the flank? There's the Destiny. Where's the Fudge? Is the question down towards the bottom side. Khan and him are going to match up. Showmaker dives onto Sven. The Killer Instinct, not enough. Stopwatch popped as well. Slicing Maelstrom used by Fudge. And Fudge is going to be a non-factor in this fight. Showmaker diving in once again. Perks and Sven went on a mission to kill off Showmaker. But in the end, they end up dead. Fudge, Blabber, and Vulcan try to kill Canyon. Khan TPing back in. Counter-strike. Will not find the stun, and Canyon gets popped into the GA. Blabber still trading here onto Khan. Ghost flashes forward. Blabber down. Showmaker has the flank, and this is all done, but the Nexus falling. Clean ace for Dam1 as C9 tried as they might to fight back.
The fight was too split, Dam1 was too strong, and they tore apart Cloud9. An impressive game once again for Dam1. They will go 6-0 in the group, and Medic, we're going to tiebreakers.
That we are. More tiebreakers, more games, more worlds 2021. That's what I like to see. FPX versus Rogue will kick us off. And then it will be C9 up against the winner of that for a spot in the quarterfinals.
But I think that we can safely say that C9 is clearly the raid boss in this tiebreaker scenario. They have looked so good today, and even in this game they showcased so many amazing things in the fights they were able to find, their early game aggression, and they really made Dam1 work for it. And really, this game came down to that hero play from Canyon and Ghost around the Baron. The fact that they were able to secure that, and then of course the late game came through, and that's when Showmaker really started to dominate. So huge props to Cloud9. They really made Dam1 sweat for it, and they're looking good coming into these tiebreakers. Destiny's still in their control.
I mean, they've already beaten the 2 teams that they could face up against today, so they are very much riding high on momentum. FPX and Rogue have a lot of work to do if they're going to be able to match against the North American 3rd seed. We'll see if they can do it.
Congratulations, though, to Dam1. Not many teams go 6-0. It's actually very rare throughout the entirety of World's history. And even last year, it was Dam1, who were our eventual world champions, still went 5-1 in the group. So very impressive, the level of performance they were able to show in this game, throughout the entire group.
Oh, definitely. Dam1 very much the favourites for the tournament in my eyes. We'll look back at Dam1's group stage run in just a minute before we turn our attention to the first tiebreaker game, FPX versus Rogue.
would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the way. Look.
Hey, how you doing, baby? You look mighty fine. I figured I might come your way and roll up on you with that golden ticket. Shawty, can I?
KDA, should we show 'em how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit? 그 문 열지 마, that's a rough day. 당겨봐 your mark 'cause I'm better than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 bully me, but all of my numbers are